discovered 30 years ago.
Yeah, so it turns out that radioactive decay is not a constant decay, that it's actually variable.
It's pretty constant. Like it'll
No, not anymore, dude. That's old news, bro. That's old news.
What? No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. I'm going to show you.
It's not,
I'm going to show you.
No. Because if it was
30
variable,
peer-reviewed papers on MIT's website.
Yeah, that doesn't.
Yeah, don't show
variable,
it.
Yeah,
don't prove
sure. I'm not saying that.
Don't prove it.
I'm saying the variability of it won't matter because it's over such a long geological time span. It's over 300. It's over.
That makes it worse, dude. What are you talking about? That actually makes it worse.
No, it doesn't make it worse because it shows that the rock is really fucking old and was out there in space for that long.
You don't know how radioactive decay works, do you?
Oh my fucking god, bro!
You don't know how radioactive decay works.
Okay, explain radioactive decay to me.
Okay, so typically you would so you make a prediction about how much half of the material transforms, right? So you either emit beta or alpha particles. So so you'll have a half-life. Say uranium is supposed to be 4.3 million years. So after 4.3 million years, half of the material will have spontaneously decayed into lead.
Into what?
Okay, but it turns out that is wrong. That the rate of decay is actually variable. And they've been trying to pinpoint what this variability is. Is it diurnal? Is it based upon the year? And they've come out with all sorts of crazy different results. Nobody knows. Okay. But
that doesn't matter because you can observe the variability and that's not going to matter over such a long time span.
You don't know what the variability is. You don't know what it like. The clock could run. Dude, you're basically telling me I can use something as a clock that can't keep time.
Bruh.
Yeah, but you're using it over such a long time span. It doesn't matter. It just kind of because you're not going. It is exactly this time. It is between this hundreds of millions of years. Between this 100 million years for that.
Hundreds of millions of years. You're going to need a ball for that. So we're all working on the premise that the Big Bang took place and we're still living on a fucking ball in a heliocentric model. Calm down, sunshine. You're going to need a ball for that. Whatever you're talking about from this point,
so there's a link.
You're going to need... Sorry, Leo.
No, I'm just saying, there's the link, dude. There's probably like 20, 30 peer-reviewed papers. They've been trying to figure it out. Some non-periodic variations, periodic variations on the scale of days or years, periodic variations on the scale of seconds. So, yeah. If a clock doesn't have a known rate of ticking, then it's not a clock. If that tick rate changes at some random variable that's unknown, you cannot use it to measure time. I think you know this. I mean, intrinsically, that if you had a pendulum clock and how the pendulum swings varied wildly, that it would not keep time.
I need to add another point since we're talking about science, and science is based on philosophical assumptions and conclusions and logic.
This is as far away from science as you can get. I was just sitting back. But
sure. So, retroactive uniformitarianism is a philosophical assertion. Can't be proven. So your idea about what happened millions of years ago is conjecture at best.
All theory.
It also violates the laws of quantum mechanics, by the way.
It wouldn't be theory.
Radioactive decay is a probability or probabilistic event. So where's the information and the knower 100 million years ago, please?
Oh, dear.
Man, I just can't prove it. Maybe you're right.
Yeah, I know I'm right. And what's the scientific evidence of radioactive decay? Do you have an experiment to prove its validity? Do you not know what an experiment is, do you? What are the constituent parts of a scientific experiment?
Well, you want the control, independent, and the dependent variable.
Correct. Those are the three constituent parts. So, for radioactive decay, observe natural phenomena, please.
I mean, you can use something with a lower half-life than...
I'm not... Observe natural phenomena, please.
Observe. You can see the fucking atomic particles coming off it.
You can see atomic particles, really? With your eyes?
With equipment, yeah. You can see with your eyes.
In nature. That's a concrete noun.
But you can't. You got to make the conditions to be able to
That's
see
a
it. You know.
concrete noun. Crayon cruncher. So observe
Remember,
the phenomenon, please.
Remember, a phenomena is something happening, not a concrete noun.
So you want me to see it with my bare eyes, just in the natural world?
We want something happening, not a concrete noun. I'm not going to point at the floor. I want something happening. A
100
phenomena.
million years ago, by the way.
100
Yeah,
million
something
years
we
ago?
can something we can assert the cause of something happening. We're fucking doing science, mate. Come on. So you said dependent variable.
No.
Yeah. Come on.
So what do you want? What did you say? I don't understand the question. Sorry.
The dependent variable. What's the dependent variable? You know, the thing happening. The dependent variable.
Of what?
Whatever your fucking claim is right now.
He said of what?
Yeah, but no, because you've changed the subject like 100 times. We were speaking about your evidence for
Radioactive decay.
radiometric dating. Yeah.
Yeah. So observe natural phenomena, please.
You would measure if there was a change in the atomic weight.
Measure.
Observe. Would you
Observe
want
a
that?
natural phenomena. You'd measure.
Of course you would measure.
Really?
You're not taking
How
measurements
do
of
you know
shit?
what to measure?
Oh, so we want to observe the atomic weight of the fucking thing, of the, the fucking element
thing.
changing.
You want to observe the atomic weight of the fucking thing.
Of the
That's
element
lovely.
changing.
Are you a clown?
He is, but you don't know it.
Clown, dude.
Am I?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah?
I told you he is. But you don't know it. It's interesting. It's one of those clowns.
I just don't know it.
I know.
Yeah.
We all know that because it's a non sequitur category error that you're.
But you can't
struggling
explain
with.
to me how any geological features
Can't
actually
explain to me. Geology is not science.
fucking. Why you want a
Let me ask you
computer right now?
question.
Why you want a computer right
You
now?
don't fucking ask me any questions. You're the dumbest person in here. We're going to ask you more questions. You said geology. Is geology a natural science?
It's a geoscience, yeah.
No. So it's a natural science.
It's a study of the earth.
Okay. Can you? It's a study of the earth. That's amazing. Can natural science be conducted without experiment?
Yes, you can visually observe
Yes.
lots
You're
of stuff.
done for. It's all over for you. You would fail 5th grade.
No, without experiments. Sorry, I thought you said without. I thought you were going to say without, like observable evidence.
No, I said experiment. Yeah, you're a clown. We're just going to shut you down.
Okay.
Yeah. Bye. Next.
"24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified."
Join discord.gg/flatearth and enter check-in room. Someone will come along and verify you to get involved in the conversation about our Earth.
It was misinterpreted. Ad hoc rescue. That's a very good one right there. Oh, of course we've seen this one quite often. Let's see here. Live stream voice text. Ad hominem. Abusive. Let's see. Also known as personal abuse, personal attacks, abusive fallacy, appeal to the person, damning the source, name calling, refutation by caricature, against the person, against the man. The description is attacking the person making the argument rather than the argument itself. When the attack on the person is completely irrelevant to the argument the person is making. Logical form is person 1 is claiming Y. Person 1 is a moron. Therefore, Y is not true. Ad hominem. Let's see here. Oh, that's weird. Here, check this out. Let me get this one. There's a different ad hominem. Ad hominem abusive and ad hominem circumstantial. Ad hominem circumstantial, also known as appeal to bias, appeal to motive, appeal to personal interest, argument from motives, conflict of interest, faculty motives, naive cynicism, questioning motives, vested interest. The description is suggesting that the person who is making the argument is biased or predisposed to take a particular stance, and therefore the argument is necessarily invalid. Person 1 is claiming Y. Person 1 has vested interest in Y being true, therefore Y is false. Ad hominem circumstantial. That's a logical fallacy, my friends. Be careful, because these are committed in here. So what do we do when we actually talk to people? Is it just because we're saying that they think that the Earth is a globe? Or are we saying because the investigation of the Earth being a globe is fallacious? See what I mean? On its face, you can't say that because it becomes a logical fallacy. There has to be the thorough viewpoint of actually investigating the claim. Does that make sense? All right, let's go back one. We say this often. All right. You guys already probably know this one. You hear us saying it a lot. Affirming the consequent, also known as a converse error, fallacy of the consequent, asserting the consequent, affirming the consequent. New terminology, consequent, the propositional component of a conditional proposition whose truth is conditional, or simply put, what comes after the, in quotations, then, is an, in quotations, if-then statement. Antecedent, the propositional component of a conditional proposition whose truth is a condition for truth of the consequent, or simply put, what comes after the, in quotations, if, in an, in quotations, if-then statement. The description, an error in formal logic where the consequent is said to be true, the antecedent is said to be true as a result. So the logical form is, if P, then Q, Q, therefore P. Sunsets happen on Earth, therefore the Earth is a globe. The Earth is a globe, therefore sunsets happen. Let's go back.
What?
"24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified."
We get it on the Flat Earth debate all the time. Those of you that come to my show and say, I've got a belief, in actuality it's projection. You know, when people find out that they've got a fundamentalist religious belief in a spinning water ball flying through a vacuum, they often want to ask me about my beliefs. It's a way of deflecting, but it's actually projection. It's amusing though. It's been very good.
My mic's off right now, right? Y'all can't hear me, can you?
I'm not trying to make a statement that
Not trying to make a statement. What?
it's trying to portray certain aspects of something that you don't want to have portrayed from your point of view. And if I'm doing that again,
I get
that's
that.
not what I need to do.
But what I would just if you have got a few more minutes, I mean, I pointed out that you have a belief, though. You started off this by saying that you don't have religious beliefs. You're not a religious person, but you do. You have a religious belief that you're on a spinning water ball flying through a vacuum. So, if I may, there's a few points that I, would like to cover with you, if that's okay with you, in terms of why that's not the case. I mean, I haven't got to cover any of those really, but obviously, if you're in a rush to get off, I don't mind.
If you want to still talk about the topic, that's fine.
Sure. I can rattle my way through what I call the top 3 things that destroy the Earth being a sphere. So the Earth being a sphere is asserted by way of this begging the question fallacy, which is called a proof of nothing Earth curve calculator that has geometry and is based on an R value. And if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every distance to horizon can be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That would be the geometric horizon. And we've got these images that show that the horizon, this claimed to be physical obstruction called Earth curve, is way beyond the distance and parameters and constraints of this physical geometry laid down in the maths. Now, as a result, we are told by the people, at least on my show Flat Earth Debate, that we don't have a geometric physical sphere edge horizon. The thing can't be seen, which leaves the model of a sphere Earth in complete tatters, because if you can't see the geometric horizon to measure it, you can't acquire an R value to assert physical geometry, leaving the idea of physical geometry in complete tatters. We call this argument the black swan. It's our number 1 debunking of the globe Earth begging the question fallacy that is to assume an R value and then reify it into existence at the point you see the world converge, the horizon, a non-physical location that people think is the edge of the Earth for boats to go over. It isn't. The horizon's not physical. But we've debunked that with this argument called the black swan. So moving on, the sky, I mentioned a few times, is not a vacuum. Nature abhors a vacuum. If the sky was a vacuum, the gas we all enjoy breathing would fill the availability of space. And irony of irony, they call that area space. Outer space, a vacuum, which it definitely isn't, because we'd have no gas to breathe. There's a natural law called the second law of thermodynamics, which would imply that the gas would want to fill the availability of volume it has to fill. It will expand in all directions to fill the space. And if space was a space, the gas would fill it, and we'd all be dead. We're not. Therefore, the sky is definitely not 10 to the minus 17 vacuum, as is asserted. Last but by no means least, it's asserted that we have a 15 degree in our turn of the Earth underneath anything that leaves the Earth. It's asserted by things like snipers, and it's called the Coriolis effect. That's its most familiar name. It asserts that things that leave a turning Earth will, from the ground at least, be experienceable with a deflection at 15 degrees an hour. Unfortunately, that would imply that if you took off on a helicopter, you'd be able to wait for the country west of you to come to you as the Earth turned underneath. Also, a drone, you'd launch it off at the equator and it would fly away at 1,000 miles an hour as you turned underneath it. Obviously, these things don't happen even though they're asserted to. So we don't have Earth turn, we don't have a sky vacuum, and we don't have physical geometry as is reified by a mathematical model called the heliocentric sphere Earth model by way of a begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator. We don't live on a sphere. The Earth is obviously and observably flat.
Okay. Thanks for that input. I've heard those arguments before, so I understand where they came from. I appreciate the fact that you want to make those statements, just to point out the aspects of your facts that you're basing your beliefs. If I say beliefs, I apologize, and that they have points of validity, that why things are the way they are, and that other people's ways of understanding, things go through the process of evaluation.
Absolutely. I've gone through them in a very short summaristic. Summaristic, is that even a word? In a summary. But yeah, absolutely. Those are all arguments that annihilate the assertion that you're on a model that's been reified.
Okay. It sounds like, from what you're saying, that this is something you just believe. I want to say believe, but I know that's a term you don't like, but it's just something that you felt, was the way things are. And there was no really need to not explain them, because that's just the way things are from the aspects of the way you look at this topic.
Sure. Now, I get it. We get it on the Flat Earth debate all the time. Those of you that come to my show and say, I've got a belief, in actuality it's projection. When people find out that they've got a fundamentalist religious belief in a spinning water ball flying through a vacuum, they often want to ask me about my beliefs. It's a way of deflecting, but it's actually projection. It's amusing though. It's been very good. Thank you for interviewing me, Peter. It's been a real pleasure.
Yeah, no, like you said multiple times that you don't follow religion, that religion is not part of the way you look at things, and you state it multiple times. So this is not a belief for you, because you don't want people to think that this is something that you just feel is the way things are, as much as you've evaluated what you believe are the observations that, I'm assuming, you come from the facts based on those observations, and that this is a conclusion you come to because of the information that you retrieve. And like I said, just saying that's the way I evolved. And so I came to that point in life just because the fact is that's the way things went for me.
I understand. For most people, to be perfectly honest, I've been a little bit brutal, hopefully with a jokey tongue-in-cheek, aside to it. You've got to get a little bit of a taste of what a flat earther who actually understands what science is going to talk like, because you're probably more familiar with your average fundamentalist flat earther from what you've told me. And that's fine, more power to them. It's just not me. We just pull apart the heliocentric nonsense based on its total lack of science, its illogical nature, and the fact that the world is actually obviously and observably flat.
Okay, right. Okay, I'll leave it there, and I'll say bye.
Thank you again, Peter. Pleasure.
All right. Thanks. Bye-bye.
And a massive thank you to all of you who tuned in on this premiering stream, for hopefully liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, all that good stuff. Be sure to check out NathanOakley.com and the Flat Earth Debate Forum to keep up to date with the community debate. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I'll see you all in the next video.
What a day! What a lovely day! "24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified."
Join discord.gg/flat earth and enter a VC check-in room, and someone will come along to VC verify you to get involved with the conversation about our Earth.
Globy McGloberface.
Globy McGlobeface, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Good guy, Mike Globy.
He sure does.
Yeah, I got a mic.
Welcome to the server, man. So do you believe? So
Yeah.
do you believe the Earth is a sphere?
No, not at all. Yes, I don't have to believe it.
Are you 100%? What would you? Are you 100% confident though?
Absolutely.
Okay. And you also believe it's rotating, right? Like it's moving.
Sure. Absolutely.
Okay. Do you remember a point? Do you have a specific memory in your life where you saw the Earth either rotating, or did you just ever see it as a sphere?
I'm sorry, what's it? You just asked me if I've seen it rotate.
Like, do you remember a point in your life where you saw something or experienced something, and that experience confirmed to you that it was a sphere?
Now that you're looking for things, sure, yeah. If you just walk outside on your back porch and like look at this, look, no, you wouldn't necessarily know. But if you're trying to think about it and actually discover the shape of the planet you live on, yes, you can do that easily.
Okay. Yeah. Are there any? Do you know if there's any measurements, like specifically like direct measurements or anything?
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. What are the? Or I mean, where was the measurement taken?
There's one here that was done at McDonald Observatory.
Okay. And that one, is it over land or water?
It's over land.
Okay. What was the distance? Or I'm sorry, not the distance. What was the expected rate of curvature, the drop rate?
It wasn't measuring what you would expect to see. It was a measurement to find out if there's any curvature or not.
Can you explain it?
Sure. Do you know what reciprocal zenith angles are?
No.
Say again?
Okay. Do you know what reciprocal zenith angles are?
No, I don't. What was
Go for it. Enlighten us.
Okay. Do you know what a zenith is?
Yeah.
Me, I don't actually. Go ahead. What is it?
The zenith is essentially a measurement directly over your head, 90 degrees. So it would be like plumb to the earth.
Okay.
Right. So it's hard to explain without showing you guys, but if you picture two people a certain distance away from each other, both set up with theodolites. Do you know what theodolites are?
Yep. How far? What's the distance you're using with these theodolites?
This one was 1,200 meters, I believe. I got to look it up.
1,200 meters? Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So what they do is you have two locations set up with theodolites that are plumb to the earth. They take their zenith is directly 90 over their head. Then they observe each other through the theodolites, which are a measuring device to measure angles from eye level.
Over 1,200 meters.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
what's your curvature over 1,200 meters?
Well, it wasn't measuring curvature per se. It was measuring angles away from each other. So if those two observers were angled away from each other,
yeah,
it was taking measurements of how much that angle was.
Okay, and what? How much was the angle, and what can you relate it into a measurement instead of an angle?
17 arc minutes.
17 arc minutes. Yep.
Yep.
And height, that relates to height of?
That relates to the two observers being angled away from each other by 17 arc minutes.
17 arc seconds, you mean, don't you?
Arc seconds, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, not arc minutes.
Okay.
So they're standing on the earth, they are angled away from each other. Is that what you're saying? By 17 arc seconds.
17 arc seconds, yes.
All right, what's the error?
Theodolites are point,
say there's no.
it's 0.3 arcsecond margin of error, I believe, for theodolites.
Over what distance?
2 miles, I believe it is. 3 miles.
3 miles for a theodolite. 3.5 kilometers, my surveyor says. That's the max he can do.
Okay, that's fantastic. So you agree it's a very small margin of error?
Well, he said you can't measure drop. He said you measure angles. Yeah, this is in actual.
That's what they actually measure here is the angle. Yes.
These theodolites are actually supposed to do is measuring angles. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. That's why I said they measured an angle.
Yeah. So they measure the distance. They measure the angle that they're away from each other.
Correct.
Okay.
So even though both theodolites are 90 degrees plumb to the Earth, they are actually angled away from each other by a certain degree.
Okay, and that's auto leveled or manual leveled, or how's that?
Auto leveled.
Auto leveled.
Yeah, theodolites auto level. Yeah.
All right.
Well, I guess there are manual ones, I guess, but
well, it's auto leveled, and then you got to correct it with a manualing level. So, and the only way to do that is to have a look at your actual target, and then set up a target in the middle, and then you got to get your level for that. So,
right, yeah. This whole
did they go through the all the steps of setting up the theodolite?
No, they probably skipped a whole bunch of steps.
Okay, so
wait. Can you wait? Before we go further, can you post that measurement in the chat? I actually do want to see it. Do you have the link to that measurement? I just want to.
We don't even need to hear anymore. He's already said that it's null and void. There was an error in the setup.
Dude, I was being sarcastic. If you couldn't hear the sarcasm, it was slightly sarcastic. Sorry. It's a 43 page observation.
Oh my God.
So you can read all about how they set up everything and how they tested everything. To summarize it, they tested 6 locations. 6 locations back to a centralized observation point. Here's the mileage. So
is it in the chat? Did you post
57 miles. It ranged from 20 miles to 57 miles, all the observations.
With a theodolite.
Yeah. They did that with a theodolite? What power of telescope does it have on it? What power of scope does it have on it?
I'll link you to all the details. You can.
All right. I want to see that far. 50 miles, that's ridiculous. I don't buy it.
Yeah, I agree with Godrock, and I've used them. My surveyor said 3.5 kilometers, and you'll end up with a 7 mil error.
I've used them for years in my career, so never for any length, quarter miles as far as I've ever used them for. Because that's what they're made for. They're not.
I use them over 5. I use them 500 meters, and then I'll set up again.
Yeah. If you're going to go any more than that, you do have to reset. You have to go point to point. Yep, that's what you have to do.
Can you use them to measure the ground?
Measure what?
No,
what
they just measure angles.
Oh, they don't.
You can measure grade. You can measure grade elevations, or you can, if you're lining the theodolite up over the top of a square head, that's what they put in the ground for a property line or for a grade elevation for a foundation or a footing. You set it up over the square head, and then there's a plumb bob that comes right off the center of the theodolite, and it goes down. It has to be centered right on that nail, a finish nail, directly above that finish nail on that square head. And then the theodolite has to be leveled. You got to spin it 360 degrees and make sure that bubble stays in the center at all times, perfectly leveled. Then you can shoot it out in 90 degrees or straight off of that nail head. You can turn it left, right, make a 90-degree turn, and then you can aim the theodolite down. You can actually aim it at another square head in the dirt, and then you can have them make a mark on it with your pencil. You can lay lots out and footings and foundation walls very, very accurately if you know how to do it. But you got to be real accurate.
And let me ask you this: so, what was the so when he said they're angled away? Do you think so? If the Earth were, what would the counter theory be like? Okay, if let's say he found them not angled away.
Say they're not leveling them properly. They're getting an error of those arc minutes that he's talking about.
That sounds like a presupposition. I'm sorry, that sounds like a presupposition. You're assuming it has an error before you've looked at the data.
Well, he just asked what could be. Yeah.
Check it out. If you're not there and seeing it with your own two eyes, there's no way you can say that theodolite was leveled properly and that it was shooting an accurate angle down. There's no way unless you're there and actually witness the leveling of the device, because that guy, you have no idea how good he is at it, how many times he's done it, whether he even knows how. So if you're not there to see it, it's not valid.
Did you witness the Black Swan picture of the oil rigs? Did you witness FE Corps' laser tests over the lakes? Did you witness all those? But I bet you guys have referenced those before.
In videos, but yeah. It's all documented in the videos.
They were repeated. So how many times do you want them to repeat them?
Theodolite measurements haven't been repeated. So I'm just trying to get at, and I think you understand that you've blatantly accepted some evidence while denying other evidence. Okay.
I think I get what he's saying. I think what he's saying is. Sorry, go ahead.
Just say you accept there being a globe because he saw it on TV and at school and TV documentaries.
No,
yeah, that's just like a non-point. But thank you for chiming in.
Yeah.
Okay, wait.
I can't post it in the chat, by the way. I don't have access.
You don't have the okay. Let me see if I can give him. Can someone give him the link?
Yeah. Hey, the guy who's complaining about the black swans. If you want, you can go out to the beach and check it out for yourself. It's a little bit different than you guys who are dragging theodolites into the mountains and then bullshitting about it.
Yeah,
see
exactly.
the difference? Why would you want the difference, pal? So if you want to bellyache any further, listen. All I could do is drag the theodolite up into the mountain like you do, bullshit about it, and come here and be an asshole. Well, I could also go to the beach. Which one's different? Do you see the difference?
Yeah, the beach isn't a measurement, so thank you.
No shit. But the distance markers from the beach are, Einstein. Okay. Can you explain the black swan? Hey, listen, if you're so pissed about it, can you explain
it? Such an asshole? Is there a reason you're being such an asshole right now?
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I'd rather be an asshole than whole ass. So, you guys who are complaining about the black swan, would you like to explain it to the class?
Yeah, sure. You want to cherry pick one day when there's a
refraction? Not a cherry pick, Einstein. I said go to the beach yourself. If you've ever been to the beach, you'll find it's not cherry picked.
It is, because I can show you pictures of the black swan. I can show you video of the black swan observation where it's not distorted. Do you want to see that?
No DR. I've made my own observations. Did I cherry pick those?
Yeah, you probably did because you.
Oh, really? Well, now we see how desperate you are. Listen,
I'm not desperate. You're the one coming in here throwing insults around. So, or you've already lost.
Excuse-moi. You're the one. Listen, pal. You're the one acting like all halfway and honest. You're setting. You guys are running a road game.
So you are the one.
Hey guys, the Earth's flat. You know why the Earth's flat? Because I saw some wavy, distorted oil rigs in the distance once.
Oh, really? Well, guess what, pal? The point of those observations is the horizon behind it, Einstein. So you don't understand it. So stop bellyaching about it.
Listen, Copernicus, light bends through the air, doesn't it? So did you measure the refraction that day?
Oh, the terrestrial refraction, which uses the R in the first place. You have to assume the globe exists in the first place to start begging.
Are you denying that refraction exists?
Oh, my
you mean
God.
refraction? Yeah, and you stand in the fog, you can't see a hand in front of your face.
Are you
You're talking
denying
about
refraction
terrestrial
exists?
refraction. Hey,
Are you
pal,
denying it
you're
exists?
talking about terrestrial refraction. You're not talking about disturbance in the air.
Are you
Do you hear
denying
me?
it exists?
He's definitely right.
You're talking about terrestrial refraction. Do you think that's the
Why
same
can't
thing,
you answer
smart
the
ass?
question? It's a very simple question. Do you deny
I
it
told you,
exists?
yes. I've been outside, haven't you? Can you realize there's a difference between terrestrial refraction and refraction? Yes
So
or no?
you deny you just denied refraction
No, I
exists.
don't.
Everybody did.
No, I don't.
Okay,
Do you,
good.
do you,
Do
you acknowledge?
refraction, Globe Face. Define it. Define refraction.
And terrestrial refraction. Define them
Define
both.
I'm not going to define anything for someone to deny refraction
Listen to
exists.
smart asses. Now they make excuses. You listen, you little punks.
denied refraction.
If you guys don't like the black swan, go out and make your own observations.
Yeah, and it's funny because he also said, but on different days we see the black swan in a different position. So where's your geometric horizon? Uh-oh.
I'm not claiming that as evidence of the globe or flat Earth. You are. You're cherry picking something with distorted.
No, dude, you don't know what listen. You don't even know what cherry picking means. You don't know what you're
denying again that all refraction exists.
Listen, you're talking. Hey, Einstein, listen. You're talking about a specific type of refraction.
It's so weird that you can't answer a yes or no question. You know why you can't answer it? Because the answer is you do believe refraction exists. And then my next question is going to be, well, what was the refraction?
Listen to me. I know that disturbance.
Do you deny? Oh, so you deny? So yes, I deny. Freaking your sloppy idea of what you think refraction is. Yes, I deny that. Do you deny? It's so funny, dude. And notice how when we asked him to define it, what do you want me to? What is it that I'm denying? Can you define that, please? Oh, I don't have to define it. So what is it that I'm denying then? So yeah, I'm denying. No, I don't feel bad about it. So do you deny gravity? Oh, what is gravity? Oh, so you deny. But you don't even know what it is that I'm quote denying. It's crazy, man. They do this all the time. Gravity, refraction, down all the way down the line. Oh, you don't believe in this, that, and the other. Well, what is this, that, and the other? Can you define that thing for us, please? Oh, you can't. So what is it that like what am I supposed to be denying if you don't even know what it is then? I think you got a problem. So yeah, that was just a recording for anyone listening in if you're new here. Not sure how we do things when it gets quiet or if there's not a host. We'll just stick on an old recording or a clip, song, that type of good stuff. But I'll be here maybe I'll clock in for 20 minutes or so, see if we can get the panel jumping. I got some grub. So, and we're losing people, so maybe we won't kick off, but we'll see. But shout out to Ashley, shout out to Christlike, shout out to Globus, Liquid, Migo, Wego, and Platter. It's just us, folks. It's just us. Yo, Platter says in the chat. Well, let's see where things go tonight. It is 10. Oh, go ahead.
Hey, what's up?
Migo, Wego.
Yes, that's me.
Yes, sir. Yeah, well, let's see where this panel, let's see where things go. It's 10:30 at night. I got some food. About to put my feet up. Pressure Fit's about to go live with the ladies here in 20 minutes. So we'll see how things go here. So how you guys doing though? I haven't seen any Globies today besides I think we spoke to Jair recently and Byte has joined the panel. Welcome 3D. Got a nice little panel.
Yeah, I was just watching the live stream, but there was nothing happening.
Yeah, it's been kind of quiet, but you know,
okay.
I got y'all. I'll clock in for a little bit.
Probably they're studying some new tricks.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. If they were smart, they would study the film that we've had laid out for years. They still don't even know what the arguments are anymore. They forgot. Yeah, I got some grubby dubby. Just to riff off of that last clip a little bit more. Oh, so you deny refraction? I think it was Timbo, if I'm not mistaken. He did the right thing there. Oh, define it. Did you guys hear that? You guys probably noticed the crickets.
Yeah.
We heard crickets for like 3 minutes, 3 seconds. It was quiet. He goes, well, I don't have to define it. Because he can't. He doesn't know how. And Paul SG30 has joined the panel. Welcome. But that's a really good tactic. It's not a dirty move either. If someone punts something into the conversation like gravity, just ask them to define it. Do they even know what it is? This thing that they're punting into the conversation, because they'll punt it in, even if they don't know what it is. They expect you to sort of, catch return it. But most people don't know what it is. So like things like gravity, they'll punt that right into the conversation. Oh, so you don't believe in gravity? What is it that you want me to believe in? Define it. I don't know. So I see Yair has joined the panel. Welcome back as well. I think it's just good to stick to things that you know. You don't have to be an expert. Oh, Fresh and Fit just went live. Let me put that in another tab here. Anyway, yeah, stick to what you know. If you don't know something, that's okay. Yeah. All right. So
whose task is it to define gravity? Like they can't do it.
No, they definitely can't. But they're going to expect you to believe in this thing that they can't even define.
Observe gravity, I mean, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The scientific method, man, starts with observation. We observe.
Right. We don't even observe it. Yeah, there you go.
I mean, the heliocentric model is the helios. What do you say? Senseless model or something. Doesn't make any sense. The centric, it can even go back biblical, like to biblical. A lot of people don't want to go that route because they don't believe, and that's fine. But I mean, if you do believe, you should be a flat earther, or at least a plane earther, or a rim, or something. Not a ball, a cartoon ball. We're not floating through space on a cartoon ball.
Hell no.
That's some stuff NASA comes up with our tax money, and it just doesn't make any sense. And all these ball earthers want to come up with some type of scientific evidence that doesn't point to anything because it's not even evidence. It's just theories, like gravity. It's just a theory. Nobody's proven gravity.
It's not even a theory. It's just an idea. Because if you want to have a
Right.
theory, you need to run that. You need to run that through the scientific method. They didn't do that, so the
mean-
best they have is ideas, bedtime stories.
If Newton was real, then he was a shield. That's all there really is to it.
Remember being shocked when I found out that Newton actually wrote more on theology than he did his scientific works.
Because that's where the business is going. I'm saying business. I'm lost for word, but that's where the money is in all the fake, pseudoscience. Because they can just keep coming up with whatever they want to. That thing out there in space. I see that's a light. It's 54 billion miles away, and it's right next to this. I mean, they can just keep making up whatever they want to, and it's pseudoscience. So that's where the money's at, because they can just keep doing it. I mean, all of the government agencies' flags portray a flat Earth. It doesn't really make any sense. Like, why they're even still talking about a ball Earth, or why anybody still believes in a ball Earth. Like, most people that believe in a ball Earth can't even tell you their own math.
I mean, I definitely fall into that category. I can't tell you the math. I'll just straight up admit it. I cannot tell you the math.
So you believe in a globe?
Yeah, I'm a glober.
Okay, so have you ever seen like one of the toy globes that they teach you about in school?
Yeah, well, I actually have one of the ones that I've got one here in the room. It's one of the ones from. Granted, it's from the 90s, so it's got.
Check this out. Check this out. Do this experiment. Put your point of view on one side of the globe and try to look at something on the other side of it. You won't be able to, right? And you can do that same experiment on the real Earth and probably see whatever it is that you wouldn't be able to see on your toy globe, because the Earth doesn't have any curvature.
So someone in Saudi Arabia would be able to see North America?
At a certain height, probably so. Not someone, but an instrument that could see that far. You see what I'm saying? But the fact that it would be on the other side of the Earth, that you would not be able to see it at all, no matter how high you got. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, and it wouldn't take very far for it to be on the other side of the curve if you do NASA's calculations. I'm not going to spit out any numbers and sound stupid. I mean, it's obvious. Like, if we're looking at observation, you could just see too far. See way too far.
I wonder.
There's mountain ranges that you can see between that are thousands of miles apart. If I need to, I'll look them up. I don't want to cause a fallacy. But, I mean, there's no way you should be able to see thousands of miles with a curvature formula. It's just, you shouldn't even be able to see hundreds of miles or even tens of miles. It's crazy. And there's no excuses. Either the Earth's bigger than what they say it is, or it's not a ball, period. It's not a ball 25,000 miles in circumference anyway. And we're definitely not spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, moving at what's 60,000 miles an hour around the sun. And the sun and all that's moving at what 600,000 miles an hour or something, 500 something thousand miles an hour around through the galaxy at over 1 million miles an hour. It's just not. I don't feel none of that. I don't see none of that, and neither do you. Observation. If that's the first step of the scientific method, then my experiment is just going outside, and I can see the stars are moving, and I'm not.
Yeah. Yeah. None of us sense the motion.
Nobody.
Yeah.
And you would. I mean, why wouldn't you?
Well,
if you got on top of a car that was moving down the road and the car stopped, you'd fly off of the car.
Oh,
because
yes.
the car stopped, right? But when the car cuts out hauling butt, it might sling you off the back of it. Well, our car, this Earth, is hauling butt. It should be slinging us off of it. And you can't show me an experiment where a ball holds water. So that's if you show me an experiment where a ball holds water, spinning and doing everything we're supposed to be doing, then I don't know. Maybe I would consider the ball, but it's definitely not a ball. And we're definitely not moving.
Do you
I
deny
remember-
the existence of gravity, sir?
For sure.
I remember I asked.
Sure.
Unless
Go ahead,
that's a
Jay.
fallacy. If that's a fallacy, then I guess I'll have to get kicked.
No, you're providing some good content tonight, brother. You're good. You ain't getting kicked anytime soon.
My thing was messing up earlier. They was talking about plate tectonics, and I couldn't get my system right. I had to go find my headphones. Sorry for that.
Go ahead, Jay. You want to say something?
Oh, so what? Y'all were talking about plate tectonics earlier?
Yeah, they were trying to prove globe with plate tectonics, and
Oh, I see.
yeah, please don't do
Yeah,
that.
I posted something in the lobby earlier. I was not trying to prove the globe, but I found something that I thought was interesting. But evidently, people here had already come across it. Someone was trying to take pictures of the horizon using a level.
Is it don't tell me it's the green table with the red level on it. Don't tell me that.
it was a yellow level on like a water horizon.
Okay.
Yeah,
Never
like a
mind
beach
then.
kind of. Yeah.
I was gonna say it better not be that freaking green table with the red.
No.
I don't know if
no.
you've seen that one before. It's like on a jaggedy cliff, some crappy table from the thrift store. Like it's just so funny.
Well, the pictures the guy took, and there was too much lens distortion after he stretched the vertical. So it at the end of the day, I'm like I would be curious to see this done, but with like a really really high quality camera.
Okay.
Because then you could theoretically measure whether or not there is any curvature once you stretch the vertical degrees.
Yeah.
Or zoom in if the camera is powerful enough to where you could zoom in a lot.
Yeah.
Cameras have just they're the ultimate proof of flat Earth, really, because it's. I mean, it just shows that you can literally see too far. Like that's crazy. Like if you could see over 10 miles in the distance, something's not right. Like, or let me rephrase that: from a certain height, if you could see 10 miles, you see what I'm saying? The higher you get, the farther you're gonna be able to see. If you're above every mountain, then you should be able to see pretty much everything because, you know, you're at that elevation where you're above all of the other land masses. So your vision and perception will be based off of that. So if you was hypothetically in space, yeah, you would be able to see the whole Earth, no matter what. So, like, I don't understand them saying that they can't get the whole Earth in a picture, and that's the reason why we don't have a real picture of the Earth from space, because that's crazy. Like, if you was on the moon, you would definitely be able to see the whole Earth, and I believe we're looking at the whole moon, whatever it is, when we're looking at it. We're not looking at a little piece of it at a time floating by. You see what I'm saying? Like, and that's how NASA portrays their photography as images created by a computer generator that takes snapshots that are in sequence, and then they takes all the snapshots and combines them together and creates the globe. But that's bullshit. If you get up there for real and look down, you're gonna see a bunch of flat land. That's what
Well,
you're
what
gonna see.
I would be curious. Now that you mentioned that, I'd be curious. What is the furthest recorded, like, distance that someone has taken with like a snapshot from high altitudes? Like,
Japanese satellite be taking snapshots, they say, but
The
Satelloon.
Guinness.
Satelloon.
I'm pretty sure
I
there's a
don't believe in
Guinness.
satellite. Yeah, go
Sorry,
ahead.
my bad. I was rumpusing you there. But I think the answer actually lies in the Guinness World Record book. I don't know if they still do it in books nowadays, but I believe the Guinness World, there's like a there's an entity that does long distance, like super long range photos, and they're not flat earthers or anything like that. And I know they have some pretty amazing footage. But I think the Guinness World Record is where the answer might lie. But really, if you think about it, it's the same for either side.
The farthest recorded distance we've ever been off of the Earth is the firmament. So if you find out where that's at, that's how far up we've been. That's how far up the farthest picture's ever been taken. If it's been to the point where it's its highest, or it's its highest. But
let's look it up.
Because obviously they're not getting past the Van Halen radiation up there. Now, see, they claim that they could get a spaceship past it. They couldn't get the astronauts past it. That's why we got space probes. But all the space probes I've ever seen were computer-generated images flying through space. And I don't see how anyone would believe it was a real satellite going out towards Mars or wherever, because it's obviously a cartoon. Like, it's insane.
Yeah, I think I found it. It's the Gaspard observation for you flat earthers out here. You might be familiar with it already, but so the furthest photographed sightline in the world is 443 kilometers from Pic de Finestrellas in Spanish Pyrenees to Pic Gaspard in the French Alps, almost 100 times further than what can be seen driving along the prairies and staring at the horizon. So 443 kilometers, let's convert that.
so that's from Spain into France.
Yeah, from
That's
Pic
pretty
de
impressive.
Finestrellas in the
Like
Spanish
200 miles.
Pyrenees to Pic Gaspard in the French Alps. Impressive. Let's see. Since I'm not a kilometer guy, let's just convert that. 275 miles. So, sounds pretty damn far.
Yeah.
But it is funny though. I'm thinking
How far
about
is the
how
moon
we get global. What, the moon?
Yeah, like by NASA standards, how far
They
is
say
the
a
moon?
250,000 miles, roughly 250,000.
250,000 miles.
Roughly.
Okay, so and how far is the sun?
They claim 93 million.
Okay. So they look the same size because they're how many times?
400.
Okay, and then they're how many times farther away from each other?
I think it's
400.
400. Yeah, I believe it's 400.
Yeah, yeah, it's
Something like
400
that.
times farther away the sun is than the moon is. So it's 400 times bigger than the moon. That don't make any sense. See, we can fit like so many million Earths inside the sun.
So they say. Yeah.
So the moon's smaller than the Earth. And see, none of their math
The moon's
makes
about
any
the
sense. A
quarter,
lot of it just
size.
kind of goes demonic.
Am I remembering that correctly?
I think you're right there. What the moon claimed, but man, like where they got all this stuff from in the first place is like mind blowing.
Euclid, huh? Somebody like that.
It's somebody's ladder. What's his name?
Oh no, I know the guy that come up with the parallax was tripping on some stuff. I think he's one with the sticks and stuff, ain't it? Archimedes. or
Oh
somebody.
no, that's a different guy. There's somebody's ladder.
That's the
Somebody's
mirror
ladder.
tower dude, right? Well,
That's that owl.
supposedly.
No.
Battle of Syracuse. Allegedly, he burned ships down with mirror towers, according to the legend, at least. He
Okay.
designed this.
Well, he might have been on to something. Lasers are flat Earth provers. Mirror towers sound kind of lasers to me. One thing's for sure, they're lying to us about what we're sitting or standing or riding on or whatever we think we're doing on it. They're lying, and people need to wake up to that. Like, regardless
But why
of
would they
what
lie?
I just went over it. Basically, NASA's making plenty of money, man, and the government is too. Everybody's government is making money off the lies. They're indoctrinating our kids. They're keeping us shield the heck out. Like, it's ridiculous, man. Like,
yeah.
I can think of a lot of reasons why the government would lie about a lot of things, and they have been proven to lie about a lot of
and look,
things.
biblically,
Well, that's honest of you.
biblically, the devil is a liar, right? And what would be the biggest lie you could think of ever? The heliocentric model that everybody believes in the whole world, except for probably indigenous people that's never seen another type of human, like on these islands that they just found. Like,
I've seen that.
like, and how do we got all these satellites and all this coverage of the Earth? I've seen the whole Earth from space. Of NASA's sending rockets up all the time. How come we can't like find 1,000 islands that we just found? Like, they're
shout out to Thousand Island
really?
Dressing.
Like, maybe if there was one island, I could see it. But 1,000 that we've never seen. Yeah, okay.
Oh,
well,
you're not talking about the North Central
that's
East.
self-disclosure is
No,
what it
the
is.
Japanese
It's
islands.
self-disclosure.
Have you heard about that, Jair?
I have
they
not
claim they
heard
found like 7,000 islands, like somewhere near Japan.
I mean,
and it's like, how?
Are they
That's
inhabited?
disclosure. That's extraterrestrials.
I don't think so.
Oh, okay. I was just curious.
I don't
'Cause that's-
think so.
That's really interesting.
I know. Well, the question is, like, if they claimed they got all the satellite imagery to take pictures of the Earth, and it's not like we missed anything, but we just found 7,000 new islands. It's like, hold on, wait a minute, where were they before on all the satellite imagery?
We didn't have good enough balloon technology yet. Our balloon technology wasn't good enough to get over there where them islands was, obviously, because the satellites are on balloons anyway.
I will say though, I do remember when half of my city was really blurry on Google Images, and it took them a minute to get good updated photos.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Then again, this was like 12 years ago.
A couple years ago, yeah.
Yeah. But for a while, like half of my city was just like
Satellite's got to move at 17,000 miles an hour around the Earth, but the Earth's already moving at 60-something thousand miles an hour. So there's no way.
Yeah, that's one of my biggest gripes is the moving Earth claim. Ain't no way this place is going anywhere. That's one of my, I ask people all the time, Jair, is do they think that buildings move? And the question has a little bit of a shock value to it. Like most people react in a weird way. Oh, why would you think that buildings walk on their own independently? Like that's obviously not what I'm asking. The context involves the globe Earth claim, which is that the surface of the Earth is rotating or moving or traveling through a galaxy or whatever. And so if you're in a building and that building's attached to the surface of the Earth, then well, if your position is that the Earth moves, then your position also involves you being in a building that is moving with the Earth.
Right.
And so
the globe Earth answer would be relative to the Earth, the building is stationary, but it is moving with the Earth. So yes, it technically is moving.
Right.
That would be the correct answer.
Yeah.
I prefer the joke you said that you get sometimes though about mobile homes. That's pretty good.
Oh, you heard me say that.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like the ones that are thinking on their feet. They're paying attention to the question. They'll say something about a mobile home. I always give those folks way more extra credit than ones saying like, "Oh no, that's a stupid question." Because really, all I'm doing is highlighting someone's worldview. Like, if you believe in the globe, that's your worldview. That's fine. There's no argument embedded in what I'm saying. It's not a gotcha. It's just pointing out that, yo, that's your position. You might not like it at the sound of it. Like when you first hear it, you're like, whoa, no, that's crazy. I don't think buildings move. But when you walk them through it, they go, oh, yeah, I do. I do think buildings move. And I just love that moment. I even got ChatGPT to do it. I'll put it in the chat so you guys can read it out.
Yeah, actually, I think I remember you. I actually saw that. You put it in the whatchamacallit, the VC chat.
Yeah.
The other day. It was pretty funny because you said it did the exact same thing that a lot of Globers do when you have that conversation with them.
Yeah, they do the exact. Oh well, actually, buildings don't move, and you're like, well, they move with the Earth, don't they? And they go, actually, yeah. You know what? They do move, and they're confident in both. They're confident in saying both of those statements, which I love it. So I'll put that in the chat for you guys.
Yeah, it's like right now, I'm sitting on my couch in my house, right? But technically, according to the globe model, while I am stationary relative to the Earth, I am moving at however many miles per hour the Earth is rotating right along with it.
Yep.
Rolling up off of it right now. Like if you were sitting in your car in neutral with no brake on, and the Earth was moving like they say it is, your car should be hauling butt in the opposite direction of the Earth.
Hauling butt. I love that.
Yeah.
Well, I actually wonder about that because if you were, would that be the case though? Couldn't you do an experiment inside a fuselage of a plane, as long as the plane were level and not accelerating rapidly or decelerating rapidly, and you had like a ball with you and you were cruising? Couldn't you put the ball down on the floor and the ball stay stationary?
Not if it didn't have nothing stopping it. If you took like a rug and put a ball on top of the rug and jerked the rug out from under it, that ball's gonna do some crazy mess and cut out. It's not gonna sit still. It's not gonna stay on the rug neither. It's gonna roll up off that joker unless you barely move it up out of there. But we ain't barely moving based on the heliocentric model. We moving. Like this ain't no. It's faster than you can imagine. Like there's no plane out there going as fast as most of them aren't probably going as fast as we're spinning, and that's just one thing. That's 1,000 miles an hour. The next level of speed is like 60,000 miles an hour. You see what I'm saying? And we're moving billions of miles a year. Like
that's true.
You You cannot fathom that. Like you do because you're indoctrinated. Well, not you, but people do because they're indoctrinated and they are taught this from an early age. The first thing you probably ever remember seeing is some planets flying above your crib while you was a baby, like with them little toys that fly around in circles. Some people might not have had those, and they're probably creative artists. They might have had sheep flying on theirs or something. But
is the 1,000
people
miles
are
per hour
indoctrinated.
happening? Is that happening at the surface, or is that happening at the core?
It's supposedly happening around the equator, and then that speed lessens as you go up or down. But this is the thing.
Okay.
Why? Think of why. Why would all the compasses point towards the north, and not like once you cross the north, it's gonna turn back and point back. It's not gonna like. What I'm saying is the north is the center, and it's the strongest magnetic point. So that's why compasses point towards it. And on the globe, it should change at the equator. In the center of where the North Pole and the South Pole is, it should flip and point towards the next pole, the next closest, strongest magnetic pole. But it doesn't do that. It just gets weaker throughout time as you get closer towards what the South Pole, in quotes, is. And that makes it. I can't put my words in there right now.
I'm
but
grasping what you're saying, though. I understand what you're saying. I didn't actually know that about compasses. Granted, I've never been south of the equator in my life, so I've never been able to test that. But I didn't know this.
No matter what, they always point north, and then the signal basically gets weaker the farther you get from the North Pole. And that's because, I mean, obviously there's a big magnetic rock in the North Pole. But I don't know if we get into that on here. I'm more or less a conspiracy theorist, so y'all have to hush me up sometime.
Though I didn't know that about compasses south of the equator.
Well, some maps portray like the older maps. Some show like the North Pole after a ring of, ice, kind of like what's in the South Pole. There's actually liquid flowing water and an oasis, like rivers coming out from the center of the North Pole, and a big black rock, basically magnetic mountain in the center of it. And they say that a lot of people claim that may or may not be the Garden of Eden or whatnot, or where, it's not all ice in the Arctic and Antarctic or whatever.
Yeah.
Because like Admiral Byrd, when he claimed that he flew his planes and his missions or whatnot over the South Pole, and he's seen land masses the size or bigger than America. He said this on national television before they could stop him. He didn't know any better. Or I guess he probably did. I'm sure he did, but he just messed up, and he said it out loud. And that's when they made the Antarctic Treaty, and that's why we can't go to the South Pole now, because you can't get past the Antarctic Circle. They'll turn you around with military boats and stuff will stop you before you get to Antarctica. You could pay so much money to go down there and spend like a week and see the penguins or whatever you want to do, but you can't explore. You can't go anywhere and actually see anything like for yourself. And it's like $25,000 just to go see a penguin. So they make it, pretty hard to go explore. And I don't understand why, if the Earth was a globe, and all of these scientists that are on TV or whatever, I don't want to name drop, but people that deny flat Earth and are advocates for the globe and are against flat Earthers but won't debate us, they all claim that what was I saying? They all claim that the Earth's a globe and that the South Pole is just for research, and they got different all the countries got their treaty down there to do peaceful research, and they won't let us go. But there ain't no land masses, and all that's fake. But they won't let us go look. You see what I'm saying? And if they would, then that would just shut us up. But why won't they? You get what I'm saying? I
understand. There's definitely probably some politics involved. I would also think that just going and trying to explore Antarctica on our own, though, would probably be dangerous. I don't know. Maybe that could be my global biases kicking in, but I would imagine that it's they call it the largest desert, even though it's all ice because nothing really grows there. It's larger than the Sahara, so you could get lost really easily, and evidently it can reach temperatures of negative 80 degrees Celsius in some areas, which is enough for natural dry ice to form. So, I would be a little nervous if I were trying to.
It's colder in other places on the Earth, I believe, than it is in Antarctica on average. I'm not sure. I'll have to look it up, and I may be lying, but I believe that there's places on Earth that are colder than the Antarctic. It's not the coldest place on Earth. But,
That's interesting.
and on average, it's really like there's places that I think fall above freezing at certain times of the year in Antarctica. It's not all. It's not all a big block of ice like what they talk about. Now there is an ice wall. There's a big ice wall, and that's like when who was it that circumnavigated the Earth in the boat? Columbus, or who was it? It wasn't Columbus. Who circumnavigated the Earth? I don't know my history. I know one thing. Antarctica is supposed to be 15,000 miles in circumference, something like that, around about. If you judge it by the the globe model, but when they tried to go around it in a boat, it took them 3 times longer than what it should have, and they estimated 60,000 miles in circumference instead of 15. And they still never got around back to where they started. So what were they going around, and what are they basing their 15,000 mile circumference on? Like,
so I'm looking up the coldest place on Earth right now, and the current record is held at it's the eastern. Evidently, it's the eastern Antarctic Plateau in Antarctica. Negative 94 degrees Celsius was the recorded temperature, which is equivalent to minus 144 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, I don't know. I don't know who exactly took those measurements, but that was just based on a quick Google search. That's what the claim is right now for the coldest place on Earth. It was some point in the eastern plateau.
sorry, my son, he come to my door. That's how they explain gravity in school. They take a bucket of water and spin it around, and when the water stays in the bucket, when they're swinging it around, they call that gravity. Now, if you take the bucket and you turn it around and swing it around with it pointing outwards, it'll sling the water out. So what is that? Anti-gravity? I just figured out 0-point energy, I think.
Yeah, it's probably not the best model to be using, because, like you said, you can.
That explains inertia, is what that explains, and inertia can kind of explain relativistic momentum, kind of like the area around the object moving is relativistic momentum, and that would like be what what we experience on a moving Earth, the area around the object that's moving. And anytime you observe that on a moving object, stuff around it is ejecting from it, or dispersing. He's getting away from that moving object because the object is moving. You see, unless you're part of that object, and we're not part of the Earth, it's it's going to leave and leave the area and the objects in that area and go away. Like the Earth would leave us no matter what. Gravity is just to explain that. That's how they explain why we're sitting on a moving Earth. They made up a fake term called it gravity, and so that's why we're stuck here.
Yeah, it is more model based from what I can gather.
The apple fell on Newton's head, and he said gravity. That's how we got the word, and then that didn't really happen. So, he just came up with it, and yeah, that's the model. I mean, downward force at what 8? I can't remember the numbers, but it's downward force is what they claim gravity is. But there's no downward force. Balloons fly. Why ain't balloons stuck to the ground?
Yeah, the whole idea of it being a force is...
And see, density and buoyancy is key. Because, like, say you take an apple and a BB. Which one's heavier?
An apple and a what?
A BB out of a BB gun?
Oh, yeah. Obviously the apple.
Okay. Well, throw them both in a pool of water. What happens? What happens to the BB?
Yeah, I'm not sure what happens to the BB. I've never... Did they float or not?
A metal ball can be used as a weight for fishing. Do you understand what happens when you use a weight for fishing? That keeps you... Okay.
Yes.
So a metal ball is a BB. If you throw it in the water, what's going to happen?
You sink.
Okay. And if you throw the apple in the water, do you know what would happen there?
Yeah, they float.
Okay. But which one's heavier?
Well, the apple is heavier.
Okay. Well, what makes stuff sink in water?
It's mostly buoyancy.
Right. So why isn't the apple sinking just like the BB, even though it's heavier? Because gravity should be pulling the heavier object down, right? You see what I'm saying? But because the apple isn't as dense as the water, or as dense as the BB, it floats.
Right.
But it's more dense than the air, so it doesn't fly. See what I'm saying? It just stays. It stays neutral because of electromagnetics.
Yeah,
like,
if
you charge that apple a certain direction, positive or negative, it really wouldn't matter because you could change polarity. But if you charged it, it would react in a way like, say, it's sitting in the water. If you charged it a certain direction, it may sink into the water, or it may float up out of there. Theoretically, I haven't never experimented with floating objects using that type of technology, but supposedly you can charge an object to a certain frequency and it will lift itself up off the ground because the ground is a neutral ground. So
interesting.
And they do have experiments where they have done that, but like, I'm a skeptic, so I haven't seen it for myself, but I'm pretty sure they built the pyramid somehow. And I don't believe it was by hand or giants or none of that, because I don't care if you're 8 foot tall. I don't think you're picking up one of them trillion-ton blocks. I don't care. They were using some kind of technology, or they knew how to resonate frequency in a way that the vibrations would lift objects from the ground. And gravity would just not care about none of that. If you had weight and mass, you would be stuck to the ground. Period. Which most of us are. But you can get up off the ground with the right buoyancy. Wings on an airplane, so.
Yeah, or kind of like how we float in water.
Mm-hmm.
exactly.
Yeah.
But you can float by breathing in too, and that displaces the air in your chest, causes you to float.
Yeah, exactly. If you have a lot of air in your lungs,
But that'll make you
it's
fly.
almost impossible to sink if you have enough air in your lungs. Is what I found, for me at least.
That's right. If you get, but that's the reason why things either fly or don't fly. It's not because of gravity's holding it down or gravity ain't. Because that'd be the fact. Like you're defying gravity every time you lift off. Every time if you jump, that's a defiance of gravity. You see what I'm saying? And this is the thing that if you show one fallacy in somebody's model, then the whole model's scratch. And globe really can't be proven. Period. Well, it can't be proven. Period. I mean, there's no other way to put it. If it could be, there'd be some broke people out here that got big money on somebody to prove the globe, and they seem to be doing all right.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, you'd have to like.
It's a belief. At the end of the day,
Yeah.
it's a religion. It's a religion. Yeah.
The only way to really prove it is to go up and see it for yourself, right?
Right, and which
Or
we've
not.
done. For the most part, we've done. Is the only thing we haven't seen for ourselves is what they won't show us, and they've seen it. They've seen it. They probably ran into the firmament out there at the edge, and I hope I'm wrong about that. I hope that maybe it keeps going. I hope it's an infinite space, but I'll never know probably because they'll never tell me, and I'll never benefit from it either way. But I would like to think that it's a lot bigger plane than what we believe it is, and there's a lot of extra land out there, and there's a lot more going on than what they got us in like a zoo. I mean, I could show you where you could take and cut out whole sections of land mass and still fold it around and make it look like the Earth looks on Google Earth. Like you could take out whole countries and.
Well, you're talking about something really interesting, in my opinion, at least, because what you're doing essentially is it's a very similar. In a way, it's very similar to what Globers do with space, right? Oh, no one knows what's beyond the cosmic event horizon. It could go on forever and ever and ever, infinitely. But it's a similar concept, but now it's about land, right? Just the plane could theoretically go out forever and ever, infinitely, for all we know, right?
When you take and you look out into the stars, what direction are you looking?
Well, from the perspective of Earth,
from anywhere. Okay. Well, and you look up, so you're trying to see something in space. Why do they got all the satellite observatories, big ones? Most of them are pointing out. None of them's pointing straight up. You would think they'd be pointing straight up so they could see out into space, but they're pointing out like towards. I don't know. I guess they're trying to use escape velocity on their line of sight. I don't know what they're doing, but they're trying to get around the curve with their satellites. I mean, not satellites, excuse me, telescopes, big observatories.
You're talking about the big observatories that they've got in like Alaska and
Yeah, in Hawaii and all them. They're not pointing up. They're pointing
aren't
out.
they like at an angle, like a 45-degree angle or something?
Why would you do that? What would be the point in looking outward when you could just get a bigger, more fish-eyed lens and look straight up and see everything? I mean, you could see everything that was on your side of the earth, I guess, if you believe that it's a ball, because you wouldn't be able to see the bottom side of the earth, but that doesn't make any sense either. It's kind of like when you see the moon and the sun during the day at the same time. Like that shouldn't happen. it,
or when you see Venus after twilight sometimes.
But what do you see when you're looking at Venus? I know a fella that sees nothing but dogs whenever he looks out in telescopes. Everything he sees out there is a dog. And ain't that called some type of pareidolia? Yeah, you can see whatever you think or whatever they're telling you're looking at, but it may not be what you're really looking at, you know?
Yeah,
And I can
have
look
yet
at the
to.
stars and see dogs and all of them too. You know, and that's if I wanted to, or if that's what I had in mind, or like clouds. When clouds come by, certain people see shapes in the clouds. That's pareidolia, though. I don't believe when you
My
look
mom
at
sees
Venus.
all sorts of stuff in the clouds, and I'm like, I don't see it. Like she'll be showing me the picture, and I'm like, okay, it's an interesting looking cloud.
When you're looking at Venus, in my opinion, and this is an opinion, in my opinion, you're looking at some luminary, kind of like our luminaries out here, but that is in the firmament or beyond the firmament or whatnot, and that's what you're seeing an electrical light out there. Because I mean, it just looks like some interference going on. It doesn't look like what they describe an oblate spheroid planet or none of that. And like, it's definitely not the pictures you see. It
I
looks
have not
like
had the pleasure of.
it looks like a
being able
light
to.
behind water. If you shine a light through like some water and a lens, like a glass, it gives off that perception when you see something like that, or like in a rainy day when a light comes through your windshield and it kind of gives off it's just like a flash look. I can't explain it, like fireworks almost. When you see that from the light, that's
The refraction. Yeah.
well, refraction is when light hits our atmosphere, it refracts and comes down so we can see it, and it supposedly refracts at a 45-degree angle when it comes.
I think what you're trying to say is that it looks like cymatics with light, kind of, right?
Right. And but refraction that doesn't prove anything either. Like they try to say that too, but refraction is just light rays come from all different directions according to the source. It doesn't matter. And if the sun was 900 million miles away, however stupid amount of miles away, and it was bright enough for us to see it the way we do, then it wouldn't be coming in at any angle. It would just be bright all the time. Like everywhere would be bright. They say you can't see it in space, all the light like we do here, because it ain't hitting nothing to refract off of, basically. But that doesn't make sense either. It'd just be bright out there. It wouldn't be black like what they're talking. It's if the sun was as bright and as big as they say, it would light everything up. We wouldn't be able to hide from it. It's just, it doesn't work. But if you could take and do the experiment, take a light down a hallway and shine it down a long hallway and get, down on the ground level and look at it. It looks like a sun far away, and you can move it towards you, and it'll do a lot like what the sun does. It'll get brighter in certain areas, and the sun ain't that far away. If it was, it wouldn't get hotter when you get higher up in elevation. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, you get closer to the sun and it gets hotter, but it's 900 million miles away. 1,000 feet shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter. But they say it does. If the sun's 1,000 feet closer right now, it's hot. It's 100. No, that doesn't make any sense.
Well, they also say when you get to a certain point in the atmosphere, it gets cold.
Right. Yeah, that's the firmament. They're running into ice of their frozen oxygen. Do you know what color oxygen is when it freezes?
Isn't it like a very light blue?
That's it. And what color is the sky?
It's very light blue.
Yeah, only when we can see it, when the light's on it.
Yeah.
And the light should be on it all the time, is what I'm saying. Like, we shouldn't be able to hide from it. Like,
Well, when it comes to Venus, I have not yet had the pleasure of looking at it with a telescope yet. I say yet because one day I'd love to give that a try. Just one of those personal telescopes. I've heard that
get one that isn't like, I would try to get one before technology if you really want to look at something, because like if it's got chips in it or if it's got a computer program with it, I'm telling you, NASA's making plenty enough money. They can do whatever they want to with computer programming and all that. They can make you see whatever they want you to see in that telescope. I'm just saying, I don't trust anything. I might
So
sound like
you would only accept it if it was, or you would only trust it if it was like an old school telescope that you just
or
saw
maybe
through
certain brands. Maybe if I built my own and I made my own my own program for it. And
That makes sense.
I put the data in myself. But all these people that are drawing the Earth now, and they're drawing the Earth off of data that they're given from somebody, and that supposedly came from a satellite. And I mean, I can give you any data and tell you to draw these numbers, depict these numbers as what read this code and draw it, and it'll be a bunch of numbers, and they know that means draw the marble Earth. You get what I'm saying? And like they can,
yeah.
Why has the Earth changed? If you look at pictures of the globe, supposed real pictures throughout the years they've taken them, the actual size of the land masses changes, and the positions they sit in changes. Like which one's the real one? It doesn't make any sense. Like throughout the years, the Earth just changes like that. I understand that globe Earthers believe that it started off with Pangea or whatnot, like one supercontinent, but that didn't happen throughout the 19th, 20th century.
No.
And that happened over millions of years. That never occurred. But that's the thing. Even like with carbon dating, it doesn't work with the new dead. They claim that old stuff died, and they can date the half-life of the carbon in the old life forms or the old rocks or whatever, but they can't replicate that on newer life forms. Like it doesn't make any sense. They don't know their half-lives. They don't know what it's according to the environment that something is in on which it decays, and that's any element. Carbon isn't going to decay any faster, carbon's going to decay or not decay faster or slower depending on the environment it's in. It's going to change. It's not going to stay the same all the time. And they're using that, like saying that no matter what, carbon is going to die or age at a certain rate no matter what, and it doesn't. It's random. It's according to its environment.
Well, they did an old study one time where they got I forgot what kind of fossil they had, and they took it to 5 different universities to get it carbon dated, and it turned out that none of them were even close. Not even close. One labeled it at 20,000 years. Another person labeled it at a freaking who knows. It was just none of them were even close enough to be this is the best guess. They were all so off.
Bullshit. Just straight up. Now radioactive elements do have half-lives, and you can observe their half-life. Like cobalt 60, it every so many months, 6 months or so, it drops half its potency. So say you're radiating something in cobalt, every 6 months you got to up the time so many minutes, or you got to multiply it by 2 basically to get the same effect on the product. So that does radioactive or charged substances do have half-life. They lose their charge over time. but you could charge them back up, you know. But
Okay, so what you're saying is there could be events that happened that we are not taking, or the people who are measuring the half-life, the carbon-14, can't take into account or couldn't know about, and that could be skewing their results.
No, these things are not going to grow potatoes, bro. I think I'm just going to. I don't know. I'm probably going to take.
You could grow potatoes anywhere on a flat Earth.
Sorry, dude. Unbelievable. I got freaking these potatoes started, and they're sweet potatoes, dude. And I didn't know they like sweet potatoes grow like a vine. So I started some, and I'm thinking they're going to grow in the pot that they're in, like every other potato. I've been growing stuff my whole life, and I can't believe I'm an idiot. They send out runners, and then they dive down in the ground, and then that's where the potatoes, sweet potatoes, and like stuff. That's how they work. They're not like a red potato or something else. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been blurting out stuff. I apologize.
You're fine. I thought you were rebuffing what I was saying at first, and then you said potato, and I was like, "What?" I was really confused for a second there. But
sorry, guys.
Tomatoes. They're round, you know, but they won't hold water on them. They don't have a half-life carbon dating on them. Neither. Nobody's ever carbon dated a potato, probably.
well, I imagine that. I don't know
They
what
got carbon atoms in them because we're all carbon-based. But
what is the oldest fruit or vegetable that has been fossilized. I wonder. It's an interesting.
Can't believe anything the Smithsonian says about it. So, I mean, I guess you could up to like maybe 100 or 200-300 years ago, but yeah. If it's before the Bible, or maybe if they say that the Apocrypha is before the Bible, if it's before the books that Abraham and the Bible learned and believed in, if it's before the time of Egypt, like being the rulers of the world and the pharaohs and all that, then it's probably didn't happen. You see, because God created the earth in Genesis and all that. And I really truly believe that's what happened, because there's really not many books written before. I mean, some Sumerian text or something, you know, like take the oldest text. Take the oldest text. That's how old the earth is. Or around about. You know, give us time to learn to read and write. And then when we learn
Gilgamesh and stuff like that.
Yeah, but you know, dinosaur bones are fake. Show me one real one. Show me one real one. Show me one that I can take and I can test, and it'll be a real dinosaur bone. And how do they know? How do they know it's a dinosaur bone? They say that they found whole graveyards of elephants, you know, or not elephants, dinosaurs supposedly, and it doesn't make sense. Like, if there was dinosaurs or anything like that, or any big reptiles, they died during the flood, or if they couldn't swim, they died during that big flood, and that's where they get some of the.
I think that a lot of the dinosaur shit came around like the early 1700s. I don't know if you've ever seen this documentary. It touches bases with that real good. It's called The Bone Wars, and there is legit there's two guys that literally found like most of the dinosaurs that like exist, and they were just like.
Wasn't it the 1880s? Wasn't the Bone Wars the 1880s?
Around the 1800s, yeah. I don't know exactly the date, but it was around the 1800s. I know that, and that's when all the dinosaurs were being found.
Well, if you're looking
like
for
the word
a biblical...
the word dinosaur didn't come out until a certain date.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
then
and it,
it was like the Bone Wars are like all these museums trying to up the other museum, like to make a scarier, bigger thing. So some guy like brings in a freaking cow bone, a cow femur, and like he's like,
yeah.
this is the freaking upper freaking arm bone from the Grabosaurus Rex, you know, like
Let's make a bunch of
some
bones just to
nonsense. Yeah, let's make up some nonsense creature, you know.
just like cave people, like or the Aborigines people, I guess. Whoever wasn't human before us that would looked human supposedly in evolution. They're that's some crazy mess. They're almost human. They got a jaw like it. They just found a human jaw and was like, well, we're gonna say these bones and a bunch of bones here and there, and all these went with it too. And this is what she would have looked like, but it's not real, man. They're
Yeah,
just
even
taking.
the biggest skeletons,
They're not
e-
complete.
they're not complete, but even the biggest ones are not as big as a blue whale. So there is that aspect of it. In the
But the
Bone
whale
Wars,
is proportioned,
they
right?
never managed to either create or find, however, whatever your view on that is, anything larger than the current largest animal that lives, which is still the largest animal that we know of ever existing, which is just a blue
I
whale.
heard an interesting theory about like people that I don't know if you guys are like biblical, but not even biblical people only believe in a flood story. It's like worldwide, right? Like all these
Oh
other
yeah.
cultures have a flood story. If you think about it, if the world was ever flooded, it makes sense that you'd find whales like in places that you wouldn't expect them to be, you know, or big blue whales and shit like that. If
Like in Oklahoma.
That is true, and if you're, as far as whether or not dinosaurs existed, if you're looking for a biblical, if you're looking at it from a kind of more literal biblical perspective, for confirmation or not, there's always Behemoth.
I mean, I can find a
Behemoth
giant.
is described as that's kind of similar to some
Why
of the
they
larger.
suppress all the giants is what I want to know, and not the dinosaurs. Like they act like they've just been holding back this information. Now all of a sudden they're gonna start telling everybody that they finding giants. They've been found them. They found them back when they found dinosaurs, probably because giants were in the Bible. They spoke about the renowned men of old, and the giants. Basically, the Goliath was a giant.
if you dig deep enough, you can literally find on the newspaper articles from the like early 1900s here. They're founding these giants all over like everywhere, all over the United States. All the big mounds that are in
Yeah,
India,
they
they're
uncovered. They uncovered them, like building the railroad. They say they uncovered, 3 or 4 big ones, this and that. Has anybody seen that painting where it's like a war painting where the guy's riding a dinosaur in the battlefield? Have you ever seen that?
That's wild.
Yeah, he's like riding this dinosaur looking thing. It's like an old painting. I have no idea, like when it's from or anything, but it's not like it looks. It looks like he's riding like a little T-Rex looking thing.
That's my
Yeah,
only
like a
problem.
raptor.
Is a T-Rex couldn't physically move.
Right. Yeah, it's nonsense.
Head is way too big. And then like what is
Right. The one guy that
it couldn't eat.
yeah, he studied their right. He studied the one like the layout of them. He said the only way they could really crawl is if they were like a kimono dragon, you know.
Right. And I mean still that doesn't make any sense. That's insane. A long neck wouldn't be able to swallow his food before it died. Like that's crazy. They just it's a way to make money. If I say I found a dinosaur bone or a whole pile of them and they're legit, then guess what?
Could
I'm
you
getting
make
them.
the same argument about a giraffe, though? Kind of.
Well, giraffes have issues. but they're not long necks. You see what I mean? You take the dimensions of a long neck versus the dimensions of a giraffe. I don't know what they are, but I imagine that the long neck's neck probably a good bit, few times longer than a giraffe's. And
So you're
then
talking
the
about like the really big ones that.
yeah,
That
I mean, what's
You're talking about the big ass Spinosaurus Rex, the one that Fred Flintstone slides down the thing from out of the quarry.
I got you. Yeah, those are pretty. Those are pretty long. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Those are pretty long.
Crazy to me, man.
And they evidently only ate plants.
Yeah, well, I mean, except for the sharp teeth ones. That's the thing. That's like people now drinking cow's milk, which I ain't gonna say I don't. But that's crazy because we're drinking milk for a 600-pound animal. And so why are we doing that? We should drink our mother's milk while we need it, and then that should be all the milk we should ever need. Once we get old enough to consume vegetables and fruits and juices, we should do that and probably not drink milk.
Well, it all started when people in the. Oh gosh, I'm not sure when. I can't remember when exactly it started, but when people started domesticating the wild aurochs, that's when that all started.
That fitness and intuition, all that changed when we started eating red meat. And that's when we started competing more. Like, if you believe in type of evolution. Now, me personally, I don't believe we're supposed to start eating meat. Our teeth aren't sharp. If we was in the wild, we wouldn't run up on something and grab it and rip it to shreds that was living. You see, we probably, if we didn't have no weapons or no way to shoot a deer or whatever, we would probably go and find some berries or some type of foliage that we could eat, and that would be all we needed because that's all we knew. Yeah, I don't know who told us to start killing animals and eating rotten meat, but we did, and a lot of us love it. I ain't gonna say I don't, but I have been trying not to eat as much of it because I don't believe that we were created for that. And we were definitely created.
I will admit, every time I see a video of somebody's pet pig doing really intelligent stuff and tricks and stuff like that, it makes me feel really awkward the next time I have a good piece of bacon. I'm just like, oh, now this is weird.
I mean, God told man that he could, have dominion over the animals or whatnot and be, name them and do what he will with it. He told them which ones that were right for eating and which ones wasn't, I reckon. But I don't know. I don't know that we were supposed to eat any of the animals. I don't see where you need meat. Like, he put all these vegetables out down here for us to eat. Like,
maybe back when like building like animals were bigger. I'm sorry, not animals. When trees were bigger and like fruit trees and stuff. Like maybe it was maybe the fruit was like more like it was more nutritious or something. Like going back to like Garden of Eden type crap, like like better stuff. Better soil,
It's like permaculture. You can do certain things to make your harvest, better. Like they're doing funny things with electricity. They're using antennas and frequencies and stuff, and running their wires into the ground and using that, like using the frequencies to make their plants have different, they yield different. Like, just to see, like, basically experimenting with electricity in the soil to see what is going to happen. And they're having mixed results, but I haven't heard any bad ones. Some not as good as others. Like, oh yeah, I've seen a difference. My plants are a little bigger since I'm doing this. But they're doing things like taking material, like say some people are taking dead trees, like certain limbs or whatnot, wrapping copper wire around them and burying them in a certain area near their garden, running a lead from the copper wire to an antenna. And for every like so many feet when you go up, there's a potential for so many volts to rise when you go up through our atmosphere. So that antenna takes the voltage that it gains on whatever height you put it and puts a certain frequency back into the ground, and it causes the plants to react, and they like it for some reason.
It's a little tiny.
If my memory
hair
serves right, I think
wire.
it's 100 volts per meter.
And see, that's where the free energy, like Tesla talked about, comes from. Like people don't realize all these old buildings with the big like metal rods coming out the top of them aren't lightning rods like to like. I don't believe that they were using those to like shield from the or like to protect something from lightning. They were using it to harness the energy from the air, and it didn't have to be lightning. And lightning would just cause it to overheat, and that's probably what happened in a lot of the situations when lightning did get around one of them systems. It probably burned it, and that's the reason why they don't use it anymore. Tesla was smart, but he was about to burn the earth, I believe. But
I was trying to say I wrapped a matchstick in like this thin little copper wire and shoved it in this cucumber plant I was growing indoors, and like it freaking did really good. It did really good. I didn't like test it between two.
right. I thought about taking me a little plot of land and digging up a few spots and putting some old, like busted, it don't really matter, speakers in the ground and running me some leads off of them. And then either hooking them to a small voltage battery or some type of small continuous voltage, switch like transformer or whatever, so they put off a vibration inside the ground at all times and see if that did anything.
So is this the real paraplegic, or is just this a fan of the coffee guy?
What do you mean? This is the real paraplegic or the coffee guy? I am one and the same.
You're the one in the same. Oh, nice. That's awesome. Nice to meet you.
Right. Yeah. I do coffee, and yeah, that's my company.
Oh, sweet. That's pretty awesome. I love watching Austin. Watching Owen roast the shit out of everybody. You in particular is hilarious.
Yeah. It's pretty funny.
The door's been closed since Luke come out here and opened it, and I guess the alarm was set on it because when he opened it, the alarm went off, and I couldn't find the keys, and I shut the door then.
Paul, I think you're hot micing, friend. Yeah, you had it. There you go. Yeah. What was he saying earlier? He was saying something about, I can't remember. I was going to jump in when he said something about cataclysms or whatever, or I think he mentioned something about the Bible, but I think this place has been built up and smashed away a few times. I was going to mention this letter to Solon. I don't know if anybody's heard this. The Egyptian priest writing a letter to the Hellenes. I don't know if you know anything about history, but he mentions how it's been built up and knocked down by many different things, fire and water. Super interesting. What do you think? I like this line. He says, see if I can find it. The priest says, "O Solon, Solon, you Hellenes are never anything but children, and there is not an old man among you." Solon in return asked him what he meant. He replied, "That in mind you are all young. There is no old opinion handed down among you by ancient tradition, nor any science, which is hoary with age." That's a good word, isn't it? Hoary. Hoary with age. And out of many causes, the greatest have been brought about by agencies of fire and water, and the other lesser ones by innumerable other causes. Anyway, I could keep reading, but it's interesting. Need to get Indio in here.
Sorry, I'm listening. I'm just multitasking.
No, it's all good. It's difficult to have a conversation on your own. Paraplegic, tell me about Owen. I'd be interested to hear.
Say a paraplegic.
If Indio's coming in, he'll come in. Wait, there's no point messaging him.
Yeah, give me a minute. I'm in the middle of something. I'll come back in a minute.
All right, dude. No worries.
So nice to have a conversation with people that literally want to learn something. You know, some of these globe earther people, they just want to call or create fallacy basically. They want to just say, "Oh, that person's an idiot," because the Earth is obviously not flat. We've known this for hundreds of years, but they don't have any evidence to back up their claims. Whereas we flat earthers, we have all the evidence, and the burden of proof isn't on us because observationally, we're not moving. Everybody can agree on that, I believe. Even the globe earthers, it doesn't feel like we're moving. We can't observe the movement, so the burden of proof is on them, and they can't.
The problem is that science, well, not science, I'm not going to call it science because it's not science, but the people that claim to be doing science have taught us a way to like look at the world, the natural world, where it's through like theories and things like that, right? That's part of science, but they don't actually do natural science. They do a lot of theoretical physics, right? Or a lot of theoretical ideas where they can't really prove things, but the math checks out. That's not even nothing to do with science, you know. And that's the problem we have, is that you have all these people that have been programmed to think a certain way. So when you try to bring up anything that's a new topic or a new discovery, they block out because it doesn't fit how they've been taught. And also, not just that, but they want a model. Like, they'll be like, "Where's your model?" You know, like, which, to be honest, like, what flat earthers, we don't even want to do a model. Like, we don't even believe in that shit, right? Like, why would you need a model?
We're trying to break the mold. Like, yeah, I hope it is a globe. Prove it. You know,
because like you can make many models. Like the geocentric model was there before the globe Earth one. Oh, sorry, not globe Earth, heliocentric model. And it's just based on observations of things that we don't know how far they are, but they claim they have ideas, right? And it's like they make these ideas and models mathematically work on a model that is like a geocentric model where the Earth's at the center and everything's revolving around it. And then you could do the inverse where it could be like a concave and things will work there. So yeah, you can make a model like fit mathematically if you really wanted to, I believe.
You could make a formula for everything.
I mean, I could give you a formula of how many times unicorns fart. You know.
Exactly, and then theoretically, unicorns are farting
How many
somewhere.
times?
Oh, I said I could make it. I just haven't.
I mean, X, add the variables. It's crazy, and all their math is made up. Like even the people in the fields, no, they claim how stagnant everything is. For 75 years, we've been working on the same theory in physics, and that's crazy. Like, come on, man. Some of the best minds in the world are having to work on a topic that is theoretical instead of putting a person that could probably heal someone, homeopathically of cancer on doing that. They got them proving that there's a globe by proving there's billions of miles between us and the sun, or proving that there's a parallax on this side of the sun from that side of the sun, and that's how we know how far the sun is between us and there. See, they just keep on with all this nonsense mess to fill your head and think, oh well, I don't need to know none of that. Somebody else knows all of that. It's a bunch of smart people that know all of that. I don't got to worry about it. They don't worry about it for me. So I just believe whatever the scientific community says and go with that. But what they're even saying is the Earth's flat and we can't prove it's round. Einstein said it. There's no possible way from our point of view to prove that the Earth is moving because it's not. But it's observing everything is flat and non-rotational, man. If it was moving, you should be able to hover in a helicopter and travel without moving the sticks, because the Earth should move up under the helicopter. See what I'm saying? But we've never observed anything like that. If you flew up and hovered in one spot, you would stay in one spot. Like, that's crazy. Balloons aren't flying because the Earth's moving either. They're just flying off. I mean, like, they're not. You can let two go, and they might go in different directions. It's all according to which way the wind's blowing. If the Earth was moving 1,000 miles an hour in one direction, then all the wind would be going in that direction. And the flight paths, they claim that it's faster to go in a certain direction with the spin, but it's really not. If they come straight back, you would never get back. You see, if it took you 3 hours to go with the direction of the spin of the Earth in a plane to a destination, and you had to come back, it should take you 6 hours, but you should technically never get there unless you're going twice as fast. You see, like, you'd have to be going 2,000 miles an hour in the opposite direction to outrun the Earth and then get back, like, in a timely fashion. You'd never get back. Like, we don't have planes fast enough to travel in the opposite direction of the Earth's spin, and they do it all the time.
Their argument is that the atmosphere spins at the same rotation as the Earth, but if you start to think about it, like what is the atmosphere, right? It's air pressure, right? Pressure is moving in all directions, right? Constantly. It's not like think about it. It's always bouncing off objects in order for the pressure to even exist. That's how it works. So it makes no sense. And even in their model, like, let's just go into their model, like their whole idea. At the thermosphere, the air would speed up. It would increase. The atmosphere would increase because the temperature. In the thermosphere, it's like 2,000. I forget how many degrees it is, but it causes the particles to heat up, and actually they surpass the speed of what they claim gravity is. So by that definition, there shouldn't even be like pressure. By some point.
Gas by itself doesn't create pressure, and there's got to be some type of barrier, something's holding in the pressure, or there is no pressure.
You see, and the vacuum is opposite of pressure. And it's like, say you got a gas can, and there's fumes in the gas can, gas fumes, and you took a vacuum cleaner and you put it in the gas can. It's gonna suck the fumes out. If you put it in the liquid, it's gonna pull the liquid out from up in it. You see what I'm saying? If a strong enough vacuum will pull the liquid out without putting it in the liquid. And space is the strongest vacuum ever, supposedly. How? Without a firmament holding everything in.
I will say this, like I'll argue their point because they'll tell you that it actually doesn't suck. You know, it's just there's no pressure. Like it's absent of pressure, right? That's what they'll claim.
What's the definition of vacuum?
No, I know what the definition of vacuum is. I'm just saying that's the argument. Even from like mainstream, they'll say that a vacuum actually doesn't suck. It's just there's just no pressure up there.
I'm sure I could prove globe earth better than a globe earther. I'm positive of that. But I still couldn't do it. You see, even with their claims, it would be hard for me to give a proof of globe earth, like without fallacy. Because I mean, obviously, I would have to say some theoretical shit. Like, flat earthers don't go for the theoretical. Like, I can literally, once I can't see the boat over the horizon anymore, I can pull it back into focus with a strong camera or a telescope or whatnot. So, is it going over the horizon or not? And I'm not seeing a mirror refracted image. You can't replicate that experiment. You can't show me where I'm seeing an image through gas, like it doesn't make sense. Like if you had a legit mirror, yeah, but that doesn't happen in the medium we're in. They're saying that you can see around the curve because of refraction, and that's not true. That would mean
somebody just said the thermosphere. What did they say? How much is the thermosphere? What's the model? It's like freaking
about 3,000. The temperature's about 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, I believe.
How high up is that?
Think about that. Like, doesn't the higher you go, it gets colder? Like, isn't that kind of weird? And then like space is supposed to be like freezing, like, but there's this like area where all of a sudden it gets 2,000 degrees for like just one layer.
It's the complete opposite of what it really is. It's the lie. It's the heliocentric model. It's
in water. Like I know it isn't whatever Sunday, speculation Sunday, but I mean when the dude what's his name? Picard took that little trip in his little bath, is like he started like researching bathyspheres and like underwater stuff after that little trip he took, and said the Earth had upturned edges and shit. You remember that? Picard's little trip. Do you know what I'm talking about? Does anybody know?
Yeah, I know what you mean. He went,
1913. Yeah, he's zipped up in his little helium balloon, but it had a sealed whatever. They said it lost pressure, and he poured orange juice in the crack, and it froze. And they left them for dead. They thought they were dead or something. But yeah, that was that one that was in that Popular Mechanics magazine or whatever he's talking about.
It was impressive for the time, but he didn't really go with that.
Yeah, well, then he got back from doing that, and then he was like, apparently, I mean, obviously, I haven't read a bunch of his papers or anything, but they say he started researching like deep sea stuff, or I don't know. That's why everybody thinks space is water. Like, that's one of the reasons why people think it is, and probably 'cause astronauts have snorkels. But everybody knows why they have snorkels. Whatever.
Yeah, it's interesting how there's deep underwater currents, and there's also obviously currents in the sky as well. I think that's kind of interesting. But he didn't really go high enough. Well, he went to 50,000 feet ish, which is impressive for the time, but it doesn't really help with this argument, I don't think. But yeah, he said he looked like a plate with upturned edges, didn't he? That's what he said, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I know a guy that he's a freaking old Marine, and he flew with a freaking SR-71 pilot, and both of them say they saw the curvature, and I'm just like, man, you could, like, if you're really high up, like, obviously Neil deGrasse Tyson would agree, but if you're high up and you happen to freaking, this is all speculation, by the way, if you happen to see, like, the edge, and it's freaking curved, I don't know, and plus you're looking through glass, so, you know.
That does distort their view. The glass that they're viewing, because it's not like flat, it's curved.
Right.
That will distort the light coming in.
I mean, also, like, like, you learned it your whole life, man. Like, it's like the brainwashing will just have you it'll have you looking for it. You know how many people freaking say they look out over the ocean, they can see the curve? That's just nonsense. They'd be like, yeah, I can see it. Like, yeah, it's curved.
Yeah, because everybody's been taught that the limit of your vision, not like that. Obviously, they weren't taught like that, but what is the limit of your vision is what they would call the curve. You know?
Oh, yeah, I'm not even talking about that. I'm not even talking about like stuff going over what they think is the edge. Or the horizon. I'm talking about people saying they see a curve. Like, you know, they could be up in a plane, they could be out in the dang ocean, and some people are like, oh yeah, see, it's like, I mean, you know, like water's clearly flat. I don't know. It's freaking so absurd when you think about it. Like, I think a really good way to put it is, like, if you think you can see around corners, like that, I don't know why that sounds so much better. It sounds so much stupider. Like, oh, you think you can see around corners? Like, what? Like, it's the same damn thing. You literally think you can see around a corner. You think you can see around a hump. A hump, you know? Like, it's the same freaking thing. Like, yeah. It's not kind of silly. It's definitely silly. By the way, somebody asked me about Owen. I don't know why everybody thinks I know Owen. Like, I've hung out with Owen. I've only met Owen one time in Portland when I went to see him. But
well, that's one more time than I've met him.
Owen's a good dude. He's a good dude. He's I always call him a fag because he's a fag.
Because he rips the shit out of you.
Yeah. So, he's got a freaking really big head. He's freaking retarded. He's just jealous. I met him in freaking Portland, and he saw how good looking I was, and ever since then, he's been ripping on me. He's jealous.
Yeah, I just love the contrast, because I imagine most people, they treat you in a certain way, and I love just Owen's. You know, he does what you need. I often think about that with the Jays. You know, how he says, yeah, you see what I'm saying? Where he's like, friend to the Jew. He says things like that, but it's true. That's exactly what they need. That's what they need to be brought down to earth.
The whole world's just going crazy right now. It's like,
yeah,
you know, and I don't even think that the evil people that run the thing, you know, I don't even know. I don't even think they are, you know. They're just like the people that call themselves the Jays. Probably shouldn't even be talking about this stuff in here anyway. So,
well, you can't just say like, you know, you can't have a people you can't criticize, especially when they're doing horrible things.
I know, right?
It's ridiculous.
It's a mess. It's just like the sacred cow, you know. You gotta. Everybody deserves. You know, like why would one? You should be able to scrutinize everybody. You should be able to criticize everybody. You know,
exactly.
Shouldn't be any, and that's why. That's like something you wouldn't believe. Like if Owen's like ragging on me, like just messing around. Like, I've literally had people call me up and be like, "Dude, are you okay?" I'd be like, "Yeah, dude, yeah, fine. What the hell's wrong?" He's like, "Oh man, he was pretty like, yeah, words." I'm like, "I think I'll be okay."
Yeah,
You know?
I never got the feeling like you were crying at home. I got the feeling you'd be laughing your head off, like, you know.
Dude, you know, it's funny. Like, a lot of people are like, "Nah, he's just trying to he's just trying to sell coffee," and I'm like, it didn't start out like that. You know, obviously I try to sell coffee, but it wasn't like I didn't want to start a coffee company. It wasn't I was just like sharing coffee that I roasted with some friends. And then it went kind of crazy because I have really good coffee. That's just it. You know, all the slop that's out there is just so cheap and so it's just garbage. Like anything that you get at a grocery store is just awful. And
Well, I stopped caffeine in my 20s.
Oh my goodness! I knew I couldn't trust you. I could just freaking hear it in your voice.
I love the smell. Coffee, it smells so good. But I tell you, I watched this expert once, and he was talking. He was like in Cuba or one of these sort of countries, and you know he's had the whole deal. He's got the sandals and the long hair. You know, you picture the guy, and he was talking about how coffee has a shelf life of like a week. But you're supposed to drink it when it's alive. What do you think about that?
Well, all right. Like, what's interesting is, like, if you're talking about after it's roasted, I'll tell you what's interesting that I didn't think you could roast older coffee, but actually I've still got a little bit of a 2011 crop. It's amazing. I wish I had another bag of it. But coffee, it'll dry out the beans, but you can still roast it, and it's still amazing.
Yeah. Have you ever heard that though?
No, you're talking about roasted coffee. Like I've had people pull out my coffee after a year and tell me it tastes just as good as the day they freaking tried it. Now I don't know about like as far as like, are you talking about like medicinally? Because there's like medicinal qualities to it. I think that's what you might be referring to. Because did you just say live? You got to drink it while it's live.
Yeah, it's like I've had a bit of an idea of that for a while. Where basically, think of it like this, right? So
Well,
if you eat,
it's a live bean, kinda. It's still green, so I can see what you're saying. You wouldn't want to. I don't know. Certain things you wouldn't want to. You know, like fruit. Like you don't. There's only got a certain time to use that, but. I think there is like medicinal qualities to it, and that's what you're talking about. Where they say from the time you roast it, you should be drinking it within like 5 to 7 days. I think I've heard that from somewhere, but like that'd be impossible. Like some people, I can get coffee to them that quick, but like the stuff you're drinking from the store, that stuff's probably at least 5-6 months old.
Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's realistic. I'm not saying it's a realistic thing. You know, I'm just talking about what this guy was talking about. This guy was like the expert of experts, and you know, you'd have to go to this fucking far out tribe basically to get the ultimate cup of coffee. This is what he's talking about, you know.
You don't have to get an ultimate tribe, dude. Like if you've got amazing beans. The thing is, don't burn it. Don't do what Starbucks does because they just use like the worst coffee you could ever get. They made a deal for basically the trash. That guy made a deal for all the green, like inferior trash beans. Schultz, in his book, he tells a story about going down and seeing like a coffee farm. Like they're like, hey. Like, we got this for you. He's like, no, that's too expensive. And they're like, well, we got this other one. It's a little less expensive. He's like, no, So he's like, the guy's like, go down the road. There's other farms, and then like Schultz points to some pile in the corner. They're like, that's the stuff we put in the, we stoke the ovens with it so we can roast our coffee. Like, that's just trash. And he's like, I'll take that. They probably paid him to take it. But, it's like green, inferior, just, it's all the beans that don't make the cut. And then there's so many of them that are green, they have to over roast it. And then once it's burned, it has that nasty chemical. I forget the name of it. I should have it memorized by now, but I don't because I'm a retard. So, they have to over roast it so they can grind it because it's green. So then he sold that to the country as gourmet. That was the whole, that's just another scam of just the sneaky ones. That's a sneaky scammy thing to do, just like talk people into, believing that burnt, just awful, nasty coffee is gourmet. Like, people are like, oh, that's gourmet? Oh, okay, that burnt, hideous flavor that tastes like, who even knows what? I don't even know. I think it's called Halla Coffee. It's it's freaking, it's so black. It's just awful. But I don't want to take the whole damn show over with freaking coffee. I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna let somebody else talk.
No, it's all good. Nobody else is saying anything. Don't worry about that. But the the coffee enemas were the big thing a few years back. Have you ever done that?
No, I have not. Well, I've had people buy my green beans, and I've had another girl that put she said my anaerobic coffee was really good for that because it didn't make, I don't know, it didn't make her sick or something like that. I was like, man, if you use like Starbucks, like roasted coffee or some kind of inferior stuff there's like a carcinogenic, like when you over roast it, there's a chemical that's created. It's like the oils burn and they like flash. They flash fire. Like, if you've ever seen, well, I don't know if you've ever seen coffee roasted, but if you're not watching it and you let it go too long, it'll literally like flash over. Like, the oils will ignite, and that's when you end up having like a little friggin' fire, and your chaff will catch on fire, stuff like that. So it's just caustic, man. Like, I wouldn't want anybody to put that in. But then now there's like green. I don't know. There's all kinds of green coffee. I don't know, this and that. I mean,
dude, you own a coffee company. If you never put your own coffee up your ass, well, I'm not sure I trust you.
Yeah, right. Oh my gosh, hilarious. Everybody's always talking about the cat's ass coffee. I'm like, man, you better not order that stuff. Don't you ever order any of that, dude. They got one called Black Ivory out where they got elephants eating it now. Elephants eating it and tumbling out their butts, and they're selling that for black. It's called Black Ivory. I'm like, man, these poor freaking elephants. These poor little. They're called civets. They look like cute little raccoon creatures. So apparently, when all that crap started, like, they would just like find their crap in the freaking jungle and pick out the coffee beans. Well, once they freaking found out they could get like $300 a pound, then they just trapped a bunch of them and started, making them eat this crap, and then, they're force feeding it. It's freaking mean as shit. It's just like, I don't know. It's just evil. Like, it's stupid anyway. Like, how the hell is eating the coffee bean? Like, it's so stupid. Now, obviously, they're eating the whole coffee fruit, the cherry and all. I would imagine. I don't know what the hell these idiots that, but they found them. They found these guys that literally have like 50 of these civets and just force feed them this coffee. They can make a bunch of money on them. I'm having the yawns, man. I got up really early this morning for a doctor's appointment. That's really not making my. I should have drank some coffee, huh? Anyway, I'm tired. I'm gonna go. What's your name?
Nice
dude?
talking to you. My name's Andy. Nice talking to you, friend.
All right, Andy. I'm sorry. I kind of looked. If anybody
it's
else
all
is there
good.
is trying to talk, I apologize.
It's because you drink coffee. It's that's what it does to you. Sorry.
That's all right, brother. Yeah, if anybody needs coffee, just call me, man. I'm available. There's a lot of guys, a lot of flat earthers. Get my coffee. Got a lot of.
I'm happy it's been well for you. I really am. It sounds like a good endeavor.
It's wild how it went, how it blew up so quickly. But like I won't sell it. I won't sell coffee to anybody who thinks we went to the moon. So like I don't have like the biggest customer base. Like all the all the boomers that think we went to the moon, they're not allowed to buy my coffee. Like you got to literally call me up and order it. Like I don't even have a website for that very reason. Like just like I'm not gonna just let anybody get it, you know.
Dude, get on it. Get it to the website, get it sorted. Fuck that. Just sell it to anybody. You know what I mean? I mean, it's great to have integrity. That's the thing that's disappearing out of this world, but still.
Man, nah, dude. The thing is, I'm just one dude, and I'm pretty busy right now. Like, if I actually started a website, dude, like it would be. I'd have to actually. I'd actually. I don't know. I'd have to move to my garage and like build a hole. Like a big roast thing. I'm thinking about going to like a 10-pound roaster. It'd be nice, but they're expensive, man. We'll see.
Anyway,
to you, dude. Have a good night.
Nice talk to you. Good night. All right.
God bless, brother. All right.
Is everybody gone?
I'll be going in a minute. It's 5:16 in the morning here, so.
Wow. Nobody's trying to debate physical Earth, huh?
There's a lot of people from this server. They're on a different server. It's called Politics. I could send you an invite if you like. They're in there now. There's probably about 30 of them, maybe more. So they'll be arguing about it if you want to go over there.
You can send the link out, see what's going on with it.
I've just got to remember how to do it. Give me a sec. I can just invite server. That's it. Politics. There's two. There's politics and a religion, and there's politics. That's the one where mostly they hang out. So, because it used to be like what am I trying to say? They used to be partnered kind of thing server wise, but then something happened and they sort of broke it up, and then they've just gone back to it or something. That's what I hear. Something like that. El Baba Yaga might be able to tell you better than me.
Yeah. Okay. El Baba.
Actually, no. I'm over there, but I don't think I could invite him. Let me try. Give me a sec.
I need to try to find my own way to it. Somehow I found my way here. Thanks, Sully invited me.
see if this works.
Yeah, if you just scroll down, you can see the 24/7 Flat Earth section of the server.
Posted on live stream voice text.
Oh yeah, thank you.
The Flat Earth Arena? No. I'm on the Flat Earth live stream.
Don't do it, Matthew. I'll take a giant dump on you.
How's it going?
Yeah, don't do it. How many times have I just slayed your dumbass? I can't even count. It's in the high hundreds.
Yeah, I guess it depends on who's counting.
Yeah, my words, sir. The fuck, man. Oh boy. What's your best scientific evidence for your globetard?
I guess I would say that it explains some observations better.
It explains what's it.
Yeah. The idea that the Earth is
No, not idea. You're a dumb fuck. What you should have said was QE. That's a malformed question. Natural science and the scientific method only adjudicate natural cause and effect relationships, not shapes. You just expose yourself as a pretender clown retard for like the 758th time. Fucking stupid, man. I can do this in my sleep.
yeah, I forgot that that you said scientific. So yeah, I didn't use that definition.
Yeah. Oh boy. This was a slow night.
I guess so. Yeah. So for example, the moon appears the same size from everywhere on
shit?
Earth.
That doesn't prove you're baltard.
No, it doesn't prove anything. It's just an observation. And
yeah, the moon appears the same size. Yeah. Well, welcome to flat Earth.
But it appears the same size everywhere it's visible at the same time. So it has to be the same distance.
Everywhere it's visible at the same time. Go ahead, prove that.
It's about half a degree.
Validate that. Who gives a shit? Validate it.
I thought it was common knowledge. It's not like
it's not fucking common knowledge. So prove that the moon is the same angular size from everywhere on Earth right fucking now, you dumbass cracker.
I can't prove it, but everybody knows
Yeah,
it.
so shut the fuck up. The baseless, worthless claim that has nothing to do with anything.
It implies that it's the same distance.
It doesn't imply shit. Doesn't imply the moon doesn't imply the angular size that's not actual size. Doesn't imply anything. You fucking ignorant mung. My God. It's been 8 years. You don't got anything better than this?
I think it's pretty good.
It's fucking stupid. At a retard level. Retards will say, that's fucking stupid. More or less. Fuck.
Well, I mean, I guess I'm open to alternatives that would explain it better.
Alternatives to horseshit. We ain't gonna give you alternatives to horseshit. Alternative what? Alternative what? You're made up horseshit? All right, I'll give you some made up horseshit. So I'm saying that invisible three-toed gnomes move the moon and expand and contract its shape as the size of the sun. Okay, what's your explanation?
My explanation is the moon's the same distance because it appears the same size.
Distance. What distance is the moon?
Irrelevant. It's just the same from everywhere on Earth.
It's the same distance from. That's just fucking stupid, and it's not the proof of your globe tart either. For fuck's
No,
sake.
it's not a proof. It's just a.
Shut the fuck up, then. You got a proof, not scientifically, because you don't know what science is. Do you have some type of proof sees for your globe tart?
No.
Yeah, of course you don't. That was amazing.
Well, I mean, I've never said I have proof. I've always said it's like evidence that suggests.
Evidence is proof, you dumbass.
Then how's there evidence?
And how do no
conflicting evidence?
Proof, not how do. Evidence is proof. Proof is evidence. You don't know what the fucking terms mean.
You can have conflicting evidence, though.
No, you can have conflicting evidence, but evidence equals proof, and proof equals evidence.
Well, I mean, why are both sides in a court case?
Why are both sides of the court? That's coherent.
Yeah, there's evidence that O.J. Simpson did it. There's evidence that he didn't.
Evidence that O.J. Yeah, well, it wasn't fucking evidence to begin with, was it? Dumb fuck. It was purported to be evidence, but actually it wasn't. What the fuck, man? You're like a second grade retard. Shut the fuck up. It's like talking to my sister's kids. It's like trying to explain trig to a 3-month-old. Get your dumb ass out of here. Fuck. My God. Matter. This is fucking retardville. It's like a 2-year-old across the street, and I go over and ask him what the distance to the sun is, and he starts explaining it. Same fucking thing with Matthew. And guy hasn't learned. What's it been? 4 years? Who knows? My word. What else is going on? Nothing. Better than listening to that dumbass. Good thing you answered the question. Thanks a lot. Sorry, I'm talking to myself.
What's the question?
Well, I asked a question to he's in a world of hurt though.
Oh, he must be a ball earther.
No, he's not a baller. He's a flat earther, but he's got some personal things going on. So.
Oh well.
Yeah, I shouldn't have spoke out loud. It doesn't matter anyway. You don't know what I'm talking about.
Right on. I know flat Earth, man, because I can observe it.
Shocking.
Maybe we should get some flat earthers on here to try to prove globe. It'd be a better argument.
I don't think so. Most flat earthers can't fucking tie their shoes either.
Well, they definitely can't prove something that isn't real. So, but yeah, I guess you got to put it there. Most people can't tie their shoes. So I think that's the policy of humans.
Yeah, it's a pretty sorry state.
I don't believe Einstein tied his shoes, and he was one of the most famous globe earthers for being intelligent. So,
well, allegedly intelligent. Most of the things I've read from him are he's
well, the people that he would have grown up with had he not moved to America were way more intelligent than he was. That's the reason why he moved to America, because they were pretty much killing off the unintelligent people in Germany at the time. So his parents didn't want
him, getting erased. So they they sent him to America to learn. And then, yeah, he was smart over here, but he wasn't very smart over there.
Fine, smart.
He was dangerous, is what he was. He had a lot
Dangerous isn't smart.
Yeah, I know. He was dangerous and had a lot of free reign to do things that shouldn't be done.
That still doesn't make him smart.
I didn't say he was smart. I said he was considered. Well, I might not have.
You said he was smart.
I might not. Okay. Well, my fallacy.
I don't know about a fallacy, but well, I guess it is baseless assertion.
Yeah.
Everyone considers him smart, but I haven't seen anything smart from him. Photoelectric was smart, but he kind of stole that from Heinrich Hertz, so I can't attribute it to him.
Pretty much everything he did was based off of something else anyway, right? He was finishing up or trying to finish up theories. We're still trying to finish up, right?
No, he didn't propose a scientific theory in his life. He was trying to, and at the end of the day, he was trying to debunk quantum mechanics, but it just slapped him around. It slapped him around like a fool.
They're one and the same. Everything's just physics.
What's one and the same?
You can't look at waves or particles. You got to look at waves and particles.
No. That's fucking bullshit.
That's what confused him, though. That's why the quantum mechanics confused him. Entanglement.
No, he proved that it was a particle
and a wave.
Nope, just a particle, not a wave.
The double slit experiment proves that.
No, Einstein stole Heinrich Hertz's idea and established the photoelectric effect. So it proves it as a particle.
What you're saying is at the smallest point is a particle, period. That it never, whatever we're seeing isn't a wave, it's a particle.
Yeah, he proved that. So he wasn't on the wave
side.
When
you're not looking at it, or it's not in your physical areas. You can hear sound, but you can't feel it or see it. So
who gives a shit? It's a particle. Well, it's not a particle like a pebble. It's a particle in the sense that it is distinct. It's a quanta, but he didn't actually. That's a photon, but he didn't actually show that. It was Max Planck who first showed it.
With the little Planck's scale, the very smallest unit of measurement or whatnot.
No, not the Planck scale. He showed it in a different way, but the photoelectric effect that Einstein actually got his Nobel Prize for, not for a special general relativity train wrecks. But it was actually Max Planck that showed that it was indivisible and discrete. So when we say discrete, it's not like a particle. Like, I don't know. People get confused with this terminology. Particle, like, it has distinct boundary. It's not continuous. So, but that's what Einstein showed.
You're getting like string theory there, then.
No, it's not string theory either. String theory is not a scientific theory. No, string theory is not a scientific theory anyway. It doesn't have anything to do with string theory.
That's the problem, though. Our strongest minds have been working on this for the past 100 years, and we're not getting anywhere. And why are we working on some pseudoscience and not real? Let's save that.
What are you talking about?
String theory.
String theory.
Why
is string theory? That's not a scientific theory. That's just speculation.
That's what I'm saying. Why is all of the highest paid and the highest intelligent scientists in the world working on that?
Look at Globus in here. Globus, Compton scattering proved light is a particle. That is exactly right.
It
No
Doesn't
one
make
talks about that except me. And that is the high level right there.
it doesn't make sense, because like all of these high level
Good on you,
universities
Globus.
are putting their money into some pseudoscience when we should be saving people and doing good things with science instead of theoretically coming up with ideas that doesn't exist. It's just aggravating. Y'all boys stay on that cartoon ball. I'm out.
Join discord.gg/flat earth and enter a VC check-in room, and someone will come along to VC verify you to get involved with the conversation about our Earth.
PK Phoenix.
Appreciate it.
All right, I got it's a new. Well, I guess he's not new because he already has the Globe Earther role. Is PK Phoenix? Are you there?
Oh, so there's a Globe Earther role? Like how does it look like? See, I didn't even know that.
Like you have to know your globe, man, in order to get that.
Yeah, it's
okay.
Yeah, I came in here a while ago.
Welcome back, man. Welcome back.
It's been a while. Came here to have a little bit of a listen.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I think I've seen you before. It's been a while.
It's been a long while. I had a
year.
couple of conversations with you guys in here.
Roboting back.
Just a little bit roboting out.
Yeah, a little bit roboting.
Damn, we were about to get into the.
We wanted to talk about the shape of the Earth.
Yeah,
internet saving me.
We have to enter the Thunderdome.
Nope, still going out. Never mind.
Yeah, still roboting.
I'm going until my shit stabilizes.
Yeah. Do you have lag on your side, or does everything sound perfectly on your side? Because on our side it is kind of choppy.
I was actually just playing a game too. You guys sound fine, but I obviously don't.
Okay.
I think my internet may be about to go fully out.
Okay, Heretic. Okay, sorry, really quick. Even though you're roboting, can you try to give us the what was the proof that you have? Like the best proof that you can think of for the globe. Heretic.
I think he's in a robot. Oh, Heretic?
Yeah. Well, I was gonna ask him anyway, but Heretic wants me to get straight to the fucking point. He doesn't like to waste time. So yeah, he wants get to the. Do you have any globe proof? We got to get to the point. Heretic doesn't like wasting time. Okay, he means.
We need you to fix your internet. We need you to fix your internet so you can come back.
I'm trying. He's trying.
Really
He's trying to get it out. Heretic.
It's really important. Maybe you should reset your video game. That's probably what you should do.
He's trying. Heretic. All I got to tell you is he's trying, bro. We're trying.
Can you like point your Discord to another satellite or something?
Use gravity and point it to the ISS. You point it to the ISS. Just use gravity. Come on. Use the force. The imaginary non-force force.
The curvature is getting in the way of his router.
Hey, honestly, if believing in the imaginary spinning space monkey religion gave me powers like Star Wars, I might actually be tempted. Just saying.
Whoa!
How dare you? How dare you,
bro?
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, guys. I'd never go back. Once you go flat, you never go back.
Yep. True story. Oh, I do have a good question. Okay. I think it's gonna be a good question. So, do you think? Okay, let's put it this way. Okay. Yeah. How much money would it take? How much money would it take for you to become a globe earther? Right?
That's a bribe.
Okay, no, be honest, because my wife asked me that question, and she got me shooken up for a little bit. But let me ask you guys.
My answer would be no amount because, in all honesty, even if you were given like $10 billion, right? Like let's just throw a weird number out there, $100 billion. Like, you'd never have to worry about money ever again. You would have to spend the rest of your life arguing for the globe. And that would get so tiring, dude.
Yeah,
so tiring.
Yeah, especially when it comes.
Especially when you know what to lie.
Yeah, definite. See, the thing is this, right? So, she showed me a video or whatever, or she was telling me a story about a video. So it was this chick or whatever, the chick or dude, that person is a vegan, and of course they don't eat meat, right? And so somebody came along and said, hey, I give you $5,000 if you eat this piece of meat. And the person's like, no, I wouldn't do it. And then the dude goes like, okay, I give you $10,000. And guess what? That vegan person ate the meat.
High price hooker. That's all it is. A high price hooker.
Yeah, and then everybody start kind of laugh. It's because like, wow, so this is how much it takes for you to basically betray yourself. Like.
Wait, I got a quick question. Did the vegan donate that $10,000 to PETA? They didn't.
I don't know, but yeah. So now that question, so my wife asked me like, okay, so how much money would would it take for me to become a flat earther? I said, well, I would take all the money. I said I would take $100 million, all the money. But then I just lie, and I will just take the money and run. And then later on I'll start talking about the flat earth again. She said, well, there's certain rules that come with it. If you do that, then they will have the right to take back all the money. So I said, well, I don't think I can do that. It's because maybe I take the money and 10 seconds later, I'm still a flat earther. I might just say it, so might as well. So
it takes amount of money. Of your soul. It takes
no amount of money would buy me from being a flat earther. Period. It just like it's with me. It's stuck with me forever. When I die, I take it with me. I guess that's how I see it. So.
Okay, PK Phoenix is back. You there? Are you roboting?
No, I think my VPN was fucking me up. I don't know why it was lagging me, but since I turned it off, everything went back to normal.
Welcome back.
All
right. Yeah, was your VPN putting you like on another planet, or what was
China?
Going on?
Yeah, another planet. It was in China, exactly.
It was spinning too fast. Okay. Here's my question. Right. Here's my question.
Yeah. Yeah. What's up?
So. All right, let's get into this. Hold on, let me check if Heretic is listening. Okay, he is. Good. Okay.
He is.
All right. So, what is the best proof you got of the globe?
Well,
best one.
I don't know about the best, but one of my favorites.
Yeah, what's the favorite?
I wasn't planning on
the only one the best
tonight, by the way.
Here we go.
Oh, it is one of the best too.
Yeah, let's hear it.
It's the same, you guys actually like to use the same thing as well, except for the whole counter argument. Lake Michigan. How you can see the buildings on the other side of Lake Michigan.
Huh? Yeah.
What's the expected drop rate, or like
Oh, you don't have to make me pull my shit out. I'm gonna have to get reference materials. I wasn't coming here to do all this. One sec here.
Okay. Well. Okay. Yeah. Let's get it. Yeah. Might as well. We might as well get into it.
Oh, we already got it over here. And now my dog wants to get active with me too. So
your dog knows the Earth is flat. I just need to know that.
Actually,
she may think so. That do be a dog brain after all, am I right? Ain't that right, girl?
Yeah.
So the main reason why I say it is the same arguments I've heard. Like I said, it's been a while since I've debated this. I just recently even came back into this argument, but. One of the things that I've heard a lot of flat earthers point out is that being able to see the buildings on the other side of Lake Michigan is the damning proof showing that the Earth is flat, because because refraction isn't a thing for a lot of you guys, and you shouldn't be able to see any of the buildings on the other side.
Okay, so do you want to? So let's get into Hold on. Let's get into refraction. Okay, so let me ask you this: what is required for refraction to happen?
A medium for light to pass through.
How many?
Right. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. A medium for light to pass through. Right. Okay. Mm-hmm. So let me ask you.
Everything refracts.
Let me ask you this. Hold on. Let me ask you this. The medium that we're talking about here is gas. It is atmosphere. And the atmosphere is gas pressure, correct?
Yeah, atmospheric pressure. Yeah.
Right. And so you have to have that medium on the Earth, right? It can't go anywhere else, right? It has to be on the Earth, right?
Yes.
Right. So what
okay.
happened? Hold on. So what happens when you put gas right next to an open vacuum?
You know what? Well, it's not, as you know as well, space isn't a vacuum. It's a low pressure. It's an extremely low pressure system.
Doesn't matter. It would still fuck off. It would still fuck off.
Hold on. You can't say that. Hold on. Let's correct that. Technically, by definition, any system, any area where gas is below 1 psi is defined as a vacuum, which would be.
It's not a perfect vacuum.
Yeah. Oh, hold on, buddy. I didn't say perfect vacuum. I just said vacuum. Can you hear what I'm saying?
All right. Don't be stuffy already, man. Relax.
I'm saying it's like not technically a vacuum. That would technically be a vacuum. 10 to the negative 17 torr would technically be a vacuum.
You're right.
Yes.
Let me correct myself. It's not a perfect vacuum.
Okay.
Irrelevant point out the way.
Is there? Do you know of any? Have you ever witnessed or have you seen any physical demonstration in real life, without assuming the existence of outer space, right? Without assuming that exists, have you seen a demonstration of open vacuum right next to a gas pressure gradient without any physical barrier?
You see the whole issue about this in
why
general.
are we jumping to this? Didn't he have some?
Because he mentioned
I can address this too, but that wasn't the original point. But I can address that as well. And if you
Can
want
we
to
just
talk
go
about
to
that
Lake
stuff.
Michigan, and you can tell us about how that's proof?
Yeah. We were talking about it, and then he brought up refraction. So then I asked him, okay, so what is required for refraction? He told me you need a medium and you need light.
It's a bit of a tangent.
Right. So how many mediums do you need in order for refraction to occur?
At least one.
2. You need at least 2. You can go look that up.
I'm going to take your word on that. I'll take your word on that.
You want me to drop a citation?
Sure. I always like citations. Is that going to be in the live stream voice text thing?
Yep.
Cool.
So anyway, going back to Lake Michigan.
Yeah. I was just going to make the connection that you need the medium. You know, you have to have that medium there, and if there was outer space vacuum, it wouldn't be there. So that's why
we can circulate back to this, and I can answer that real fast. Gravity is the answer. The reason why our atmosphere doesn't leave us to begin with, but we'll circle back to that one in a bit.
Okay.
Because I know that's a whole separate conversation.
Yeah, we can get back to that.
Yeah.
Did you want to say anything?
So, firstly, did you get that? Who had that citation for that, or where is that one?
I'm getting it.
Okay, my bad.
I'm gonna keep it simple. I'm gonna keep it simple with physicsclassroom.com. That was the first one that popped up, but I'm gonna go ahead and find an actual EDU citation for you as well.
Ow.
That works too. Oh yeah, Snell's Law. I haven't seen much about that. I haven't looked at Snell's Law in a while. I haven't looked at Snell's Law since I last got interested in the whole flat Earth stuff. Either way, or anyways, I should say.
Do you accept the University of Texas at Austin?
Yeah, I accept.
Did you accept that
in general? Mm-hmm. But I'm also not too upset with that. It makes sense why there would need to be 2 mediums to begin with. It has to refract off something else, anyways, in order to refract.
If you're standing in the medium, then you're not going to see refraction.
Medium
It has
is
to be
not
another medium.
It's media.
Medium.
Anyways, going back to our original point as well, though. Thank you for the reference. So, whenever you see all the pictures of Lake Michigan, and if anybody has them on hand, I might be able to find some while I'm talking about them too. So there's the pictures that they bring up to prove that the Earth is flat, being able to see the buildings on their side. I have still yet to see a picture of the bottom of the buildings, or the bottom of those buildings, the trees, the roadways, the other things there as well.
Can you drop a
And that
picture?
is, yeah, I'll have to go find one real fast.
And the only reason why I'm saying because I've looked into that as well, and I'm going to go ahead and drop what the picture you're probably going to drop. I'm going to go ahead and drop a zoomed in version of that.
I've seen a few different ones, but yeah, go for it.
I mean, all I did was blow it up. So give me a second. I don't know how far back this. So I'll drop this one.
Thing, or is it actually something that's there that it's
I'll drop
bottom? So you can choose one. You can't have both.
If you go to 29 after, right above Northern Rebellion, you'll see my double picture.
What was that one more time? I couldn't hear you.
I said you'll see my double picture at 29 after.
Yeah, I do indeed.
And then your poor dog wants attention.
And she really does. She was dead asleep until I started talking.
Hold on. Can I quickly ask you something? Were you just talking about, photographs of the Chicago skyline across the lake and how you can't see the bottoms of the buildings, and you're asking you were saying, oh, I wonder why that is.
Yeah, and at the same time as well, why you can't always see it, because there's also days where you can't see you can't see the other side at all. I've seen pictures showing the same thing.
So there's two answers I have for this question. The first one is there's an optical effect that would cut off the bottom. It's the same reason why we see boats disappear from the bottom up, even though there is no curvature of the Earth. It's an optical effect. But beyond that, beyond the optical effect, that is a factor. Something you should know about Chicago is that those buildings that are the tallest skyscrapers, they're actually not at the same level as the lake. They're actually about 2 or 3 stories below, or so. I'm not sure exactly how far, but point is the street level where those buildings are is actually below the lake, like significantly below it.
Where the streets are, you said?
Why it is they built it that way, but there's, they build cities in all sorts of different ways for different reasons. But the point is, those skyscrapers aren't actually at the water level at the base. That's what I'm saying.
Well, that's fine. The skyscrapers aren't. That's fine. There, you can absolutely be below sea level while still away from the sea, but that doesn't excuse the other buildings not being visible.
I'm not sure
you're asking why you couldn't see them.
But yeah.
Yeah, and for the skyscrapers, it does make sense, but not the rest of it. And also, though, the optical effect you were talking about. Yeah, the bottom.
You're complaining about not being able to see the bottom of them.
Yes. Of everything, including the streets and all the buildings on the shorelines.
Well, then perhaps you need to go to Chicago and take a drawing 101 course. Your confusion about perspective will be addressed.
I have a feeling it won't be. I'm here to have a good conversation.
Well,
don't start getting.
As am I.
Don't try to do.
Go ahead.
And I won't be doing the same to anybody else. Real fast though, I want to circle back to something real fast. What optical effect causes something to disappear from the bottom up instead of the curvature of the Earth?
It's very simple. So you see in front of you, when you're looking straight forward horizontally, there is an angle in which your eyes can resolve where, so like take for instance a ship disappearing. It's sailing away from you on the water, all right? Now the angle from your eyes, from where your eyes are, and below where your eyes are, which would be, a few feet from the surface of the water up on the ship. All right, that's where your eyes, if you were to draw a straight line from your eyes to the ship, only a very small portion of the ship would be above the water. All right. Now the angle in which that is a very small angle, and the angle above that is a very larger angle, and the angle below it is so small, and the angle above it is so large that your eye can't resolve it, even though it can still resolve what's above your eye reasonably well at a certain distance. So this is why it appears to disappear from the bottom up, because your eyes cannot resolve that very, very small angle of parent angle, I think it is.
This will go into another fun discussion then. I wish I came in here with actual materials pulled up. And I guess I can do both at the same time.
PK, if you look in the live stream, Miguel just posted a meme with a protractor and a building showing you how, like, from your eye level, looking straight out, the angle to the bottom of the building is smaller than the angle to the top of the building. That's angular resolution.
And the thing about angular resolution, though, same with your point here, is that no matter how far someone gets away from you, you should still be able to pull it back into focus, regardless. That's the whole thing about angular resolution.
Well, why?
No matter
Why?
how far away it gets. What do you mean?
That's an extraordinary claim. Why? Why would you say something like that?
A lens can still only like focus so much.
I mean, you're right. But you can still zoom if you have a good enough camera or telescope, anything along those lines. Alex, she's about to rip out my fucking headset cable. Girl, go lay down.
You can zoom in on
Hold
both.
on 1 second. I'm gonna go put her up. Or at least try and settle her down real fast. Give me 20 seconds. I'll be right back.
Yeah. It's alright. Sorry. Isn't there 2,000 feet still missing though? I mean, I'm assuming I don't know what the height of the. I guess
the tallest building in Chicago is 1,400 feet. So I mean, you shouldn't be able to see any of it.
So I got a question.
That's actually hilarious. That's actually oh man.
So I got a question. So the guy with the globe Earther guy, he said that because the refraction, and that's why we be able to see it, right? So what is the number one proof, right? That or experiment or whatever that we can do to prove that that's not the case. It's not a refraction. If we so I don't know. I'm not sure, but I'm just kind of use a little logic here, and I don't know if it's logic or not. But what if we use infrared camera, right, to capture that whole city? So if it's behind the curvature, we can't.
No, sorry. That's already there's already infrared images of mountains that are 300 miles away plus, and it's like I agree. But yeah.
Okay, so maybe no. I'm just okay. Like I seen those footage, those pictures too. Yeah, and that it proved that there's no curve. Okay, but I'm just saying. I'm just saying about the lake. I'm just saying about that whole city, the whole skyline city, and just show to them to shut them up once for all, and show them the evidence. So maybe they can just. But you know what? Even if we have 100% proof, 100% proof. Guess what? They still gonna try to find more excuses and
they'll just complain about they'll complain about the quality of the camera. they'll complain when it's not good enough, and they'll complain when it's too good.
Yeah. Hey Kimbo, that's an excellent point. That was something that I noted a few months ago. I don't know how long it's been noticed by the flat Earth community, but I'm glad that you learned that on your own. That the sine wave for vision of seeing with infrared is longer. That wave is longer from peak to peak, and so because of that, there's less opportunity for refraction.
Yep.
If there was even any refraction there's less opportunity for it. So the fact that you can see further with infrared automatically kicks refraction out the window.
Yep. I do agree. See, the thing is, I think Flat Earther got smarter because that whole infrared thing. It's from the globe Earth side, right? They claim that they can see like millions of light years away. With the infrared, blah blah blah. And guess what? We used that motherfucker to debunk the curvature, and we did it. And now we're gonna use the same shit to debunk more of that. That globe Earth stuff. So
let's just let's see what he. Hopefully, are you still there, PK?
No, I'm back here.
Still there?
I was listening.
Okay,
you don't want to interrupt there.
That's all right, man. Your dog's your best friend, dude.
They are indeed. They're still in my room, but now they're laying down again. So let's hope that they don't decide to act up again. We got very pouty whenever I tried to kick them out. So
You were talking about how we should be seeing forever if it was a flat Earth, right? So
there is atmospheric interference there as well. So you would never be able to see all the way, but you'd be able to see.
Well, it happens very quickly.
Air interference. There's gaseous interference.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can see the more you zoom in, you see it gets foggier, right? So why would you not realize that the more you zoom in, it's going to get more and more foggy? So you shouldn't be able to see very far. Right?
Hold on. I need to pull
Oh yeah, we were talking about zooming in. Yeah. Do you remember the boats? Do you see the boat gives you can zoom in on the boat? I don't know if they did that for Lake Michigan, but they did it for. You can do it for sure. It can be done. Not all the time.
Yeah, you can. And there's plenty of those as well. Actually, hold on, let me finish watching this all the way as well. The issue, I know the immediate counterpoint I'm going to have to this. That sailboat as well might not be in that picture, may not be past the point where you wouldn't be able to see it. It might just be too small for your eyes to actually be able to see it. It is a small object way in the distance. I don't notice it disappearing from bottom up in that picture.
In the GIF?
Yeah.
It's literally in the GIF when he zooms out, it's literally disappearing from the bottom first. Like literally.
That's what I'm trying to look at and tell to see if it is or not. It looks to me in that it is just going back farther and farther. I don't see it disappearing from the bottom up in that. I see it pretty much disappearing altogether.
Welcome to Flat
I'm
Earth.
not. Hold on.
It is going.
No, I wouldn't say that. We also don't know how far away that boat is. We know the general size of a sailboat. We also don't know how far away that sailboat is, or if it's supposed to be going.
Well, it sounds like you need to do some of your own observations instead of bellyaching about gifts. Or
the nice thing about this is I've seen
just randomly questioning them. Oh, me, we don't know. I don't know.
You know what's funny about it? Hold on. You know what's funny about that though? I am questioning it. I'm not completely discrediting it.
You're bellyaching about it.
I am pointing out issues that you also don't know about it.
Yeah, but
you also don't know the measurements for it too. Is the issue with
you're making arguments from ignorance.
As are you, because you also can't.
Oh, what argument have I made?
We're talking about the image on there. There are other factors that you don't know. That
what I said, what I suggested was it's time to start making your own observations. If you don't like those, is that an argument from ignorance? No, is that an argument from ignorance? Me suggesting you making your own observations. Thank you.
However,
recant.
Pointing out the sailboat thing or saying that I am belly aching over that when I'm saying that there are
belly aching, but you don't know anything about it.
So apparently not that you don't know the measurements for it either.
Much.
The difference
now you're belly aching about me.
I'm not. It is funny, isn't it? The difference here is I'm not discrediting it and saying that it may not be what you're saying. You're taking it as 100% fact about all the evidence around it.
You're sort of lost the plot. Okay. How about if you don't like that one, have you seen the original famed oil rig observation, the Black Swan, if you will?
The Black Swan. Yeah, it's been a while, but yeah.
Well, there we know where the oil rigs are. We know the observation height. So. Do you want to bellyache about that now?
I can, if you really want me to.
Okay, where's the horizon in that? If you're aware of it, where's the horizon in that image?
I'm happy to see the picture again here.
Well, have you ever? It's not seared into your mind. You're going to bellyache about it, and it's not seared into your mind. Okay, go ahead.
You got to calm down. Listen,
I'm calm, homeboy. You'll know when I'm not calm.
It's already.
You'll know when I'm not calm. Do you? So you remember the oil rig? You remember the oil rig image, correct?
I have seen them before. I've seen a lot of these images before.
We just posted it right here.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll take a look at it. Where's the horizon?
What do you mean? Where's the horizon?
What do you mean? What do I mean? Where's the horizon?
Look in the image. A, B, C, or D. Just tell us the letter.
Oh, I see here. I don't feel like answering that one. But
okay, so you don't get the belly.
Actually, look at the image here.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
So that means that you choose the answer D.
Just say D, dude.
You You're right. That wasn't a fair thing.
You would be the first one to answer D, just so you know.
It's simple. A, B, C, or D. Which one? Just give us a
It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. But you can. I know that you also can calculate the horizon as well. But I don't know how to do that off the top of my head. Too. We could find out if we had enough.
Your best guess. A, B, C, or D. Your best bet.
Well, considering there's some funky shit going on with the ocean there too, you know what? Fuck, let's go with let's hit the B button there.
Okay, just a second. If the curvature is not at 1.22 miles, and you can see farther away, like 10 miles, and I just did post you like 70 miles. Where is that curvature?
Where? Did you say what was in there about 70 miles?
You can look above. I did post it. It was done in 2011. Long distance telescope observation. All the data. You have all the data. Go to that place and try to prove to us that there is curvature.
Okay, let me read this real fast as well then. A whole bunch of different stuff being thrown at me at the same time. Love it.
So the Black Swan, you can see 10 miles, and you should see at 1.22 miles the curvature. But you cannot see even 10 miles. So I did post 69 miles.
Nice.
Well, hold on. Even if it was at B, hold on. Even if it was at B, that's still further. That's still further than 1.22, man.
That's funny.
So there's no
curvature. It's still over. It's over. Like there's no coming back from that.
Okay, hold on. 1 point at a time. You guys are bombarding me.
I just want to finish. Someone did try to debunk these guys going to that place, but they gave up.
They gave up, you said?
They went to this place and they gave up to show the data.
Oh, neat.
Because they found no curvature, so they gave up. They didn't find any curvature.
That's neat. I'm going to take a screenshot of your thing, of your comment and pictures here, and I'm going to look that up on my own separate time because I'm also curious about that. I can't answer it right now. But I bet you there's a reason.
How are you, PK Phoenix? How are you?
What's up? I'm doing good. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad, mate. I heard you say something just then. It was I'm sure there is maths for the horizon, but I don't know it. But I'm sure we can look it up. We can tell you if you want. Miguel just said it in his statement. It's supposed to be, if you're at 1 foot, it's supposed to be 1.22 miles to the start of the curvature, which is what you should call the horizon. So, have you got anything to say about
that? Something that is interesting, I guess here. I think my brain's bouncing in points here. It is interesting. Yeah. All of this is interesting. The conversation, even if I think that the funny thing about these in general is that even after we're done, even though we obviously don't agree in our points, I'm still going to go look and see what their actual reasoning is about it too. Like I said, I wasn't expecting to get into a debate tonight. Happy to do it still.
Yeah, yeah, that's all right. What's your rebuttals for what the guys have come up with though? Like when you say debate, like
which one? There's few.
So you have someone has has an argument.
Tell you what.
Someone has an argument, and then you argue against that argument, and you come back with a rebuttal, and then they rebut your rebuttal. Like, has there been something that you feel that you've done better than everyone else, or something that they couldn't rebut, or something that you can't rebut? Is there anything like that? You know what I mean?
PK, you there?
Oh,
he just rejoined.
Hello?
Sorry, did you hear me or did you cut out?
I heard you, but my mic wasn't picking.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Mine is and all kinds of fun.
No, that's all right. Yeah. Was there something that you didn't understand, or you kind of won your debate or you lost your debate, and you want to go back and look at more?
So far, I have been there. We haven't really. Well, we've half stuck to points. There have been different images in here.
Yeah.
But we haven't really.
Did you have something that you presented that you think is pretty good proof that you live on a ball?
On the same situation, yeah. Actually, you can still keep on to Lake Michigan here too, I suppose. Why can't you always see? I think it was Chicago on the other side. Why can't you always see them? Why can't you always see Chicago?
Because the horizon.
There are some days that you can't.
Well, the horizon changes, dude. Horizon changes.
The horizon.
So it's optical.
What do you mean by the horizon?
Yeah, it's an optical phenomenon. Well, if you lived on a ball, the horizon would be in a permanent position. So because we live on a flat plane, it does funny things with atmospheric differences. So some days you can see it in a position, other days you can see it in a different position, and then other days you can see it even further. So why would you, if you had a spherical ball?
I imagine.
Why would the horizon be in a different spot every time you look at it?
Hey, wait, Timbo, wait, hold on, Timbo. You just misspoke there a little bit. So if the Earth were a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, the horizon wouldn't necessarily be in the same place all the time, but it couldn't be any further than 1.22 miles at 1 foot observer height. So it might even be close.
Correct. Yeah. Sorry.
This is a fun time to mention that the horizon is a imaginary line as well, because the horizon is not a physical location. So that's a good time. It does change, but a very minuscule amount too. It all is based mainly off of the observer side. I know that.
Yeah. Do boats go over an illusion?
They can go over what appears to be a mirage every once in a while from a viewer way far back.
So they don't go over the. When people say they go over the horizon, they're not going over the curve, right?
The horizon is not a physical place that you can cross over.
Do we?
It is a figure of speech.
Great.
Okay.
Right.
Do we?
So where's the curve then?
The curve is still there.
Where is? So it's still there, but it's not there. Can you clarify that?
There's there is a few different videos as well that I've seen of picture of ships disappearing from the top up as well.
Okay.
Similar to what you've had, which
no, that proves our point. Exactly. That proves our point. We can show videos of boats disappearing bottom up when there is no actual mathematics of any curvature. Anyway, so it's too close to have curvature, but it still disappears bottom up due to atmospheric conditions. So what's it going over there? Because it's not going over the curve of a ball that's 3,959 mile radius, because there's not supposed to be any curve. So this is the thing, you guys say it's like going over the curve, but when there isn't supposed to be any curvature there and it still disappears bottom up, it shows that
ironically to what you were saying though,
from the bottom up.
It can be a bit of nitpicking as well, because there are atmospheric conditions and the refraction off the water as well that can make things appear to be disappearing from the bottom up, but not all the time either.
Awesome. Yeah, I agree.
Not all of the time either. And there's still the conversation of on a lot of times with the same things. Why can't you pull a ship that's even farther back? Why can't I see all the way over to England? Atmospheric conditions. I understand that.
Well, you can.
But I mean, why can't you pull, for instance, the Black Swan? Why can't you, for instance, with the Black Swan?
Yeah.
Which is always a fun picture, like we've talked about already.
Well, you've shown you have you're not quite sure about what you're seeing in that in the first place, so it's probably best not you talk about it.
All right, little guy.
Can you define horizon?
The apparent point at which the sky and land touches.
And where is that in the oil rigs images?
He said B.
Due to atmospheric conditions, it's a little
B.
Yeah.
What?
B. He answered in the multiple choice.
I just said B. Yeah, it was a throwaway answer.
Okay.
What do you mean throwaway?
Go ahead,
So
carry on.
What?
What do you mean? What do you mean by throwaway? Are you lying to us?
It is obviously it was a BS answer. I mean, it was a
what's the
best
real
guess
answer?
scenario.
Okay, best guess.
I haven't
So
spent
your
time with
best
the
guess
Senator.
was B. Okay.
Or A. Actually, if I'm looking at it, A. Sure.
Why don't
We'll go with A.
why don't you?
Both
But
of
that's
those-
still odds.
Both of those are beyond 1.22.
But that's
Are you aware
still-
of that? Are you aware that both of B and A are beyond 1.22?
That's neat. That's cool. There's different atmospheric conditions at play there that are probably causing that.
So you want to play it down and then you want to complain about it. Which is it problematic or what? Are you going to mock it? Which one is it?
I haven't mocked anything that anybody said, man.
No, not successfully. I'm talking about the.
I haven't mocked.
Where's the horizon in the? Is it beyond the oil rigs? Yes or no?
Technically,
Technically,
it should always be.
I'm done,
Technically,
dude.
the horizon.
Up to you, sir.
My guy, are you all right? Are you all right? Is he okay? I haven't been disrespectful to any of y'all.
He's perfectly fine. He's just if he.
No, I've not been. I've been honest with you. I'm sorry if you take that as a sign of disrespect.
You are being disrespectful. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
A little bit.
Hey,
Going back to it.
Answer. Are they behind?
Don't
Is
take
it the
it.
horizon behind or in front? Is it behind or in front?
Technically, once again, nothing meets the horizon to begin with because it's an imaginary point to begin with.
Okay, so you
actually.
What?
The horizon is not a physical location. Nothing can be behind the horizon per se.
Exactly. That's our point.
Okay. And that's my point too. Nothing can be behind it. So where's the rest of the oil rig there?
There's the curve
On the left hand side there. Why does the oil rig on the left hand side appear to be smaller or farther?
Can I
appear to see less on the left?
Sorry, guys. Why does the left hand? Why does
It's
the
a
left
fair
hand oil
question.
rig?
You guys are bombarding me with questions.
Can I answer it then?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. Why does the left hand oil rig appear to be distorted? Yeah. Why does the left hand rig appear to be distorted? Yeah. Because it's a still shot taken from a video. If you watch the video, you will see the atmospheric distortion in play. The oil rig is kind of waving about at you. But the question is not about the oil rig. Yeah, we can provide it to you. It's not a problem. But if you could let me finish my point, that would help even more.
Yeah,
because the question's not about the oil rigs. The question's about the horizon. Where's the horizon with regards to those oil rigs? So can you answer that question? Where's the horizon in reference to those two oil rigs?
I can't answer that. I'm not sure. But once again, they should still always be in front of it regardless.
Again,
hold on. The apparent horizon looks to be A because that's where it looks like the water ends, or you can't see anymore.
But that's the kind of sorry, Mr. Chattybox. That's a kind of misnomer because within the definition of horizon, it's an apparent location anyway. So it's apparent. We understand that. So apparently, where's the horizon?
Hey, doesn't mean that it can't look different due to different atmospheric conditions.
But how many horizons are there?
2. I don't really see why C would be the horizon. I'm guessing that's probably where it's supposed to be.
Dude, trick question. How many horizons are there when you go out into the world and have a look across the sea? How many horizons are there? How many times does the water, the surface of the earth, appear to touch the sky? How many times? One? Or are there multiple horizons you think you see? You drinking? So how many horizons are there, mate?
There's only one horizon.
Awesome.
Regardless.
So where's the only one horizon in the image?
It's a distorted image. It's an obviously distorted image. There's obviously atmospheric conditions at play.
Again, atmospheric distortion. Again, we are always looking through the atmosphere. So with all of that taken into account, where's the horizon?
We are always looking through the atmosphere, but there are different atmospheric conditions.
Will that affect where the horizon is then?
It could make it look like the horizon is.
Will it affect where the horizon is? Yes or no? Will the atmosphere affect where the horizon is? Yes or no?
Technically, it shouldn't, and I imagine in most equations that you don't. Of that, you can still find it regardless.
Hold on, Chatty. Don't start imagining what you think I know, mate.
Don't fucking call me Chatty, man. What is y'all's issue?
Because,
I am trying to answer y'all's questions here. Relax.
Actually, no, you haven't. That's why I am
trying.
You. Yeah. So why do I have to keep bringing you back down to the horizon that you said 2 minutes ago was fucking imaginary? I've had to point out that there's not more than one horizon, even though you tried to say that there fucking was. So in reference to the two oil rigs, where's the horizon appear to be?
In that image, as I have already said, in that image, as I have already said, it appears that it's at A. It looks like there's more. However, the point that you are running through me, my guy, Mr. Chatty yourself too. The point that you keep on running through is that there is a solid point on the horizon.
God. So I had two questions. Come on. I had two questions. The other one was, will the atmosphere affect where the horizon appears to be? You didn't answer that one.
Where the actual horizon is, no. Where we seem to see the horizon, yes. There is still a point on the horizon.
What's the actual horizon?
I don't know it off the top of my head. I imagine it's the 1.7 meters or miles, 1.77 miles.
Yeah,
I'll take over for that.
I get you. So your assertion is we don't see the actual horizon. That's the geometric horizon. What we see is an apparent horizon, right?
Always have.
Yes.
That is a horizon.
Yeah,
there is no real horizon.
So good. So you're kind of answering my question for me, but I'll ask it again. Will the atmospheric conditions affect where the horizon is?
Where the horizon appears to our eyes to be, yes.
Awesome.
However,
when
doing things like sailing, you're going to have a point in the horizon that you're always going to calculate off of, regardless.
No one cares about
or with the sextant, for instance.
So my question is to you: have you ever seen the geometric horizon, being as the atmosphere is always in the way?
Have I ever seen a horizon given the atmosphere is in the way? Was that what you said?
Yeah, that's exactly what I said. So has anyone ever seen the horizon, being as we're always looking through the fucking atmosphere?
Nope, because the horizon's not a physical place.
Oh, awesome. Unless you think the horizon is a geometric location, you fool. Physical
the horizon can still be calculated, yeah. The point at which the sky and sea, in this case sea, appears to be, it is. You can still math that. You can still math that one out. It doesn't mean that's a physical location.
Hold on. If it's physical, hold on. Sorry, Timbo. I do apologise.
No, you're all right, mate.
You do understand that when you suggest that things are blocked by the curvature of the Earth, that's a claim to physicality of the horizon, right?
Say that one more time.
You do understand that when you say, I can't see the bottom of that ship, that's a claim to physical horizon, right?
I suppose so, but at the same time...
Yeah, so you can't have both. You can't
yes,
have
I
both.
can. Yes, you can.
No,
you absolutely can. The position in which the horizon is calculated, and the position where the horizon is calculated... What?
Do you want me to tell you why you can't have both? You can't have your fucking cake and eat it. Because if you're going to claim physical geometric... if you want to claim physical geometric obstruction as in the reason why you can't see that boat, it better be where the mathematics says it fucking should be, sunshine. Being as all me and you have spoken about is the horizon being optical, the atmospheric conditions are going to be the thing that moves the horizon around. So your claim of physical obstruction is kind of removed because you haven't got any physical obstruction. You don't see the physical obstruction you just said. You never see the curvature of the Earth, the physical horizon you just said.
You can see the curvature of the Earth if you get high up enough.
Yeah, so what blocked the bottom of a boat?
It depends. There are also cases and videos that I can't pull up evidence for right now because I have to search for them. Of the bombs not coming back up off of them. And in that case, they would be past the horizon. I see the points here.
What's the horizon?
An imaginary line, but in this case, or an apparent line.
Oh God, it's imaginary, or is it apparent? Is Is it
It's apparent. It's
because
not imaginary.
reflected from
It's apparent.
yeah. So okay. So
Technically,
this is
still
what
an
I'm jumping all over
imaginary
your
point.
word. Yeah, it's not imaginary, mate. This is why I'm jumping all over the words that you use, because imaginary definitely isn't the word that you want to be fucking using right about now. It's apparent, right? So we're trying to get you down to understanding that we don't see the physical horizon where it should be geometrically. The point is, being as the atmosphere is always in the way, you, me, and everybody fucking else has never seen the geometric horizon. So then the question then becomes, how the
The
fuck
thing is
did you
that
get
there's
a
never there's not a geometric horizon to begin with, or there is a geometric horizon or an apparent horizon that you can calculate off of, but there's not a point that you see it. That's the thing that you're also harping on.
How'd you measure it?
So how'd you measure it then?
You base it off of where the sky is supposed to meet the curvature of the Earth. I know that. I don't know the formula for it.
So 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles? Where?
I could not tell you off the top of my head. Once
That's
again,
1.2
I didn't come in here with material.
Yeah, we know. We know you didn't come in with any material because we're asking you and you're not
Yeah,
listening.
you're still kind of being a bit of a cocksucker about it. And I have been very open to everything that you guys have presented.
Wonderful. That's wonderful. I'm glad that you're such a nice person, but I'm still not going to accept your sofa screen. You're dancing around the fucking point. What I'm trying to tell you is being as you've admitted that the horizon moves around because of the atmospheric conditions, me and Timbo just asked you in unison, well, how the fuck did you measure to it then?
Then let me make this crystal clear then. Absolutely crystal clear. There is a point, an apparent point. There's a geometric point that you can measure the horizon. I don't know what the exact number is. I don't know the formula for
That was
it.
clear.
It's not answering the question.
However, due to atmospheric conditions, what our eyes actually see could be a skewed version of that horizon. We can still mathematically point it while it appears different to our eyes because atmospheric conditions are a thing.
We're not asking you to mathematically backwards engineer it to your fucking preconceived ideas. We want you to prove your preconceived idea.
Okay.
You say that the Earth curves. Right? We're asking for a direct measurement of it, and you can't use the horizon because it's apparent. It's always going to move around, right?
Mm-hmm.
So being as the atmosphere is always in the way, how the fuck did you actually measure to the horizon to get 8 inches per mile squared or 1.2 times the root of the observer's height? How'd you do that?
It's not for my dog's whining, I'll tell you that much. Didn't figure it out that way. But she's still doing it like crazy.
Yeah, that's brilliant. So
It
you're
is
not
indeed.
going to answer the question.
Water?
Or be into
I can joke.
because you don't like.
I can.
Yeah.
Listen, man. I can joke around too.
You can joke around just before I stab you with this sword that removes your religion. So you're now going to try and be funny about it.
I do.
Or you're going to be
I do not have religion.
Or are you going to be intellectually honest and go, do you know what, guys? I realise that being as I've demonstrated my understanding that the horizon moves around with the atmosphere, then shit, how the fuck has anybody ever measured to it then? Being as no one ever sees it.
Am I missing a point here? I think that there's a disconnect here. Either well, actually, I know that I may not be understanding what you're saying here. The horizon is a fixed point based off the observer's height, and the point at which the Earth begins to curve. Hold on, let me finish. This is clarification. Hey, this is clarification. Let me finish getting out what I have let you speak.
It's not.
Let me get out what I need to
why
say.
should I continue letting you lie?
Because I don't instantly believe what you're saying either, but I still let you finish out of respect too.
That's brilliant. But what is that calculation? Because you said, 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet? That's the actual physical location of the horizon?
That sounds pretty close to the equation I've seen in the past, yeah.
Awesome
That is
stuff.
the
So you know
horizon.
the picture of the two water rigs, the observer at 1 foot, the horizon should have been at 1.2 miles away, but it's beyond 10. You remember that, right?
That's great. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So where's the geometric horizon, being as we can't see it because the atmosphere is always in the way? You said that 2 minutes ago.
Things can be pulled past. My brain's apparently caught up now. Things can be pulled up over the horizon as well, thanks to the wonderful thing that we call refraction, that we've also talked about before too. And
Can you
that
define
the level of
Can
refraction.
you define refraction and give me a citation and an example? You just said refraction.
Well, hey,
That's brilliant.
those are actually already in the chat. They're
With
you
an
scroll up a bit,
example.
they're there.
Sorry, which model of refraction have you used?
Snell's law. Let's go with that one.
Oh, so
That's what was the medium.
How many mediums have you got? If we're talking about
two.
Snell's law,
Refracting through the air and then your eyes. Let's go with that.
No.
Nope, we're going with that one. Nope, we're going with it.
Yeah, in Snell's law, it's not your
retarded I am.
It's not your eyes.
Yeah, I know.
Some humility, dude.
It's not your eyes. But we're going to be talking about
the part where you said, "Yeah, I know how retarded I am."
Yeah, very retarded. So we understand two different mediums. Let's say water and air. So when we're looking just through the air, how the fuck are you going to apply Snell's law to this, mate?
I'm not sure. I tossed that out there.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I asked you what the fuck you were talking about. And then you turn around to me and say, I'm not sure. So therefore, you're not sure about what the fuck you're talking about, are you? So don't say refraction, being as you don't know what it is. So what model of refraction? You're going to say Snell's law. I'm going to say two mediums. You're going to go.
Well, if you want to give me like 5 minutes, and then I'll find out the correct answer to it. The thing is, right now, I'm working on no material and on very old context.
That's fine. That's fine. I do apologise. I should obviously be so grateful that you gave me a bullshit answer that you've now got to go away for 5 minutes.
It's the correct answer that I know that is correct. I cannot properly define it right now. And you're right, I don't know enough. So if you want to drop the subject too, that's fine. And I'll concede the point.
No,
I don't know enough.
Remember when Jedi say you're in a...
Nobody knows what you're talking about.
What?
Remember when Jedi said that talked about your religion? You know why he said that?
Because I know the answer is because of I go off of faith. But that's also incorrect too.
You have a belief with no evidence, yeah.
So you believe this?
No, I trust people to be telling me the truth about this. I don't, and I assume that the entire world and the
trust the TV. You trust the TV, okay? You trust the TV.
They're not all lying. They're as duped as you are, and as I lived several decades of my life. I wouldn't take it personally.
Don't take it personally, mate. Just understand that you don't know what you're talking about, and we're trying to help you understand that you don't know what you're talking about. And with reference to you not understanding what you're talking about, the Earth's flat. Because the stuff that you think you know, you don't.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly. All right. What model of refraction?
No. I need you to understand the stuff that I know to be true. I cannot articulate well. This is old material.
You're all of a sudden. Let me ask you. I'm trying to be dulcet toned. when you told us about earlier you said everything refracts. Well, how long is it that you've been convinced that everything you see in the distance is an optical illusion? How long have you been going with that?
Define what you mean by optical illusion.
Well, you're the one who said that things are lifted up over the curve of Earth. How about we go with that? Those instances.
It's always been the case. You see mirages while driving all the time.
You see heat on the highway. You see heat emanating off the highway. What I'm asking you is, if you see these long distance observations, if they defy the 3959 spheroid, then what you're seeing is an optical illusion. That's what you're telling yourself. And I'm just wondering, how long have you been under this idea that everything you see in the distance is an optical illusion?
Isn't it crazy how as well, though, that everything you see isn't where it is?
When did you realize
everything is an optical illusion? You're right. You are correct. Everything you see is an optical illusion, including the things that are right in front of you.
Everything you see is an optical illusion.
Oh, no, you too, because everything that you see is not in its true place, thankfully due to refraction.
Oh, everything is not in its true place. Okay, so I'm holding my phone and I'm looking right at it.
Mm-hmm.
Did I just get lucky?
I do know that. No, that's not.
Dude, you're coping, okay? What I'm saying is,
you're being.
When did you realize? When did you come to this realization that everything you see in the distance is an optical illusion? That's all I'm asking.
Probably about 5th grade. That sounds about right.
Did you ace the test? Was that on the test?
Oh yeah, nailed that, man.
In the distance, an optical illusion. Yes, A+. Got it. Thank you.
So real quick, everything you look at refracts. You say, right?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, so everything refracts. Is Earth curve a thing?
The Earth curving. The Earth.
Yeah. Is Earth curvature a thing?
I feel like I'm setting myself up here, but yeah.
Okay, how do you know that?
A couple different things. Interestingly enough, once again, I haven't seen the curvature with my own eyes. However, I will go back to my original point. Nor have I done any experiments myself. I will go with my original point of saying that I do not think literally billions of people are lying to me.
Oh, hearsay. That's how you know it's a thing. Okay,
it's not hearsay when there are, and I know that I have seen them before. There's tons of research put into this too.
They wouldn't have to be lying.
Okay, but like, why would you just cite research? Hey, if there's research, why not just cite that instead of hearsay? That would be more compelling than the hearsay.
My guy, man, have you not heard me this entire time? Genuinely, in the past, when the couple times I came in here, I did come in here prepared. That wasn't happening tonight. I was here.
So I should have listened to you one of the other times, not this time.
Yeah, you know what? Sure. Honest to God, this whole
interject, guys. Hold on. Can I please interject? So wait, you just said two things. You just said you wouldn't believe that billions of people have been lying to you, but you also just said you've never seen the curvature of the Earth with your own eyes. So let me ask you: do you think billions of other people have seen the curvature with their own eyes? Because I mean, it would only be astronauts, right? So it'd only be a couple hundred people, a few hundred people, not billions of people, right? That have seen the
curvature of the Earth has been proven through experimentation before. Plenty.
Yeah, but hold on. But the point I'm trying to make is, why would you say the words? My question is to you: why would you say the words "billions of people are lying to you" when they've never seen the curvature?
You're right. Let me rephrase that to millions, and that includes people who are in the consumer.
You're stuck in concrete thinking, dude. You're missing the point.
No, there's
no, because I have logic to it.
But the logic seems to be that many people. That many people can't be wrong. Go ahead, Orion. Sorry.
Well, I mean, just keep in mind, it's only just barely above 600. That's the number of people, somewhere around 600
that have seen the curvature of the Earth. I get that.
That claim that they've gone to just listen, dude. That claim that they have gone to a medium known as the vacuum of space, a medium that we don't believe in. So only in that place would you ever have a chance of ever seeing any curvature of the Earth. All right. So there's only 600 people, and most of those people are low Earth orbit. So technically, at low Earth orbit, you're not even high enough to technically see it according to the curvature of the Earth, mathematics, geometry. So technically, the only people that actually have gone up in their paradigm, in their story, the only people that have actually gone into space and gone far enough to see the actual curvature of the Earth are only the people that ever went to the moon, which will be a much smaller number than 600. So, again, question, like, I'm just saying, like, rethink your statement when you say, like, this number or that number of people are lying to you. Just rethink your statement.
One sec. Look something up there.
This is a good
The statement isn't that that many of them are lying. People are just fooled. Your teacher.
So you can see the curvature of the Earth at about 6.5 miles up. That's what I had to look up there.
No.
You start to see. You'll be able to start to see the curvature.
Sorry, I do apologise. You're talking about left to right curvature, left to right.
Sure.
Okay. Is that from one side of an aeroplane? Because I'm going to tell you to go. Because I'm going to tell you to go to the other side of the airplane, be the same phenomena. Then I'm going to ask you to go and speak to the captain. 1 sec. Okay. God, I hate it when people do this.
You're right. I misspoke. I gotta recorrect myself there.
Yeah, you should do.
I gave an Why do you gotta be such a dickhead, man? If I notice I say something incorrect, I'm trying to correct myself. You don't have to be a cocksucker about it, dude.
I'm not being a cocksucker. I literally shut up so you could correct yourself.
You made a sarcastic remark as you were finishing off there. It doesn't matter. It's been a routine. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Do you want me to explain to you why?
Stop being so triggered.
Stop swearing. It's against the rules. Okay, you can see at the top. Welcome. Okay, just that. Phonics.
That rule is bullshit.
My bad. I didn't. I didn't realize that. My bad.
Okay,
I joined the server ages ago.
PK,
what's up?
PK, you understand how going 6 miles up and looking out the side of an aeroplane is kind of silly when you're talking about left to right curve, right?
Yeah, which is why I immediately backpedaled that statement, and I was looking up the correct things here. I understand.
Okay, so what are the correct?
Yo. Where's everybody? What the hell happened?
Was that a recording?
Yeah, it was a bot. Yeah, it was a recording.
Okay, I was like, can I just not see these people?
Dude, where are these people? I was driving. I couldn't get to the bot while I was driving. I was like, I'll just wait till I get home. But anyway, I'm home. What's going on? Home Racker? Why'd you come up with that name?
Well, you don't want to know, man.
Yeah, I can speculate, but nah, it's all right. Anyway,
No speculation in here.
no speculation. Damn it! Damn you!
Yeah, I had a question. Obviously, I had a conversation. I think it was Quantum Eraser.
Yes, John.
Yeah. I came in here. Obviously, I'm a Glober.
Okay.
Came in here a couple days ago. Maybe it must have been Wednesday or Thursday, just to chat and hear people out and whatnot. And
Sure.
I heard a couple just like different. I hesitate to call them, theories or perspectives, or let's just say, for the lack of a better term, perspectives on kind of the Earth and shape and phenomena, observable phenomena, etc. And kind of there's a lot of varied perspectives here. That was interesting. That's something that I didn't expect. I hear a lot of I guess like the common ones, like the that there's some kind of enclosure, that there's just various things. And I didn't have a chance. I had to go to bed. I had a shooting tournament the next day, so I couldn't ask this question. But I'm curious about the container, though. So there is again, perspective theory. I don't know what the real term is here. Model, who knows? For there being an enclosure, and that enclosure has to exist because air or a gas can't be contained in an unclosed container, right? So it's like if a tire exists and it needs a or if a wheel exists and it needs a tire around it to maintain pressure, then also so does the Earth. And I don't know. I would like to ask Quantum himself, but
he'll tell you. What I'll tell you, man, is the necessary antecedent for gas pressure is a container.
Yeah,
and there's no demonstration that anybody can do to prove otherwise.
Yeah, for sure.
That's all. Yeah, that's kind of where we stand on that.
I guess the thing about that I can't wrap my head around is why air pressure varies as you go up in altitude, especially, like, pretty predictably.
It's definitely a temperature differential for sure. I always thought it was weird. Even when I was a kid, I was like, my dad would say, "We're going up to the mountains. It's really high up," and I'd be like, "Well, it's going to get hotter. We're going to get closer to the sun, right?" No, it doesn't work like that.
Melt your wings.
It's going to get. I'm going to go to the mountain. It's going to be really hot because I'm closer to the sun. Well, it doesn't work like that, right? So
that's the Icarus fable, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
you're gonna melt the wax off your wings and fall back to Earth.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. Yeah, I mean, I used to live in Colorado, obviously, Denver being the Mile High City. And I've lived at sea level for 15 years or whatever, and and kind of at varying altitudes in between. And they all have 100-degree days, and they all have, and especially Denver. Man, Denver's a hot city. In the summer anyway, it's quite cold in the winter. And there's definitely 100-degree day in Denver and a 100-degree day in Seattle, Washington. They're different air densities for sure. And so temperature being equal, I'm sure that counts for it. I mean, a pilot who flies a plane will tell you it's a lot harder to take off at a high altitude, and it's a lot harder to take off on a hot day, especially if you're heavy with fuel. And so obviously temperature has something to do with it, but there's definitely a density change in the air.
Right.
I used to do a little bit of car tuning as well.
I mean, you think about it, that all the gas is down here at surface level. And, lighter gases will go up, and the heavier gases will stay down here, man. So,
yeah,
that's pretty easy you can do that in the lab.
Yeah, that's I think that's fair. I actually said something along those lines the last time I was on here that if you were to like enclose 3 or 4 different gases of different densities in a container, that you're going to get that you will get separation because the
the heliums
they're going to the top.
Go up
and allegedly those light gases like helium and hydrogen actually just escape the atmosphere, right? That's a claim that's made because they go up so high. But yeah, so that was, but what I was told last time I was here, and again, I don't want to conflate everybody's perspectives with one another's,
One day you'll hear something and somebody will say something, the next day you'll hear something. So
yeah,
it's easy to, get 2 different stories around here all the time, but we try to be pretty consistent. I mean, we're not 100%, but
yeah, for sure. Yeah. And I think that part of the,
but you can go to any server doing anything and talk about, whether it's, microscopic surgery or whatever, and talk to different people, and they'll all have a different take on shit.
Yeah.
You're like,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, even completely conflicting ones at times. Yeah, for sure.
So that's just human nature, and everybody's experiences coming together and talking about things.
I think that the outsider's perspective on the the quote unquote flat earther is of like one homogenized argument. And I think that's kind of a shitty way to look at it.
Yeah, we've kind of, that term flat earther's been kind of weaponized in a lot of ways.
For sure.
And that's that's typical, But so it,
I mean, the globe Earth has if you want to characterize it as a problem, they have the same problem. If I talk to 10 globers, I'm going to get 10 versions of the globe.
Exactly.
We literally talk about it. It's a bring your own globe around here. But they all bring their own idea of what the globe, I shouldn't even say model, but they think it's a model. That's half the problem.
Yeah, it's definitely problematic, and some of the things that Quantum was bringing up, especially about just issues in perspectives of theories. I guess to say the conventional idea of things are so varied and often contradictory. He said, and I totally agree, that quantum mechanics fucks with general relativity. General relativity makes Newtonian physics inert, and Newtonian physics obsoleted and superseded, stuff before it. and it's not necessarily it's actually not getting more clear. It's getting less clear.
Right.
And so it's really hard to like parse that data and be precise about it. And then of course, just how spicy this whole thing is, just to be expected to be spoken to or worked with in good faith, and then also to not like lose your cool yourself, you know. But also it's fun. So it's
well, welcome, man. Yeah, if it's not fun, man, I'm out of here.
Yeah, for sure. No, I had a great time. I mean, I got screamed at by Quantum for a good 45 minutes straight. He
screamed at all of us at one time or another. So I you can't take it personally.
No, I certainly.
He'll yell at you and say, "Look, I got the fucking papers right here. You want to read them with me?"
Yeah, dude. That's what impressed me most about him is how prepared and
he's
cited.
Extremely prepared, and I think Indio's pretty good. AI is good. There's a few guys around here that are super prepared. I am not one of those guys by any means.
Yeah,
but I'll make you fucking laugh.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I guess I got here with all those guys, Indio and AI and Quantum were on, and I just got a chance to
full house. Fuck.
It was a good time.
Yeah. That's kind of a normal thing around here. I mean, it's been for years. Seeing those guys just talk to people, and I'll just shut the hell up most of the time. But it's great great place to talk about Earth and physics and all kinds of cool shit, man. But mostly the Earth.
Yeah, I also I love hearing about how people perceive things, man. That's such a cool thing to me. And
yeah, it really is.
Something that I've noticed is that there's kind of like a split. It seems like, I can't say 50-50 for sure, but it seems like there are people who are like on the creationist side who kind of came to this through that, and then there are people who are like anti-creationist maybe, or more leaning towards that atheist side that came to it, and I
would characterize it as anti-religion.
Yeah. Okay.
Not anti-God, right? So
yeah.
Typically they're deists, but they're just like anti-religion, anti-Catholic Church, anti-Protestant, formalized religion.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Well, I mean, secularism fucking ain't a better option either. So.
Yeah, that's one of those
just
things.
Think about the piles of bodies, right? If you compare piles of bodies, like the secular governments have higher piles of bodies than fucking than the religious, countries.
I needed that.
Think about USSR. Okay, that's a big ass pile of bodies, bro.
Oh yeah, it's huge.
A lot of starving bodies.
They weren't just starved. They weren't just starved. There's that part, but there's also the frickin', Stalin just wholesale fucking murdering people.
Yeah.
And abortion was legalized pretty early in the history of the USSR. They eventually, it was one of the very first places, like in what we call the modern world, where abortion was legal. But then they changed it because their population started declining, so they got rid of it. But then they brought it back. If you count abortion as killing somebody, I mean, I know some people don't. They don't include that in the tally of bodies, but I do.
Yeah. What's up? Is it Jedi or Jetty? I heard Quantum calling you Jetty.
I saw that was Jedi. He's
Jedi. There he is. He's back.
I saw a demonstration of abortions using BBs in a bottle, and they were like, here's all the people that died from the plague, and here's all the people that died from war, and here's all the people. And he kept throwing BBs in the jar, right? And he goes, and then he goes, here's all the people that have died from abortion, and it fucking filled up the fucking rest of the jar completely to the top. And I was like, oh, that's an interesting. There's just like millions and millions and millions of abortions, man. It's crazy.
Yo, I almost spazzed. I saw someone posted a message on Telegram like, we have a replacement population problem, but it's not abortion. Like, dude, do you fucking know how many people are being aborted? Are you even paying attention? It's a lot of people. Like,
when you see it like in a demonstration like that, where it's a clear, obvious. I mean, all the wars in all the world, all time versus abortions. Abortions outweigh them all, man. That's crazy. It's insane. Anyway, Flatman B, what's up, man?
What's up, Kenny?
My sidekick, fucking comedian. Shit, he's in the house.
What's up, brother?
Good, man. Hanging out at home base here.
There's been 38 million abortions this year, just so you know.
38 million
worldwide, or
worldwide? Yeah.
Think about that.
It's just a drop in the bucket.
In all of the wars and all of human history, how many people have died? 100 million. So just in like
200,000 abortions per day. What the fuck? What?
200,000 a day? What? So yeah, it's insane. People don't realize the numbers, man. And it was like, holy shit, man. That's like super.
According to the World Health Organization, every year in the world there is around 73 million induced abortions.
Yep. And now they got the pill and the thing, and then they just got every.
Does that even count? Does that count as an abortion, like Plan B?
Yeah.
Because, like,
it should. I mean, you're aborting something. So
yeah, I know, but it's like so early. Is it like?
Plan B is it prevents implantation. So whether the egg is fertilized or not,
it's not really an abortion. It's really
I think that it can't. I mean, if you really go basically like, okay, sperm has impacted the egg and they've blended all this shit, then Plan B could be
technically.
But
if it's not embedded, if it's not implanted in the placenta,
it's not a viable
into the uterus. Then it's like,
and that's how most pregnancies go. Is that people don't even. They don't implant. I know maybe you guys have personal experience with this, where some people have difficulty getting pregnant. It's very likely that the egg is being fertilized, but it's just not.
No issues here. I've got lots of rugrats running around. Well, now they're growing up rugrats. I still got a 12-year-old, but
yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I think the line is pretty gray with Plan B. I know that for like my Christian friends, a lot of them err on the side of caution and don't use it, but some of them don't.
Interesting. I don't know. I mean, is using a condom is that an abortion? Hey man, I was gonna get her pregnant, but no.
You remember the movie The Sleeper?
Dude, it's been fucking decades, dude. Yeah, it's
the part where Woody Allen he's a sperm cell, right?
Oh, that way.
He's complaining about hitting the. You're like, I heard we're gonna hit this big rubber wall when we shoot.
Interestingly, about that
hilarious movie, man. Fuck
the Talmud, and really broadly the Torah is been interpreted to basically say that abortion is okay basically for just about any reason, but I think that the term is wasting the seed. That's like a no. So condom bad, abortion okay, and that's. I mean, call a rabbi about it if you feel like it, but to explain the complexities there.
Hey, can I be the rabbi? I'll tell you guys tonight that potentially, maybe, if you might just waste your sperm jacking off, it's a total sin, 100%. I don't know. Fuck.
But
is that what they're saying, man? It's like you can't
100%.
waste your sperm, man. You can't jack off, basically, right?
Right, but if you get your wife pregnant, you can command her to have an abortion. So it's a little.
In the Bible, the dude was. Yeah.
Yeah. Please go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I was just gonna say. I was just gonna steel man him that. Yeah, in the Bible it says that this dude died and the brother was supposed to make the dead husband's wife pregnant, but he just kept having sex with her and then spilling his seed on the side, and it really made God mad.
Yeah.
I never heard that fucking story, man. Shit.
There's a lot of weird ones, man.
That's a fucking wicked one.
Yeah, I didn't hear all that, but
It's
there
a
is
good
one thing
thing.
where the guy let his seed hit the ground and he was struck dead or something by God.
I don't know.
If
I
I
didn't hear
remember it
that
right,
one either. Shit.
it's something to that effect. And that's supposed to be like an admonition against like masturbation or something, not to like
Oh.
waste your seed.
Interesting. Well, we've all done it, so I just we're all bad.
Well, there's this. Ever hear this joke? So like,
I think I have.
1% or 99% of men masturbate in the shower. 1% sing. You know what they sing? Nobody knows what they sing. Nobody I ask knows what they sing.
There we go. Now I'm laughing. Shit. That's funny, man. I hadn't heard that one. Yeah. The other one was like 99% of the guys masturbate and the 1% lie.
Yeah.
Or something like that, right? That's where I thought you were going with that joke. Yeah, anyway.
Yeah, they've really normalized it though, dude. Like that, it's just normal to like watch porn or jerk off or do all these things.
Yeah.
But in reality, bro, like if
I
you
think
save
watching
it, if
porn's another
you're
thing,
not
though.
making a baby, oh, that's
Like
just
you can
a worse
masturbate
thing on
without
top of
watching
it.
porn, right? You can
Yeah.
masturbate without
Oh,
even
of
thinking
course.
of anybody.
That's true.
Yeah, there's no doubt. But I'm saying they've normalized it so that it's normal for them to get rid of the seed constantly. And if you're not making a baby, if you keep all that energy inside of you, bro, you will feel amazing. I don't know if you guys know, the whole
Yeah, I
NoFap thing,
know
but
about
basically,
keeping your sperm in you a long time, man, it can be beneficial and it can be harmful as well. So it depends. They do normalize people going to Taco Bell and coming home and watching football and eating fucking Doritos and shit and being brainwashed not by television.
that's also
That's
very
pretty
bad.
normal. It's like, really, you don't want to like. They didn't teach us about taxes or how to handle a fucking student loan or nothing, man. I mean, fuck. I got in a conversation tonight with a good friend of mine, and she's like, these kids, if they would just sit down and do the numbers, she's like a super successful woman, and she just does her numbers and says, okay, well, if I take out $250,000 for this degree, and I get my degree, and then I go get a job making 62 grand a year, and then I gotta pay this and pay that for 30 years, and I still owe 200 grand. It's like, at the end of the day, you're like, oh, fuck. I spent, 30 years paying back this fucking student loan. And
About 15, 20 years ago, the New York Times did a feature on, they compared a doctor to a plumber, the lifetime earnings.
Right.
And it turned out after you subtract for how much it costs to go to medical school and all that, and then the life expectancy of the doctor and all that, the plumber made something like 30% more than the doctor.
Yeah. I totally believe that, man. It's $1 million.
And that was 20 years ago. Think of what it is now. It's even more expensive.
Yeah, it's $1 million at least to get a doctorate now, to become a doctor. Yeah, it's $1 million fucking dollars. You gotta, you're paying
Who the
7
hell
years.
even wants to be a doctor? I mean, Jesus Christ, dude. All those fuckers die early, man.
Plumber doesn't have to be a shill, though.
I want to shout out to the orthopedic surgeons. My sister yesterday fell down and destroyed her femur.
Oh, shit.
Holy shit.
Broken?
It's all completely fucking shattered the fuck out of it. And they replaced it this evening. And the last I heard is she's out of surgery and everything's good. So,
okay. How old is she?
63.
Damn, man.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yeah, it was bad, man. So,
damn, that's like listen, man.
I know.
Don't let her be. Listen, this is it's a serious advice. Don't let her be sedentary.
What's that mean?
Because that's like laying around.
Oh no, she's too active and hyper to fucking be laying around. She's got a grandkid.
Because like when you break your femur, especially as you're older, that's like a huge precursor to premature death.
Yeah,
right?
I'm sure.
Like you're like 1 year risk of dying goes up to something like from 1% to 10%.
All right.
Because most people, they break their femur, they become immobile, they lose muscle mass because from laying around, right? Because they're not active. And then, like, you know, it just snowballs from there, right? That they basically, their health just goes downhill, especially with a broken femur or a broken hip. So get on her ass.
All right. I'll do it, man. Yeah, I'll be on it.
Unless you don't love her, then, you know.
She's just my sister. Fuck.
Yeah, I'm joking.
But she has my niece living with her and her grandson. So she's going to be active, man. It's her daughter is living with her now. So it's going to be great. Her husband's got a lot of free time. He works, he's like an inspector kind of guy. So
yeah, I mean, it's just this is something I found out like within the last couple
it's true, man. Yeah, you want to be
active. It was a thing about like longevity. It's a doctor that like he's basically he was talking about like he said, you know, he's like he's in geriatric practice, right? He was like, you break your femur, you're fucking done. Right? It's like, especially in old age, you know, when you're young, that's one thing, but as you get older, because that break just snowballs into other health problems.
Exactly. That's going to just, it's not good.
Because it's the largest bone in your body, right? It bears up near all your weight, you know, I mean, there's just like so many possible complications. And there's infections, because typically they have to put screws and plates in, and there's all those risks. So, yeah, man. I'll pray for your sister, man.
Dig this, man. So I was there today, and I was helping her get to surgery. Her husband had a test for his inspection thing he was at. But anyway, he came back a little bit later. But I was there with her for like an hour. And the anesthesiologist came in and talked to us for a second. But I didn't get to meet the doctor. But her husband did. Rob, and he came back and says they're going to replace from the lower knee all the way up. They're going to replace her whole knee and the femur all the way up to like near her crotch area there, where it connects with the hip, right? And I go, they can do that shit now? And he's like, yeah, apparently. So I'm going to find out more about it. I'll get back to you guys in the next.
Well, I had a friend who broke his femur back, but he was young, right? They got in a drunk driving accident. So fucking retards.
Mm-hmm.
It was actually not the driving; it was the freaking dumb bitch that was tripping in the back seat.
Oh.
Got the hallucination that they were going to crash and grabbed the fucking steering wheel and then did crash. Anyway, he busted his femur, and he had a titanium plate put into it, like. Into his femur, man. Like,
right,
so
that's what's happening with her.
Not a plate, a fucking rod, dude. And he got like they eventually took it out, man. But this freaking rod, oh my god, dude, you could kill somebody with it. It was light as hell. It was light, dude, like super light, but it was hard as hell, man. Like you could.
That's the
you
titanium.
could bust someone else's femur with it, like. Like cops should be carrying that around instead of a billy club. Let's put it that way.
Just make sure that women at that age, bro, that they're getting a good bioavailable source of calcium, because as they get older, women are more prone to osteoporosis. Yeah.
That's good advice.
Too.
Yeah, that's good advice. We have a shitload of calcium in our water here, but
you have to take it with vitamin D though, otherwise it doesn't like take. So that's like.
Or get out in the sun. You got to get out in the sun.
Yeah, because vitamin D or calcium doesn't like absorb, mineralize into your bone unless you have a adequate vitamin D content. You're in California. You shouldn't have any vitamin D problems.
I don't, and I don't take supplements, and I'm just outside wearing shorts most of the time. So
yeah, that's not an option. Northeast.
Nah, yeah, I know you guys are fucked. Yeah, you guys don't.
I think it was 30 something degree or 40 degrees today or something.
It was like 80 degrees here today, man. Sorry.
Son of a bitch.
I know. It's bad. I know it's
bad.
It's horrible. It should be like, 62 or something, but it's 80. Sorry.
Yeah, I
man.
mean, come on, man. Can you just bring it down a little? It hasn't been 80 here since August.
I know. Yeah. Well, yeah. But it's, dude, that's why we got 17 million people out here. I don't know about where you're at, but
Yeah. Yeah, we're not like that high in the
But
population.
you Mongols in New York, man, those fucking guys got like 23 million people. I'm like, what? Fuck off.
Yeah, but none of
That's
them are from here.
insane, man.
I mean, California has the same problem. At least they're all from the same place. In New York, it's like, it's every country. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but in LA, man, it's way spread out, man. It's huge. It's like 100 square miles, basically. Yeah, it's big, man. County is fucking huge, man. Check it out sometime. But
I mean, New York, like if you're in the center of, like, I don't live in New York, I live in Boston, but if you're in the center of New York and you like drive out of New York City, it takes a while till you start seeing like suburbia.
yeah, it takes about maybe like an hour or so, right?
Till you start like.
No, I mean, depends on traffic.
It's like it's like 10 miles. Like a 10-mile radius from New York is pretty built up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's built up. It's urbanized.
It's about. I mean, if you're in LA, let's say you're at the beach in LA and you want to go like someplace where it's not suburbia, with traffic and everything. It's an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, depending.
My friend, he's married to a Chinese lady, and his daughter's she lives in China. She got stuck here during COVID, which was kind of weird. She couldn't even get back in. Like, I don't know how that worked. Anyway, he's been to Shanghai. He said being there is like, and this is a person that grew up in New York City. He's like, fucking Shanghai is just something else.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's next level, man. I mean,
It's
Chinese
like high rises forever.
Chinese like to go big, man. So what do you know about the ghost cities, man? I don't think I've ever asked you about the ghost cities, man, but I watched some videos maybe like 5 years,
fake, right?
5 years ago.
Yeah, dude, I know about it. I heard they're fake though. That they're like, it's only like like there's buildings, but like you go in the buildings and there's like nothing inside them.
Right. Yeah, I seen video where guys were going in the buildings and they're walking around and it's like, I don't know, it was completely unfinished. It was like, it's weird. I don't know, man. It's
like some weird psyop or something.
I mean, maybe you guys are on that. Maybe, I need to look at it again. But it was like 5 years ago. I was looking at this, I was watching these videos. There was even a guy that had a drone. He was flying it around the cities and there was nobody there. And it's like, I saw this one. It was a complete replica of Paris. I was like, and there's nobody there. They had the Eiffel Tower and everything, man. And I was like, all right, that's fucking weird.
How could
man.
you have all that money to make a city that you'll never use? That is so weird.
You know what? It's a great opener. If you guys ever go to like a picnic or a party or something, man, I think Ghost Cities is a fucking kick-ass. Like, hey, man, have you guys ever heard of Ghost Cities? It'll get them thinking, man, because they'll go home and they'll look up Ghost Cities and they'll find the videos that we all found, and maybe it might help. I don't know. You
Yeah,
could
you
try.
show up at the party and you go, "Hey, bro, did you know that they made an airport in Denver?" And then they said, "Whoops, this is no good," and then built an airport on top of that airport, bro.
China has a kind of weird economy.
Oh, have you seen
They
the
have a
new
lot of people
airport? Have you guys seen the new flat Earth thing in the airport with the fence and the outer ponds and the fuck all, man?
No.
You guys probably haven't seen that yet. All right, let me see. Let me see if I can find it, man. I sent it to some people, man. Let me see if I can track that bitch down. Go ahead.
I think the ghost cities are for like I think they're for military purposes.
I actually have some insight about that if you're interested.
To say they have to evacuate somebody, right?
We're interested.
So say like the United States invaded China, right? Like all their hard cities are on the coast. Like, okay, everybody, like we're gonna just move inland 500 fucking miles, right? Now fuck you. Now you have to march 500 miles to get to us, right? Because that's kind of what the Russians did with the Germans, right? The Germans got freaking right outside of Moscow and they had bombed everything, but the Russians, because Russia's so big, they just threw everything on a goddamn train, drove it 1,000 miles away, and like built all their tanks there. They literally dismantled factories and just like stuck them on the Trans-Siberian Railroad and just drove them 1,000 miles away, and on the train tracks.
Yeah.
Rebuilt the factory, then started making the tanks again.
That's incredible. It's fucking incredible.
Well, it was either that or die.
So
or learn German.
So those cities, in theory, may end up getting used. They may even be used now. But what it is they're actually fudging. The whole intent behind it is that they're fudging their GDP numbers in order to keep their bonds getting high ratings. So
yeah, I've heard that.
The U.S. does this too, but to a different extent.
Right.
But GDP calculation is private consumption plus gross private investment plus government spending plus exports and imports. So if you do the government investing, government spending, if you crank those up really high, then you can make a falling GDP look stable, or make a stable GDP look like it's accelerating. And so they're suffering the consequences of a lot of this right now, because a lot of the private investment that was happening through their internal state-run banks the loans aren't getting paid back, and so there's basically a large real estate crash happening right now in China. But that's what that whole Ghost City thing is. Granted, China needs a lot of infrastructure, so it's not all numbers fudging. But
I ran into some financial guys that told me the same thing. He goes, "This is the way to keep, money afloating, is to build these cities, man." And I asked a construction guy who works for Caterpillar, and he's a salesman for them, man. He sells all the equipment, and I'm like, dude, what's up with these ghost cities? And he's like, well, they got to keep the economy going, and they're going to build these cities. They were thinking, maybe in the future they'll use them or something. But it's all about the financial numbers. Yeah, but if you go look at the construction of these cities, man, they're really shitty, man. What I've seen.
GDP's a stupid fucking number anyway, dude. It's
retarded.
So hard.
It's fucking retarded. Yeah, exactly.
And then the other part of it is that when you're having economic struggles, you're also having generally job losses, and so people that don't have jobs act up. People that don't have things to do. If they're bored, they do shitty things, and people who don't have jobs tend to start stealing for survival.
What else are we gonna do? We do some shitty stuff, man.
Well, China's pretty slick, man. So they did build these cities like 20 years ago, and they're in demographic decline. They probably looked at the numbers, saw a demographic peak, and was like, okay, for the next 10 years, we're gonna have a bunch of males, between 18 and frickin' 30. We need to keep them occupied for like fucking 5 years.
Right.
Okay, let's stick them in the fucking Gobi Desert and have them build a tower.
Let's build some goddamn condos, man. Let's do it. You ready? Set, go.
And you avoid a lot of problems, right? Because they got those people out of the major cities, right? Like, working age, single men, they got them out of the cities because when they did the one-child policy, they ended up with an asymmetry of males versus females. So you don't want a lot of men running around, doing crazy shit to get a female.
Well, they had a baby policy too at the same time.
The one-child policy, right? So when a lot of people are aborting the females because they wanted a male.
And that's it. If you had a female, she gone. And then if you got a male, okay, we're good. Yeah, you're right, man. Damn it. Damn. Red pill. Fucking
I mean, I could actually get like inside information because, like I said, I have a friend. He's married to someone that came over when the Japanese, when the fucking Mao took over. She fled. Her father was killed. Her father was actually worked for the government at the time. So the communists killed, they just came and got him one day. He never came back.
Right.
And her mother, I think she had something like 6 siblings. Two survived, her and her brother.
Wow.
So she fled to Hong Kong, and I think her mother was engaged in prostitution in order to finance them, and she sent them to Spain. And she was like 11 and raised her. She wrote a whole book about it, dude. It's pretty fucking harrowing. Yeah. So, but she has kids, right? And one of her kids, her daughter, is like she's pretty. I don't know about famous in China. She's well known in certain circles. Let's put it that way. She's like a restaurant reviewer.
Yeah.
And she's like, because she's American, right? She's Chinese, right? So she's half Chinese, half American. And they kind of like that round eye with the Chinese look.
Oh, yeah.
That turns them on over there for some reason. Right? So she's pretty popular as far as like her profession. But I could get the information on what the hell's really going on over there. Because she actually talks to billionaires and shit like that, dude. She's
all right. I mean,
to get back into China. So like she was in Mexico City with a fucking world-renowned Mexican artist, fucking chef, a whole bunch of shit, hanging out with millionaires or billionaires.
Right.
And when COVID hit and she couldn't get back into China, so she came to the United States. She came here, right? And
right.
I know her father. She's my age, but I know her father. And she got stuck here with her daughter, and she couldn't go back to China. In order to go back to China, China wouldn't let her come back because they didn't buy the Western vaccine, right? They were like, "Oh, the Pfizer vaccine, Moderna vaccine, that's not good enough. You need either our vaccine or the Russian vaccine." So she had to go to Russia. She had to go to Russia to get vaccinated. She had some fucking billionaire pay for that shit, right? And that was like a pain in the ass to like get all the paperwork and all that shit. And then like they didn't have the second booster in Russia, so she had to go to Slovakia to get that. She had all this shit paid for. I'm dead serious, bro. And then when she got to China, she had to stay like in quarantine for something like 10 weeks in a hotel. Yeah.
Fuck off. Can you? Oh, fuck. I can't even imagine that, dude. I mean, I watched it through videos. I saw people getting stuck in these fucking quarantine fucking villages and shit, man. I'm like, no, man. Dude, you put me in there, man. I'm gonna go fucking stir crazy, bro. Unless I got Discord or something. Fuck off. I'm gonna be. This ain't gonna fucking end well. I'm telling you, man. I'm going out with a couple of you motherfuckers are coming with me. This ain't gonna happen. I'm fucking fuck those guys, man. Locking those people up like that, man. That is.
Yeah. So then she ended up coming back here and like.
Fuck.
I don't know why. I don't know. I never asked her really about why she came back and why she didn't just stay in China. But
well, do an interview.
I think she was like, she's married to somebody over there. I think they're married. She has a boyfriend, whatever, and like they have some weird shit going on where they're going back and forth. It's easier now, but like she decided to stay here instead of stay there. Well, she's doing something completely different now. She's like a jet setter, let's put it that way. And she's not rich, which is like she just gets that shit paid for by other people.
Yeah, it sounded like, I mean, she's got the finances to deal with it, but
it's not her finances, though. That's the fucked up thing. It's
she's like I said, she's got the finances. A friend of mine taught me. He goes, "There's people out there that make money, and then there's people out there that get money." You know, and she's one of those.
She gets money. If she wants something, she knows how to get the money to get
the rest of us have to fucking work, build patios or whatever the fuck we do, you know, right?
Well, what she does now, she's like a life coach counselor.
Yeah.
And she deals with people that have like rich people that have trauma, like childhood trauma from typically from what she described to me, they're raised in like these loveless homes, right? They come from affluent homes, right? And like you're just like carted around everywhere. Go to violin practice. Go to fucking volleyball practice. And all their parents, the only time they see their parents.
I got my driver. When's my driver picking me up?
Yeah, exactly. And this is how they were raised, right? And now that they're older and they're rich, they're fucking all traumatized and shit because no one ever loved them.
I love that, man. That's a fucking great.
And she
dichotomy
does,
of
she does that, and she does like MDMA psychotherapy and shit. So yeah, so that's actually a cutting edge psychotherapy method.
Oh, dude, it's
Is to
not
use
cutting edge.
MDMA while in a. She's giving me books on it. I actually have a book right here called Psychedelic Psychotherapy.
Yeah,
So they
that's
use
the
it for
thing, man.
post-traumatic stress disorder, veteran, shit like that.
They tried that stuff. I know the study I know of, they did it with acid to see if it would help
Yeah,
people.
mushrooms. She does like she has like a plethora of options. Let's put it that
Yeah,
way.
you can do mushrooms. You can do what's the latest and greatest one?
It depends on it actually depends on the type of PTSD.
Oh,
Like it
interesting.
actually so if you're having so one type of PTSD is like end of life issues, right? So you have terminal
Right.
fucking cancer and you got a year to live and you're having anxiety about how to deal with it. Mushrooms are a good way to
deal with it.
treat that, right?
Okay,
But if you have other
I love
types of it, you've been abused, right, or you've been in war and combat, and you're constantly in a fearful, anxious state, MDMA is a treatment for that.
There you go. That makes sense. Yeah, that's much more laid
Because it's
down.
more like the type of like one is type of an acute PTSD, where you have bursts, right? You
Yeah.
see Charlie coming out of the fucking McDonald's bathroom.
Oh, shit! Here comes Charlie. Charlie Manson just walked through the wall, bro.
Charlie's in the trees.
As opposed to if you're fucking gonna die in a month, it's just something that's nagging on you, as opposed to some acute trauma. So it's different techniques.
So yeah, I mean, I think we've all had some childhood trauma that we either dealt with or didn't, or
according to her, she thinks that everyone has trauma due to
you know what? I think everybody does have trauma. I would agree with her.
To me, it's only trauma if you let it be trauma.
Well, that's what you realize when you're older and you're wiser. You finally figure it out. But when you're going through it, you're like, okay. I mean, I'm upset about this. My mom, my dad, my sister, blah, brother, fucking kicked me in the head. It's just like little shit. It all adds up. And at some point, man, you're traumatized, for fuck's sake. Fucking my brother kicked me in the face. Fuck, man, fucking asshole. And then,
I've just seen people have it so much worse than me. That's always what I always thought. Yeah, this sucks, but dude, the dude down the street,
right,
he's got it real bad.
They're living in a trailer or whatever. Yeah, you see.
Dude, I know people that have been sold into prostitution by their own parents.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can go.
Seriously, fucked up people, dude.
Yeah, we can go deep dive on the MK Ultra fucking nightmare that a lot of people went through. I mean,
it's even worse even for a grand conspiracy when it's for fucking meth.
Oh yeah, fucking meth was brought in.
selling your kids for fucking meth, dude. That's fucking horrible.
Started out as crack cocaine, man, in the 80s here in Los Angeles. I remember people that I knew that I hung out with and played music with, whatever. They turn into these fucking zombie freaks, man, that only think about one thing. And that's it. They got sucked in, and that's all they could think about was getting that next fucking hit.
Literally the only thing they think about. Everything.
That's the only thing they thought about, dude. I mean, it's like they didn't care about music anymore. They don't care about fucking.
I'm gonna mute the YouTube bot.
with the gray tones. Those people come in and they want a jet. Not only do they want a jet, but they want the design, the trim, and the sparkles and the lighting and everything else, man. They want it right. And it's weird, man. Can you think about that, man? I mean, if you had enough money to buy a jet, I mean, that's such a psychotic thing to think, oh, I'm going to buy my own jet. And not only am I going to buy my own jet, but I'm going to custom design the interior right down to the stitching and the colors and the fucking what?
I
Fuck
found
off.
out that's kind of funny coincidence because I found out today that there's a website called Spend Bill Gates Money. And it has like, so you start with like his amount of money, right? 19 billion or something. Even though he has more than that now, it's like $19 billion. And it has like menus of stuff to buy.
Yeah.
And you have to try, you can try and spend it all, and it's like impossible. Like I'm buying every NFL team, ding, 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 ding. Oh, I'm buying 100 Lamborghinis, ding, 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 100 Ferraris, and it doesn't even make a dent.
Oh fuck! Fuck, man! Please drop that link or DM it or fucking somewhere. You gotta fucking. I gotta.
I saw it like in a YouTube short. I'm like, no way, man.
Spend Bill Gates' money. Yeah. You got 47 747s, whatever. Right? Okay.
Oh, we're at $100 million. So
okay, sure. I still got.
I posted a link. There you go.
Oh, thank you.
$100 billion. Spend Bill Gates money.
Oh,
it's weird because the first thing that pops up on the Big Mac flip flops, Coca-Cola. How many flip flops can I buy that are $3?
How many Big Macs? How many Big Macs can I fucking buy? Fuck off. Netflix. I'll take a couple of Netflixes and Air Jordans, man. I gotta have some Air Jordans. Yeah, I gotta get some of those. Oh, that's hilarious, dude. Thank you for sharing that, man. That hopefully it made these guys.
I just bought 101,000 Ford F-150s, and I still got $96 billion left.
Woo! Hey, that's why I keep coming back here, man, because this shit's funny, man. Come on. If it's not fun, man, you're fucking it up. Issa Mikulski, you guys know who that guy is. That's a quote from him. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Issa. This shit's funny, man. I mean, you have to laugh at it. If you don't, you will go crazy.
But this is what should blow everyone's mind, right? So to have that much money, right? So to have money left over off something. So I'm selling a product, right? So the product costs me $10. I charge $11. Then I make $1.
Right.
That's how much he overcharged people beyond what he paid for it.
Which is, what is that? 50%?
$100 billion in frickin' charging too much, right?
Well,
think how long would it take you if you had a product to sell, right? You got to buy the product and then you resell it and then you make a profit. How much profit do you have to make to end up with $100 billion at the fucking end? You have to really be ripping people off, man. Like, dude, you have to really be robbing people. Oh, that cost me $1 to make. I'm going to charge you $100,000 for it.
Did you see him break down his investment in the vaccines? Did you see the breakdown where he was breaking it down? He was breaking it down live on an interview, saying, "Hey, man, if we invest this much, we'll make this much. It's a no-brainer," is what he said.
Yeah, his Bill and Gates, Melissa Gates Foundation. Is her name still on it now that they're divorced? Does that still exist like that?
That's a good question. I think it does. I think it does. Yeah.
I mean, that's like a slush fund, as far as I'm concerned. That like.
Oh man, the slush funds, and then Bill Gates.
So it's not like it's not like he took a bunch of money, put it in this thing, and then that money just is like just being spent, right? They take the money and then they invest that money, so that foundation
It's
fucking
like
makes money, right? And then the people running the foundation, they get paid to run the foundation.
Yeah, it's no different than those.
And they're like, I'm a philanthropist. No, you're not. You're a scammer. You're just doing what Rockefeller did with his trusts that he used back in the freaking early 1900s. You're just another scammer.
Well, didn't Rockefeller start the education system?
Yeah, but he hid all his wealth in trusts, right? So you had the Sherman Antitrust Act because back then they were hiding, like all the rich people were hiding. They would create these trusts, right? So that you couldn't, like, they were opaque, right? So the government couldn't look into them and see frickin' what the money was doing, right? So you just make yourself a beneficiary of the trust, but the trust is like billions of dollars, right? But you put in the trust, hey, you pay this person $10,000 a week, right? So you're just living off this trust. You're a trust fund baby, right? But like that trust is actually making money as if it was a company, but it's a quote unquote trust, but it's actually a company making money.
Isn't that the same thing that, like, let's say you work for Xerox or whatever, and they say, okay, we got a bunch of money, we give it to a guy, and he this is your retirement funds and your 401ks, and
he's the same thing. Yeah,
he's gonna take care of that money for you, and he's gonna invest that money that we owe you into some stocks and bonds and all kinds of crazy shit, and
then we're going to give you the leftovers.
And after, like, you've invested all this money, and we'll take care of you for, when you retire, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, right?
Yeah, that's the same way insurance works, right? So they take your money, your insurance premiums, they invest it for 30 years, they make $31 million, and then they kick you back a $1 million insurance policy. Very, very, very white of them.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, it's out there. Obviously, we all went through the financial crash of 2008, man. That was really wild. But
the thing about the insurance, though, is that you're not taking a risk unless the insurance company goes bankrupt.
Too big to fail. Man.
So it's like a no risk. You're paying $100 a month, and you take no risk. Whereas they're going to take your money and invest it and possibly lose it all.
Yeah, they might lose it all, man.
But the odds of that are freaking slim and none over a period of 30 years. They're probably going to make 11% and compounded year over year. That's something like $31 million on a $100 a month payment.
That's some damn good math right there, man. Damn.
Insurance companies are very profitable.
Oh yeah, there's so many of them. That's what I always find interesting. There's a lot of insurance companies now. Different rates, different coverages. Interesting. Insurance is an interesting scam, man. Yeah, it's a good one. What's up, New P? What's up, Dave? You there? I gotta say,
anybody wants to jump in? We're just shooting the shit, dude. Nothing fucking serious.
Yeah, nothing serious. There he is. You back?
Yeah, I was gonna offer my best rates on Coriolis insurance. Anybody want to go for that?
Oh shit! I'll take
Coriolis insurance.
Gotta have it.
Gotta have it.
Otherwise,
never know when you got to kick a field goal.
Yeah, next time a cop pulls you over, though, you just gotta say, "Look, the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles at the equator, and at the latitude I'm at, it's about 560 miles per hour. And there was a slight jump in the road over there, and I was slightly in the air, and due to the Coriolis effect, I did get a little bit wobbly on my turning to try to make the next turn, and I think you might think I'm drunk, but I'm not. And if he says that, that's crazy, you just go, "What? Are you a flat earther?" And then he gets like really embarrassed and goes, "Oh, no, it's okay. You can go." Like, come on. Cops are the last thing they want to be called is a fucking flat earther. Yeah,
sure
but that's also going along with the IQ, the low IQ requirement they have. You have to expect that.
So, hey, I want to shout out New Perspective. Hey, I appreciate all the shit you sent me, but
Yeah,
so New Perspective, you sent me a bunch of information from a guy on Quora. Guy's a flat earther. He's got his shit together. But I'll be honest with you. What you sent me, I still haven't read it. It's so information dense. It's like so information dense, dude. Like you have to like sit down and like fucking concentrate to read that shit.
Hey,
It's great though. It's all right here. It's not even. You don't have to even look at your DMs in this server. You made me the section. Remember, all those DMs, all those comps are in there under Brenner comps. You just refer to him whenever you want.
Yeah.
I actually have been communicating with him recently. So that's cool. Yeah, I messaged him on one of his comment sections, and he's actually thinking about coming on and
New
talking to us.
Perspective, man.
That would be awesome.
Hey, New Perspective. What's the consensus? How's that work again?
Oh yeah, he liked one of my lines that I described our situation with, which is what I've been saying since 2017. Like, this is a battle between common sense and consensus. And he's like, I like that. I'm going to use that in future posts. Like,
Dude,
great.
that
I'm
should go on
glad.
a T-shirt, man.
Yeah, exactly. You know what the best T-shirt is? Because that's the only thing that describes all of us. Non-believers.
Hey, that's an OG term, man.
Non-believer.
That's an OG term at this point, man.
Non-believer. But that's the best shirt because it doesn't try to say it's flat. It doesn't try to say anything other than. And then though it's confusing to most people that have no idea what that means. They'll probably think you're talking about some religion, which you are, and you have to explain that to them.
The baller.
Yeah, the ball. Non-believer.
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 You guys hear me?
It's so ridiculously obvious. And funny.
You all right there?
Oh, sorry, I'm typing.
Okay.
What was that? I think the most recent shit I sent you, Indio, was some of Alan's work. Do you know who Alan is yet, bro?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've been people have been like talking about him. I want to figure out like what the hell he's up. Like, what's up with this dude?
He's been he's got his GED, so he'll admit that, saying that I'm just a guy that looked under. Yeah, exactly. But other people do, right? And he'll say, look, I just I fucking got my GED. I'm not like a math wizard or any kind of fucking scholar. I'm just looking under the hood and just reading the shit of what it actually says. And it's crazy. All you find out is it's like, Dayton Miller that did like 5 million tests with the interferometry showing that special relativity is bunk. Their whole globe model goes with that because it was saved by Einstein with the special relativity shit. Not only that, but you've got more up-to-date interferometry stuff that he looks at that proves that GPS requires an absolute stationary reference frame for it to even work. So it's like interferometry is back on our side. They can't use that. The Sagnac effect's always been on our side, as well as all these other things like Aries failure and all these other tests that that you can just go read what the results were and then skip their misinterpretation to find out it was exactly what you'd expect on a fucking stationary Earth. Yeah. It only works on a station. Everything only works on a stationary Earth. When you look under the hood.
Ain't that a bitch? It's a bitch. I'm sorry, Globers. We'll keep lifting up the hood, man. Taking a look at the engine. Come on.
Yeah.
Jim is talking or not talking.
Hey, you guys hear me?
There you are. What's going on, bro?
Hey, I was trying to find out what happened to the politics server that was on YouTube. Like, anybody else play it on there?
Oh, Tios said he posted a message over in their chat over there this morning that said,
yeah, he said he wasn't doing
for whatever reason, it's going to be his last stream out of the politics server. So it'll be replaced.
Really?
I might do it myself. I'm not sure what the deal is. I don't know if I'm going to be able to stream it 24/7 though, because fuck, dude. Come on, man.
Yeah, I know. I did that 24/7 thing for years, man. It's a bitch.
It doesn't go
I
24/7
can do it.
now.
I just don't have like a spare computer that's like.
Exactly.
I mean, I do have a spare computer, but it's not really that great. Fucking.
Yep. All right.
I was kind of bummed out because I listened to that like all.
Yeah.
I
Don't.
back a transfer there and here, on the YouTube because it was just easier, and you could rewind it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a great service, man. Thank you, brother, for doing it. But yeah, somebody will pick it up, man. Somebody will. I just hang in there, man. A couple days.
By the way, besides this, there's another channel, Earth Awakenings. That's a 24/7 channel that you can listen to as well.
Yeah. So I mean, the thing is the suck way you have to do it, right? So you have to have Discord installed. You got to make an account. You got to connect to the freaking VC, and then you have to stream it onto freaking YouTube.
OBS or whatever. Yeah.
If they had a way to do it like headless, right, so that I could connect to the stream without making an account or having a GUI, I have servers. I have servers, but they're all like they're Linux servers, dude. I use the command line. I ain't using a graphical user interface, right? So how do I connect to a goddamn Discord server through the VC if I don't use the Discord app?
I can't even get into the politics server. It says you have to verify your phone number. Then I try to do that.
Oh yeah, you were talking about that, right? That fucking you said your phone number's already used.
But yeah, it says something.
No, that was a different guy. That was
No, it said
that was God Rockin'. God Rockin' said his phone number was already used.
Yeah, it said that to me too earlier. But
yeah, I can go over there real quick, man. Yell at those guys. They'll come over here and help you out if you need help.
I was just to get in there, and it says verify your phone number. It says something like I don't know.
All right, look.
Put the code, and it's like, oh, it doesn't do nothing. Weird. But yeah,
Do you want to get in that server? I mean, I'm asking.
I posted a link in the chat.
But yeah, I don't know. I can go over there. I've yelled at those guys and say, "Hey, man, we got somebody over here who needs some help getting in the server." I could do that. But
I wish everybody would just come back to the 24/7 one.
you know what? They're coming back.
It's gonna happen, man.
It's already happening. Man.
It's already happening. It's already starting. Yeah, that thing. I don't know how to put it, dude.
Yeah,
it's wore itself out. Let's put it that way.
I would. All great, exciting new ventures come back to the base.
Yeah, dude, there ain't two 90-year-olds banging, right? Like, but when they met, they were like doing it like rabbits. Okay? So even the greatest things on earth eventually lose their
even the
shine.
greatest things, they always come back around, man. But that's why I keep coming back here, man. I'm like, hey, man, this is home, man.
You know what it's like? It's like that place over there is full of like dogs or God's clone.
Oh, dude, it's a total train wreck over there. But it's traumatizing the members here to being over there because, like, I'm serious. It really is. Because some of those dudes are getting seriously. Some of our guys are getting they're getting like PTSD and shit, man. Like Miggy's like fucking off his rails, man. Like from being exposed to that mentality all the time.
I'll say this, man, real quick, is that the amount of I'm not putting up with this shit has definitely been raised. And there's a few people over there, man, that are just like, fuck you, where's the curvature? Fuck off. It's like, whoa, man. I mean, usually I'm like, what do you know about the globe? Bro, let's talk about what you know about the globe. And we'll start there and then.
So something we're going to do on Sunday, coming this Sunday, I think it's going to start about 12 Eastern or 12 Central, whatever. We're going to do at least a weekly post-mortem, right? So whatever happened over there, right? Like the weird debates they had, answers, Glober antics, right? We're going to come here and whoever wants to freaking do a confessional or like, get it all out of their trauma and just like tell her like, whatever it is, we're gonna do like a little program on it. And part of the idea is to like actually get the audio clips of like some of the stuff. We're gonna try to use it as like almost like a teaching educational tool, or examples of Goldberg arguments or bad arguments or whatever. We don't know yet, right? We're just gonna do it and see how it comes out.
I like that approach, man. Let's do it and see how it comes
That'll
out.
get people to come back here, right? I mean, eventually,
Dude, I never left, man. I never left. I went over there, hung out here and there, but I never
there
left
has
this
been
place.
people in here. There was today there was probably like 20 people in here. Last night there was 20 something. So it's not like everybody left. It's just like it's not constant. So we have more dead spots than we did before.
Well,
if Indio, if you were here more often, people would be here.
I don't want to be the entertainment man.
I know, but you are when you're here, and it's in a way you're kind of like the one of the people that's most respected as far as like the owners of the channel.
Plus, I got the best jokes, man.
Yeah, I bet
you get the best reality, bro. Is what I
Hey,
call
have you heard this one? Hey, Indio, you heard that the flat earther that dies?
Talk to my boy Indio.
Flat earther dies and goes to heaven. Indio gets up there and God says, "Look, it's a spinning ball. You were wrong the whole time." Flat earther goes, "Oh man, this goes higher than I thought."
This goes higher than I thought, bro. You fucking asshole. Tell me that shit. Spinning ball. Fuck.
Indio, actually, what's your opinion on the ether, man? You don't have to say if you don't want to, or you don't have to what's your opinion on like whether it should even be talked about or not, or
I don't think there's anything that shouldn't be talked about.
That's good.
That's not really
Some people
my
different.
thing.
I agree with that, man. Some people don't agree with you about the ether, which is weird. That's kind of part of the
to
reason
say
that
it shouldn't
people
be talked about. I mean, that's a little
honest.
extreme.
It's weird. It's weird. For context alone, you have to know what the whole Michelson Morley thing was all about, and what they were trying to, misinterpret it as.
Well, I just go by Whitaker and his, history and theories of ether and electricity from, antiquity to now. Basically, there's been tons and tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of, tests, experiments, whatever you want to call them.
Dayton Miller?
And they haven't been able to substantiate it in a materialistic way, right? So no one has like a jar of ether.
Well, yeah, there's indications of it, kind of like
Yeah, it's like we're like inferring an ether from effects of electricity and magnetism in the behavior of light and all of these other things, right? Vacuum energy, whatever you want to call it, right? We're inferring ether from that, and there's other things we can infer ether from, such as if you take a bucket and you spin it, and it becomes concave on the surface. I've been really fixated on this because it blows me away. If you take a bucket and spin it, with a bucket full of water, you spin it, the water surface becomes convex.
Yep.
So what's the bucket rotating in reference to? Because the Earth is supposed to be spinning, right?
Yeah.
What's the reference frame? What's the reference frame the bucket is spinning relative to? Or the Earth, right? That it flattens, or the Foucault's pendulum, or pick anything. Pick any rotating object. What is it rotating relative to?
Yeah, I always talk about the bucket experiment, that they can't just act like centrifugal force is a fictitious force, which is what they're doing with all of their kinematic equations, which are only mathematics, and the dynamics like centrifugal force and all the other things about bodies in relation to each other are totally completely overlooked on purpose, because otherwise they don't have one orbit. Not one orbit would work.
Well, what I'm talking about is an absolute reference frame, right? So for this bucket, you have to have an absolute reference frame for it to do this fucking concave surface. The bucket has to be spinning relative to absolute space. And if there's absolute space, there must be an ether. Right?
Yeah,
so the ether would be the absolute space. Yeah, it can't be like spinning relative to nothing, because nothing is nothing.
Right. Nothing is the only thing that can't be anything.
Yeah, so like there's like, but
Fuck
the thing is that's
off.
like a secondary effect, right?
Fuck.
Nothing
that
can't
again.
exist. Nothing can't exist.
Nothing
There
can
can't be.
exist.
There is no such thing as nothing.
Dude,
you should watch the video
They
I
need
posted
that.
earlier. It was pretty hilarious. Where is it? Fuck, dude.
With the Bill Gates one? Or no?
No, it's like a comedy, but it's funny, dude. It's like an argument between people arguing that you'd have to watch it. It explains itself. It's
All
just
right.
a short. It's pretty funny. It's a comedy act, but it's kind of eye opening in a way.
All right.
So, I mean, what I was saying is like, so you have like the ether hasn't been quote unquote proven to exist. There's indication that it exists, but we ain't there yet. It's like one of these things like you can't prove it exists without being outside of it, right? Because like whatever you're measuring it with is going to contain ether too. So how do you measure the ether with the ether? You see what I'm saying?
Well, yeah. The thing is that there you could call what we're finding with the interferometry. Oh, I was looking for this Pete Holmes thing when you mentioned that. I didn't realize you were posting the exact same thing I was looking for. Yeah, that's great. At the end of that whole performance is great, but at the end where he
Yeah,
talks
it's
about God,
hilarious.
about you're saying that something comes from nothing, and then everything goes back to nothing, which is like this great creator that you're not even calling a creator. You have to call it nothing, but it's the nothing that made you, and nothing that you'll go back to. It's the same thing as calling it God. You just call it nothing.
Welcome to Earth, man. Fuck.
But yeah, the interferometry stuff is so important because what this guy that followed up on Miller's work that Alan talks a lot about is this guy named Wang that used a conveyor belt system to show that an absolute reference frame is necessary as well, but also that there's clear indication, not indication, but clear measurement that the light itself propagates faster in one direction, clockwise, as opposed to counterclockwise. And the measurements
What is
are
that?
so
Hold on. What does that mean?
means that there's like an ether wind that travels along with the movement of the sun, and it makes light itself go
Clockwise,
faster
like relative to what? Like what are we using as like
relative to the North Pole.
spatial direction? Relative to the North Pole.
Relative,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, have you ever heard of the Arnav-Bohm effect?
No.
There's something called the Arnav-Bohm effect.
How do you spell it?
So, okay, Arnav is like AHRONOV-BOHM. So it's called the Arnav-Bohm effect. I can post a link to it. So just to describe this, right? So if you take a solenoid, right, and you charge it with a current,
yeah.
There'll be no magnetic field outside the solenoid, or it'll be all inside the solenoid. Solenoid's
Right.
basically like a fucking donut, right? A donut coil, a coil. But outside there should be no magnetic field. You can't measure it, whatever. But the Arnav-Bohm effect, what they found out that there's, if you look at the equations for, if you look at Maxwell's equations, there's something called the fuck, dude, I can't remember the name of it. God damn it, dude! I'm fucking going senile, man.
Dude, it's like
Post the
fucking
video.
like it's wait.
It's called the
It's
the
3 in
vector
the morning,
potential.
dude.
Yeah, I know. It's called the vector potential. So it's basically a mathematical artifact that no one ever thought was physically real. That there should be some potential that's orthogonal to the magnetic field, but that doesn't exactly exist. It's right. It's just see in the math. It doesn't. No one ever thought it was physically real. But the Arnav-Bohm effect showed that if they take a solenoid and they shoot like a photon past it, right, on the outside of the solenoid, like right at its edge, there'll be a phase shift, right, in the it'll change polarization. Or if it's an electron, it'll change it. It'll spin up or spin down. Right. So there'll be a phase shift in something caused by what? Caused by a magnetic field that's not supposed to exist there. But the only thing that exists in the mathematics is this thing called a vector potential, which isn't supposed to exist either. So even though there's nothing there, there's something there, is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Because we can measure it.
Exactly.
So how does the interferometer work? There's a phase shift.
Friend shift, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The fringe shift is a phase shift. So the light beams go out of phase, and that's you measure, right? So the Aharonov Bohm effect, same thing. They haven't shown it to exist electrically, but that's just because they can't create they can't create a voltage high enough that would actually cause the phase shift. Right, so like according to the math, you would need something like gigavolts of electrical potential. The magnetic field's a little bit different because
1.1
there's a lot of field lines, right? The field lines are just jammed close together. But the point is that this phase shift exists. The magnetic field is moving, right? And you have an interferometer. Right, and it's going in one direction, in the other direction, right? The light's taking two different paths in two different directions. And you have magnetic field. You will get a phase shift because the light, the photons are passing. If you want to call them photons, whatever you call them, they're passing through the magnetic field in different directions.
Right.
Right. If the field is in motion, then you will certainly get a phase shift, and it doesn't matter. Because you're measuring something that's so fucking minute, dude. Right? It's almost indistinguishable from the noise.
Seems to be what Alan's saying, what he's uncovered with this whole ether wind propagation of light.
I talked to Winston about this before, by the way.
Yeah. If it goes faster in one direction, right? And it can be clearly shown that test after test that it goes faster in one direction.
It's a globe. It's
whether you call it the
definitely
speed
a
of
globe.
light or not. It destroys special relativity because they need light to be the constant. And if the light is going faster, propagating faster through the ether in one direction faster, then they can't have their consistency in every direction for their special relativity.
Okay, so can I ask you a question? How do they determine it's going faster? So what's going faster exactly?
It's you're using interferometry.
Is it changing phase? So you're getting a fringe shift
showing
or something?
it's showing a fringe shift.
Okay,
yeah.
so it's
You have to just watch the video I put. Watch Alan's video.
the phase of a wave, right? The phase of a wave doesn't have to be at the speed of light. The only thing that has to be at the speed of light is the wave front, right?
Yeah, but the speed of light is a misnomer to begin with, because.
Well, yeah. I'm just saying in the modern fucking physics paradigm, the only thing that's restricted to the speed of light is the initial wave front. But the phase, like say I took a laser, right? The peaks and troughs of the electromagnetic field, that can move faster at the speed of light within the beam. Which sounds stupid, right? It can also move slower than speed. It can move superluminal. It's not a restriction within the framework of special relativity. And to me, this has always been like a paradox. And this is kind of like goes back to what kind of brought me to flat Earth, right? Because of the shit I was researching when I found out flat Earth shit. I was researching something they're called metamaterials. So they have a negative index of refraction. But the consequence of having a negative index refraction is that the phase velocity within this negative index of refraction medium is superluminal. It has to be superluminal. It's superluminal in the freaking, to get you even weirder, the power flow is backwards. So imagine you're shooting a laser into one of these materials and the energy being reflected is greater than the fucking energy fucking of the laser. Fucking, that makes no sense, dude. Like, Yeah. So, but this is all in the mathematical formulas, and basically they hand wave it away why it doesn't actually happen because of what they call ohmic losses, right? So the material itself absorbs and does a bunch of shit. The point is that superluminal light has been demonstrated many times. Many times. But the preferential direction, I mean, that makes sense to me that it would happen.
Yeah, they're calling it. I mean, they call it an ether wind, if you like. But I mean, the ether in general, with the transverse effect from the sky moving is what we have to say is the most possible reason for these laser ring gyro measurements or any fringe shift that we get with any kind of movement that's transverse from the sky optics. I mean, or the sky movement. It's the Machian principle from Ernst Mach, which Einstein supposedly said was also a viable alternative, and that's the only alternative if we're going to say that we're getting a reading with these 3-ring laser gyros. That's what the transverse effect.
Have you been looking at do you know about Unzicker's Real Physics channel?
Yeah, you know what? Michael Brenner, in my exchange with him, recommended that channel.
Yeah,
Unzicker.
yeah, I've been watching that for about a fucking year and a half, maybe.
He's good, huh?
Yeah, he did. I mean, he's good, but he did a flat Earth test, which was totally fucking goddamn remedial bullshit, dude. Like, this is flat. I picked up the camera and I can see farther.
Oh, so he's not. He was going against flat Earth because I'm surprised Michael Brenner would have suggested it. He might have been saying he was picking it apart.
It's one video that he has. It's only like a couple of minutes long. It's not really fucking important. People can't be right 24 hours a day.
So he's scientifically based.
Peace out, man. Good talk.
So he's scientifically based, but he doesn't go flat Earth yet.
Yeah, he's also a gravity person, so he's not perfect, but he is pointing out some things. Actually, I thought I pointed Witsit to him. Anyway, he's pointing out some things like matter might be something like a discontinuity in the ether. And a discontinuity is like, like you'd have to look at the channel. It explains it better in graphics. It's hard to describe what that is.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like if you have a grid, you can kind of sandwich say I had a grid that was a grid cube that was 10 by 10 by 10. Say one of these layers halfway through it on one side had 11 instead of 10, and that would be there's a way to make it work geometrically as a discontinuity, right? So the idea is that the ether is a grid, right? So it's what do you call it? An incompressible fluid, right? That is almost like a grid, right? So if you have an incompressible fluid of particles or whatever, eddies, whatever you want it to be, if you have a discontinuity in that, right? So instead of having it being completely homogeneous in every direction, you have something inside of it. You'll have a discontinuity, and those discontinuities will change the behavior of wave propagation, everything that happens within that fluid, right? There'll be eddies and currents and dead spots, right? So just like if I took a rock and threw it into a river, right behind that rock, so there's the flow of the river, and I throw the rock in the river, and behind that rock, right, if you looked at the rock, you'd see the water wrap around the rock. Behind that rock would be a dead part, a dead spot, where there'd be no flow of water, right? The water would seem as if it wasn't moving.
Interesting.
But on the edges of the rock, there'd be eddies, right? Eddies, whirlpools, and shit. So, but it would be a discontinuity in the flow of the stream. So, ether wind is kind of the same thing, right? So the ether is moving in a direction, and matter is like a discontinuity in the flow of the stream.
Right.
And when the matter's arranged in certain ways, right, that flow is kind of channeled into an electric current or a magnetic field.
Right. Exactly. There has to be a medium. I mean, you can't just say that the air is the medium. You know, it's just, it doesn't, it has to be something for it all to exist within. You know, it's just by
But I
logic
mean,
alone.
yeah, I mean, we could say, yeah, it has to be a medium on one hand, but it doesn't have to behave like any medium we've ever that we know of, right? Because any medium that we have, right, like say water or gas or whatever, that is a medium within a medium, right? Because if there's an ether, it's a medium inside of a medium, and its behavior is like a second order effect of the initial medium. So like the prime medium, like the ether, might not behave exactly like a traditional medium, right, that we deal with. It might have different properties, which is making it hard to detect because it just doesn't act exactly the same way. I think there has to be. Listen, my intuition tells me there's an ether, but that doesn't mean anything, right? The intuition doesn't fucking. In the end, it don't mean anything. My intuition tells me there's an ether, but my intuition also tells me we're looking at it wrong in some way. That it
We're
needs to
not
be
looking at it at all. Not looking at it at all. I mean, it was something that was useful. Like, let me read this little paragraph here that I've read before for we have an ether cosmology channel. I'll invite you to. We did like 5 ether roundtables now. But this is from Michael Brenner. I just posted it. But what he says is no technology operates on the basis of the negation of ether. The entire field of electric engineering is nothing but the engineering of ether polarization. That people are unaware of this is just because schools are manipulated into teaching an etherless world. Oliver Heaviside and Carl Proteus Steinmetz should be household names, but they aren't. Why? They are, after all, the fathers of electrical engineering and thus the fathers of our electrical civilization. They are kept in obscurity because they teach ether physics and a broad awareness of the potential of the ether is the greatest threat to the power monopolies who thrive on the control that is scarcity of energy. Tesla hits the nail on the head when he points out the infinite energy reservoir that the ether represents. He says nature has stored up in the universe infinite energy. The eternal recipient and transmitter of this infinite energy is the ether. The recognition of the existence of ether and the functions it performs is one of the most important results of scientific research. And then he goes on to talk about this matrix of symbols that he says that all of our language.
Weird, man. That's fucking crazy looking.
Yeah, I asked Michael in my comments about that matrix of symbols because that's what he says is the where all of our writing and language stems from, and it's in ancient Slavic runes that he says shows that they understood everything about the ether, and these symbols represent that. And then he gave me another clue in the response with another name that I could look up, and there's not. It seems like they're really keeping it under wraps of the amount of information available.
You see the formula that he's got there? C equals 1 over square root of mu naught epsilon naught. So that formula is he's got it right. So it says the permittivity and the permeability of whatever medium, right? It's the square root of those things. So any material is going to have they call it the dielectric constant, but it's the permittivity and the permeability. Now, what is permittivity? Permittivity is the ability of something to be polarized. That means when there's an applied electric field, the atoms or whatever, they stretch apart, right? They become polarized. So they also when you apply this field, their electric field changes. So the medium changes, right? So there's an applied field, and then in a field that results from the applied field, which is different than the field that existed before you applied the field. But it's not just like the applied field. It's the applied field plus the field of the material after it's been polarized, right? The amount of this polarization, also known as the polarization density, right? How polarized it becomes is the permittivity of that object. Now, magnetic permeability is that applied to magnetism, right? So when you apply a magnetic field, the material becomes magnetized, but it itself, because it becomes magnetized, also has a magnetic field, right? So it becomes like like we have permanent magnets.
Its own source, yeah.
Yes, exactly. It becomes its own source of magnetism, right?
Yep.
So you have a resulting field, right?
Yep.
So these two values determine what the, according to the mainstream, what the speed of light is within that medium. Okay, but but it gets more. It's always like down the rabbit hole we go. So down the rabbit hole we go. Well, what that applied field at that speed of light is, when they say speed of light, it's really the speed of electromagnetic radiation. That depends on the wavelength. So different wavelengths propagate differently in different mediums. So X-ray propagates at one, blue light propagates at another, red light propagates at another, right? They all propagate at different velocities in the medium. Now there's some relationship. I don't know exactly what it is. I don't know if anybody knows what it is. There's a relationship between the electromagnetic radiation passing through the medium, how the medium polarizes along that electromagnetic radiation, how that electromagnetic radiation is back applied to that, how the polarization of the material as a result of the electromagnetic radiation is then applied back onto the electromagnetic radiation. So it's like a symbiotic relationship, right? They're feeding each other.
Interesting.
How this works, nobody knows.
At least they're not letting us know that somebody
what I'm
knows.
saying is nobody knows how this works, really.
Unless there is some information that has been kept out of our reach, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, think about like the complexity of it. How would you even calculate that? All we can do is empirically test materials, right?
Right.
And then get the results and write them down in a fucking graph or a chart or something. But we can't predict, right, to any degree. If I beam this with 750 nanometers, say it's some material that boom, we just found some material. We're gonna beam 750 nanometer freaking material at it, and we're gonna see how the speed of light changes. We can't predict that until we do the actual test. Like values for like the refractive index in air, they weren't determined by formula. They were determined by empirical testing. Someone went out, a guy named Sitter and a guy named Elgans. They went out and they fucking tested the shit over and over again. They didn't test it by actually measuring the speed of light, right? What they tested was how much light is deflected in a refractometer, right? And then they would measure the angle. And based upon the deflection angle, using Snell's law, they'd go, okay, this is the refractive index of air at this temperature and pressure and fucking water vapor and all that shit. Right? So it was extensive testing, empirically tested, values came out. It wasn't done by formula. Because the formulas are too hard. They're too complex. How are you going to fucking calculate the fucking polarization density of fucking every atom in a goddamn material? And then how it applies back to the electromagnetic radiation. And then how that changes back in the electromagnetic radiation goes back into the material. Right? And then it's only at the peaks and troughs, right? So you got different peaks and troughs. I mean, it's complicated. This is why, like, light matter interaction is complicated. And this is why, like, thousands of years later, here we are, still arguing about the ether.
Yeah, well, see, that's it. The follow-up comps that I posted there go in some of the detail on some of the symbols in that matrix grid that he that I put a post for as well, and he talks about how some of these he has them all like named and some of them separated.
I'm all on these runes, man. Like runes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
What the
yeah,
fuck
those
is
runes. It's ancient Slavic runes, and he has some of those symbols in the next one down. That's all about the quantum biggest holes in quantum theory. You have to download
Ancient
these to get a good
Slavic ruins,
revelation.
huh?
Slavic ruins.
Sure they're Slavic?
Well, he says in that other comp, what he talks about, and he introduces the idea. He says, the totally unfound and irrational abolishment of the ether has an interesting parallel with the total negation of anything culturally advanced associated with the Slavic people. This begins with death threats against a scholar who found out that Etruscan is very much readable the moment you understand that it's a Slavic language. That Etruscans call themselves Rosina, which is well-known Slavic tribe, and their god Asir, which is also a well-established Slavic. All our writing systems stem from the ancient Slavic runic system called Karuna, something that is, of course, completely off the record and forbidden knowledge. But once you study it, you realize that these people understood everything about ether physics. And then in the next one, he breaks down some of them, and he talks about how, kind of what to your point, and some of these things are divided down to like the umpteenth. Like he talks about that one of them representing the blink of an eye, and then one of them is like a 14,000 subdivisions of a blink of an eye, whatever that means. And the breaking down like the minute wavelengths, like you're talking about, how you're going to measure this is so complicated that to even think about it is.
Think about it. How could it not be complicated?
Yeah,
It's the foundation of the physical world, right? All reality that we all experience. It has to be fucking complicated. It can't be any other way. So it's like modern physics think that like they can simplify shit to understand it, and I think that's why they hit dead ends, really, right? They want the I'm sure you've heard the theory of everything, right? One equation which will explain the entire fucking universe.
Yeah. Joining the quantum and
Never
the
gonna
classical.
happen.
Yeah.
It's never gonna fucking happen, dude. What, dude? That's some crack smoking shit right there, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, it's also based on a false dichotomy. All right.
I don't think there's one equation that can explain the whole universe.
If we don't have electrons or even atoms in the same way that we're being told, there's not like little balls, balls inside of like the neutron or whatever it is that they want to say. If that's not the case, I mean, the microzyma is a big clue to this all, in my opinion. If you want to talk about what the ether actually is, they found, Antoine Duchamp at the beginning of this whole, nature versus germ theory, or the terrain versus germ theory. Antoine Duchamp was, facing Louis Pasteur. the link. Alan uploaded all of Fomenko's work on this one link through Telegram.
Are you in Widget's Telegram?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in that. Just like so, you
Mhm.
can probably just like ping me or whatever.
Yeah. What do I look under?
Well, I'm Indio, dude. My name
Okay,
don't
I'll
change.
just send you because I sent this in Discord to somebody else in a DM. The link to the Discord to the Telegram that has the Fomenko stuff in it. He went and got like all the original text, so you know, it's a good resource.
And then when you have like the
Yeah.
Tataria, that's a whole nother can of worms, right? And
Yeah.
Tataria's in the same region, right? Tataria's north of all this shit. So who knows?
I think
There's a lot of
one of
problems with
his.
the Black Sea that are unexplained. Like the Black Sea has a very low oxygen content at depth, right? If you go like below the surface, so it doesn't have a lot of fish or fucking aquatic life.
Yeah.
So like there's a lot of just weird shit, and it's all in the same little area.
Right. Interesting.
Oh,
I think
there's
one
the
of the
other one.
theories.
There's Ukraine. Like the soil in Ukraine, it's something
Yeah.
like 20 feet deep of fucking topsoil. That's like,
Whoa.
it's not like because that's why they like grow like grains and shit in Ukraine. It's why they grow wheat and shit. It's because
Right.
their topsoil is ridiculously fertile and it's deep. It's like something like 20 feet fucking deep of topsoil. It's like 8 feet deep in Kansas. Okay, so think of that. 2 times the depth of the fucking topsoil, almost 3 times the depth of the topsoil in Kansas. And Kansas is a hell of a fucking wheat producer, right? And corn producer, right? But in Ukraine, it's like 3 times. That's why, like, during the spring and shit and fall, they can't, like, have their little war battles because no matter what vehicle you have, you sink into the fucking mud. That's why you have to fight in the winter because it's the only time the ground is hard.
Interesting. Wasn't one of
It is
Fomenko's
pretty interesting.
ideas?
They also have coal, salt, fucking. There's like, so like on the Donbass side, right? On the Donbass side of Ukraine, part they're fighting over now, it's all mines and shit, industrial production, tin, steel, fucking all that shit, right? It's all industrialized because they have salt mines, coal mines, fucking all that crap. But if you go on the other side, so it's like weird to have like all these in such a small area, right? So if you think about it, it's like if I drew like a 600-mile radius around something, and you had like every possible fucking resource in that fucking 600-mile fucking radius, right? You'd be like, what the fuck, dude? Like what? You usually got to go all over the world to find this stuff. Why is this all in this one fucking spot?
Right.
It's not just all in one spot, right? It's just like, okay, we have all the raw materials, we have the history, we have like the frickin' major shit that's happening with the world right now. The Ashkenazi Jews, they're fucking running around going crazy. So like all this shit's all happening in this locale. It's the frickin' intersection of Europe and Asia at Constantinople, like the Black Sea and all the stuff that goes along with that, and like the Crusades and Western civilization. Like there's so much stuff focused in this one area. It's hard to say this is all just like a coincidence. Like why ain't it happening like in Siberia, or why isn't it like at the tip of South America? Why is it happening in this one little spot, right, where Europe meets Asia? Why is this a hot spot?
Yeah.
Yeah, and but the point is, it goes in with what this guy's writing about the Slavics because that's where the Slavs are.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, there's one of the posts there that I put in there. It's about the Slavic language itself. It's why didn't the ancient Slavs have a writing system or runes, which is like the opposite of what he's saying. That was the question that was posed on Quora, and then he goes into the details of
Oh, this
the
is another
origins and
thing.
everything.
Oh, this is another thing. Current Slavic is because there was some guy that formalized Slavic. That's why they use Cyrillic letters. He was like some Greek dude, and he ran around freaking formalizing Slavic into the Cyrillic alphabet.
Yeah, here's one on the Cyrillic alphabet itself that I just posted.
But the language predates this. That's the key. Is that the language itself predates the Cyrillic alphabet. They weren't teaching it like that, right? They weren't like having schools where they were teaching fucking Slavic, right? And they were writing it in one thing, and then this guy came along, and I don't know, but it could have had an original writing, right? These ruins say, right? And then Christians came in and were like, let's get rid of that shit. Let's burn all those books, right?
Yep.
We're going to change Slavic because you can't teach people a whole new language. They have to speak their own language. We'll just teach it to them in a new alphabet.
Yep.
And we know that Yiddish, right, is like a version of High German with Slavic structure that is also in a new alphabet. It's in the Hebrew alphabet. So it's not like it's unprecedented or doesn't happen, that alphabets are just switched.
Right. Yeah, you'll like to read that one then on the Cyrillic alphabet that I just posted for sure. He says the ancient Slavic alphabet is not a string of meaningless graphic symbols, but a grid of 7x7, 49 fields as a periodic table of the elements of thought. Cast into letters, which themselves are derived from 140 older runic depictions of ideas and concepts. And he gives the Cyrillic alphabet there. In this grid, every row and every column has a philosophical theme, which the letters string sitting at the crossing of a row and a column reflect it individually, and then the sequence of the letters read in one line depicts the ideal spiritual journey of an incarnated soul. Wow. This tablet has depth no Western Hegels and no Heideggers have ever fathomed. Yeah, you'll definitely get into some of those that I just posted for sure, bro.
Okay, so I just sent you a link to this guy's channel. I'm sure you've seen this channel before. So he's just done like this part 4 I watched last night. So it's on the Khazars. He doesn't spell, probably because of the algorithm, he's spelling Khazars Chazars instead of K. Right. So he goes through. Oh yeah. So yeah, this is an awesome fucking channel. I've gotten a lot of information off this channel, man. I got this off of Hank. Hank gave me this channel, dude. Like it's fucking mind blowing, some of this shit. Because he's reading the documentation from like the time. It isn't like his narrative and shit. He's like reading shit. Like he also goes over. He also has shit on flamenco. Has like a couple. I think he's gone to like 3. So he'll like read the guy's books, so you don't have to, I guess.
Yeah.
So a lot of his videos are long, but like I don't mind that shit.
Right. Cool. Yeah, I've watched some of his stuff. I haven't watched too many of his videos though. Go through it again.
Yeah, because I'm sure because of the recent madness in the Middle East, he's doing that little Khazar series. So it's so there's a couple. So he's using different sources. It doesn't all come like same source. So one is called "The Invention of the Jewish People." That was a book written by a Jewish person. That goes into the history of the Khazars and like how they became converted to Judaism. Just another thing, my intuition is telling me that there's some fucking link between this little dude. There's a lot of shit that's intertwined, man. It's hard to really. There's a lot of shit in my head. Because alchemy, right? Because there's a lot of like alchemy with light, right? And they also use these runes and symbols And I also just saw something about John Dee called fucking what is it called, dude? He sent this weird fucking letter to some king, and that king eventually, within I think 3 weeks, became the Pope of the yeah, dude. Like, dude. And John Dee is a freaking globe-tard. He was friends with Kepler. He was friends with fucking Mercator. He was like he like summoned demons and or fucking talked to demons and did all sorts of weird shit.
Well, they weren't necessarily even globetards. They were just the masters of deception that were pushing the globe. Yeah.
It's called John Dee's Hieroglyphic Monad. It's
on YouTube.
That's the book he wrote.
Oh.
That's the little pamphlet he wrote.
Okay.
I'm still trying to decipher even what it is. It's like a combination of numerology, alchemy, and symbology, Kabbalah, and like the Sephor Tree of Life, right? So do you know about the Tree of Life? That has to do with light, right? So there are emanations, right? So the little things on the Tree of Light, they're emanations from God that are in the form of light. So, but they're designated by symbols, so they have their own symbols that are associated with them. And John Dee says that, like, you know, his little thing is like, you know, some revelation into it. But there's a lot of similarity between saying you have ruins, which, you know, lay out, you know, why light behaves, and some other guy thousands of miles away fucking basically saying the same fucking shit. Right.
Yeah.
But in a different way. And who knows where his source was, right? He could be saying, "Oh, this is original stuff. I made it up," but he actually got it from somewhere else. Yeah, that's it. That's it. I mean, I'll give you a link to a fucking to something.
Yeah, when I was exchanging,
There's one that's way deeper than this. There's like this is like surface, but there's a lady. I don't know how I ended up getting this. It's Dr. Terry Burns. She goes to explain the hieroglyphic monad. It's in 26 fucking parts, dude. Okay? And the part 3 is actually in 5 parts itself. And that's just the introduction to the hieroglyphic monad. Her and another person, she's a PhD in this shit. Her and another person translated it. It was considered untranslatable. And her and another person did it. Like, it was supposed to be ununderstandable, untranslatable. Like, it's just a bunch of gibberish this dude wrote down while he was high, right? But she managed to do it, and then this whole video series explains it. I haven't made it all the way through it because it's fucking long, dude. Like,
do you have
I don't have that
resources
much
that you
time
can
in
get, like rare books, rare free PDFs? Because I've been looking for this one I just sent you a note about that I found in reference to what Michael Brenner was giving me a clue on. He said it was the Bukvica. It is parallel to the Karuna Slavic language he was speaking of. And I found something, it was very, very few entries, at least in Google, for that reference. But there's a guy that wrote a book called Ancient Slavic Writings, Bukvica, by Dmitry Kushner, and he has another book called Slavic Light Symbols that I can't find free PDFs for. Yeah.
But they exist, right?
Yep. You can buy them from Amazon. Slavic Light Symbols.
Okay, I'll look into that. So, because I live in Cambridge, I've had to do this once before. I only had to do it once. If there's a book that exists in WorldCat, and I can't get it at the Cambridge Public Library, Harvard will let me take it out.
Sweet. Get that
So if
one.
there's a
Get
copy
those.
of this book in Harvard's depository,
Mhm.
I can get a copy of it and fucking scan that shit.
Might be fucking great. Dmitry Kushner.
It seems pretty rare. Doesn't seem
Yeah,
like this is going to be
look,
floating
yeah,
around
look,
in a lot of
look
places.
that up. Yeah, look it up on Google, and there's hardly any entries for that reference in general.
Well,
It's like
WorldCat is like a catalog, a book catalog, and it will give you like the location of books like worldwide. Right, so if the book's in the frickin' Sydney Library, dude, it'll give you the frickin', it'll tell you it's in the Sydney Library. It even tells you how far away you are from the library.
Wow, that's awesome. Do it. This could be worth it. Because I wanted to know where he gets his information from. If he's finding that out about I can't, you can look up the Karuna, Slavic texts, and they have, some of the symbols that are, more protective, or symbols of what you wear to like give you supernatural powers, but not just like they took it seriously. Like they were claiming, or at least thinking, that they're manipulating the ether directly through the symbols alone, through what I found. But what he's talking about is a more technical understanding of the ether and applying it that these people understood, and I can't find much on that. So that might be the key, is looking at this guy's book, because they don't want us knowing about the ether at all costs, I think.
Yeah, this guy's wrote a bunch of books. The Slavic Way complete series, Creatures of Slavic Myth.
Yep.
Yeah, that book, the Slavic Way series, maybe it's part of this series. Let's see.
Light symbols.
Okay, yeah, so he has, it's called the Slavic Way complete series. This book includes 16 books of the Slavic Way series. It's fucking 2 words I can't fucking read, man. Here, I'll just give you a link, dude.
All right. Yeah, there's one that says PDF Slavic light symbols, the Slavic Way, book 5 PDF. Then you click on it, it says can't
Rusk
access.
County. Oh yeah, borrow from Rusk County Library near Cambridge, Massachusetts, 1,475 miles away. Yeah, no.
Wow, hard to find. Makes
Where
me
the
more
hell is
interested.
Rusk County Library anyway, man? Where the hell is that? Iowa? Why
No
would
idea.
that book be in Iowa? It's in Texas. That might be doable. There's people in Texas.
Yeah, we got connections in Texas.
Yeah, the Slavic Way, that light series is in that. So if you hit the show more, it'll show you all the names of all the books. Ancient Slavic Wisdom Book, Rituals and Beliefs, Games Book. What the language one though? Karuna Slavic language. So.
I could have mine says
Oh, there it is.
borrow.
Yeah, so it's a whole series. Like this one book has like many books within it.
I got one that says borrow from Newport Beach, which is right down the street from me.
Oh, there you go. Oh, this dude's on Twitter, bro.
He's alive?
Yeah. Yeah.
Sweet.
He's on Twitter. I'm looking at his dumb face right now.
Do it. Tweet him. Tweet him up. So the Slavs came out of nowhere, huh? That's interesting. You tweeting him?
No.
Oh.
Reading his shit first. I don't know if he's a psycho.
Yeah. That's not the author that Brenner recommended. I just the only thing I came up with Bogvita. That's he's like the only person that even wrote anything about it. It seems like when you Google it, very very sparse information on that reference. Try Mojik. First thing that Mojik comes up with is Glagolitic script, oldest known
He's a
Slavic
Master of
alphabet.
Arts and an MBA, which is a Master's of Business Administration.
Okay.
I'm just saying. He isn't a historian or anything like that.
Right.
So this could be a bunch of folklore and shit. He might like
Take the keywords and see if there's other things on the available that get deep into the Karuna language, the ancient Slavic Karuna. Do a deep search on that. Actually, I'll send you. I just got a list of links from a guy who knows how to avoid the NSA as well as do deep dives on the regular internet. There's a bunch of website tools that I made a copy of links for. I'll send you. You'll probably be able to use those. Every government website, that kind of shit. Useful links.
well 4 in the morning, man. I gotta get up with this fucking thing, dude. I'm never gonna get up. I
Yeah,
gotta get up in like 3 hours.
do it, man. I got to go too. Perfect. Here's the list of links for tools to search shit with. If you don't have any of those, possibly.
Yeah, I'm gonna check this out though.
Yeah, let me know. DM me.
I will.
What you find
All
out.
right.
Cool.
All right. Have
brother.
a good one. All
Yeah,
right,
you
bye.
too.
things then, being as we've told you that the math says you shouldn't see the curvature of the Earth, left to right curvature, from the height of the International Space Station, and you said 6 miles. So where are you going to go now?
So it looks like it's about 140 miles up that you can actually start to see the curvature decently well. I'm doing quick Google searches here.
Is that left to right curvature again?
I'm not sure. I'll have to look it up. I'm imagining at this height it is.
Yeah, so left to right curvature, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's the difference when you go to the other side of the aeroplane and you see left to right curvature, and you go to the cockpit and you see left to right curvature? If you add all those lines together, as in connect those lines, you don't get a circle, do you? You get a wibbly wobbly line, don't you?
I'm imagining so. I haven't heard that argument before, so honestly, I could not tell you.
Well,
that's the first time I've heard that.
Well, think about this, right? You're on one side of an airplane and you look out the window and you see left to right curvature. I look out the window and on the other side of the plane and I see left to right curvature. If we connect those lines, are we going to get a sphere?
I'm trying to actually think about that. And
the answer is no. The answer is no.
Yeah, I'm not sure. That feels incorrect. I'm not sure if I don't know anything about it. That doesn't feel right, just geometrically speaking, but I can't say for certain, so.
That's okay.
They don't add up.
Like a McDonald's sign, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
What?
Be like a McDonald's sign? Think about it.
Or you just continue the curve until you get to the other side in your mind around the plane. It doesn't work like that.
What?
Go to
if you have left to right curvature on, say, the left side of the plane, and you're looking at left to right curvature, and then you go to the right side of the plane and you see the exact same thing, they can't join up. Like if you extrapolate that further out,
exactly.
That's the simplest way. They're saying, like, if you panoramic it, you'll get the wibbly wobbly line.
Let's do this. Let's do something a little bit different now.
So, but before you move on, do you understand it? Though?
Like I said, I wrote it down. I'm gonna have to.
So it's not the Earth that's curving. Is what the answer is? Because
if that's what you want to say, sure. I genuinely don't believe that's the correct answer. But I can't come up with a counterpoint because I know nothing about it as well. So honestly, I can't.
Just think about it. Like, how can you have it curved on one side, curved the same on the other side? How does that work?
Look, you're just a man.
I'll find out that.
You're just a guy with a 360-degree view around him. It looks a little bit curved. Go to the top of a mountain, look in front of you, you'll see curvature, mate. I guarantee you see curvature. But imagine you turn 90 degrees and you see curvature there. Turn another 90 degrees, you see curvature there. And you turn another 90 degrees, you see curvature there. In every single 360-degree point, whenever you stop, you're going to see curvature around the periphery of your eyes. That's just an optical phenomena. You understand what I'm saying now, right?
I do. I see, or I've seen what you're saying. Although you saying that that it connects and it's all wibbly wobbly, that's the part that's getting me there.
So if you just pan your head around, like if you took stills of, say, the cockpit, the right side of the plane, the back of the plane, the left side of the plane, right, and you saw curvature from each one of those points. If you just pan your head around, it won't be just continually curving. It'll have to go back up to meet the left-hand side curve, to meet the right-hand side curve. Do you understand? That's the wibbly wobbly part.
Like I said, I understand where you're coming from, and I can partially visualize it as well.
Right. He's not saying it actually happens. He's saying if you saw curvature, this would have to be the case. I'm not saying it actually happens. Yeah.
Otherwise, it's something that's causing that optical illusion of the curvature. So it's not the Earth that's curving.
Awesome. That's something I want to look into more as well, because once again, curious. Sounds interesting. Something else I like to do now too is obviously I'm a little rusty on all my flat Earth knowledge, or shitting on flat Earth knowledge.
It's not flat Earth knowledge, man. It's just like if you just think about that concept.
That one, maybe
that you're seeing curvature.
Something about that feels off. I'm not saying that it is. You could be 100% correct. It could be an optical illusion.
That's what's up.
No. I said
That's
before
why
that
it
it feels geometrically speaking off. But
Of course it does, because it's not curved. That's the whole point.
Awesome.
It's really
I
hard.
have nothing to discredit your. I have nothing to discredit.
It diametrically opposes your idea.
Think of moving on, lads. Hold, calm, relax. I can see the point if that's what you want to hear. Hold on. I can see that point if that's what you want to hear. What I'm trying to do is move past in a different direction here too. I'm obviously very rusty.
I just making sure you understand. That's all. Big thing.
Next.
So this isn't quite next. I want to do something. I want to do something a little bit more. Probably fun for y'all. It's obviously been a while since I've done any of these debates. Obviously, I've done dog.
Not really a debate, though, is it?
Tonight, no. It's me trying to frantically recall literally things I haven't heard in over a year now. But
if you're not going to move to your next segue, then I'll just move to mine. Is globe Earth knowledge a thing?
Let me get my point out here, Dick. And because it's a whole different subject. I didn't even hear what you said, and I apologize for that.
All right, fine.
It's not a separate point. What I would like, if you guys would be willing, is to tell me your favorite bits of flat Earth, or your favorite flat Earth proofs, and let me know them. And then I want to go back and research them again. A lot of them I've probably heard before.
Water. All right,
What about water? What about water?
Well,
the flatness mostly.
Yeah.
Level. Not flat.
Whoa.
Direct measurements. The fact that there are no direct direct measurements.
Well, you said level, not flat. Would you be able to describe the distinction?
Flat. It would be. I can't remember the exact definition for flat. Flat. I actually can't define flat right now. Flat would be having completely parallel smooth. No, not parallel. Completely smooth. No
undulation.
What are they called?
I hope you know I'm a builder.
Higher or lower than the other?
Yeah. So be careful what you say about level.
Level is. Oh my fucking. Apologies, that one slipped out. My sincere.
So you wanna tell us the difference between level and flat?
Level is water. Level is water. Level is talking about water level. That is the definition of level.
What does level mean? What does level mean? If you're saying level is water, water is level. What does level mean?
It's the spirit level.
Level to what?
Horizontal.
Fast.
That'd be it.
What's horizontal?
Horizontal. Horizontal. You know what? You're right. Let me not try to start a separate debate here before I get to my original thing. It's getting late and I need to hop off soon. I'd rather hear everything that you have to say. I'm going to put that as well, talking about the difference between level and flat as part of my research too. So I can actually properly give a proper answer to that.
Okay, so is the surface of... Yeah, go ahead, Jedi.
No, so I was just going to give him my flat Earth point, mate, but I'm only going to talk about a fucking triangle, so you carry on.
Well, does the surface of resting water have any parts that are higher or lower than any others?
Surface of resting water?
Yes.
In large amounts.
Yeah, you're talking about in terms of the ocean?
Well, let's just take, I don't know, a glass of water and just go out from there to any scale you wish.
A swimming pool.
Yeah, I like the swimming pool better. Let's do that.
I like it easy to conceptually grasp.
Well, I do know that water does like to stick to itself or to the sides of things on certain occasions. So, I mean, yeah, technically. With a glass of water, you can see the water trying to stick to itself. But either way, I wrote that down.
So technically, the glass of water has parts of its surface which are higher or lower than the other parts.
What happens?
In a glass of water, sure, yeah.
And what happens when you spin the glass of water at 1,000 miles per hour and you put it in a vacuum? What do you think happens to the water?
Gravity keeps touching. It's crazy.
Shit, yeah.
Keeps it connected.
Evidence for
Good
gravity?
stuff.
Working on
there is a metric ton of it. and I'll come with it next time. Okay, I will next time I come in here.
You better
and that's why
demonstrate an open vacuum, by the way, because that's going to be my. You need an open vacuum to demonstrate gravity holding gas next to it, just so you know.
You won't.
So you wouldn't describe the surface of water at rest as being horizontal, then?
It's not perfectly horizontal. No.
Well, it's the horizon that's horizontal.
By the way, hold on. I don't want to move into the points. So I have that point as well. What's somebody else's point? I want to come back in here with content and good talking points.
Do you know what a triangle is?
You're going to ask me for the definition. I might not be able to hit you off the definition.
Okay, but three straight lines meeting at three corners where you can measure and add the interior angles to 180 degrees. That's a triangle, right?
Yep, that would be a triangle.
Awesome. Can you measure an angle or two angles within inside the triangle if one of those lines of the triangle is bent or curved?
Bent or curved?
Yeah, curved. If one of the lines in that triangle is curved, can you measure what two of those angles?
I'm actually not sure of the answer to that off the top of my head. I want to say yeah. It sounds like an obvious yeah, but
yeah, being as I've defined a triangle as three straight lines where you can measure the angles because you've got three straight lines and they reach 180 degrees. But now I've bent or curved one of those lines in a triangle and I've asked you if you can measure those angles. Can you measure the angle if I've curved a line within a triangle?
Yeah, because I know that I think they also have a specific name as well. But
yeah, so no is the answer. You cannot measure an angle if one of the lines is curved. Right? If you've got a 90-degree angle triangle and I curved the baseline of that 90-degree triangle and you tried to measure with a protractor the 90 degrees on that triangle where one of the lines is curved, you wouldn't be able to measure 90 degrees, would you?
So out of curiosity, what is the point for the flat Earth there with that?
Oh, I'm going to be talking about celestial navigation and navigating with the stars and reading elevation angles up to stars. That's
so
what I'm going to be doing.
Celestial navigation. Got it.
Yeah, so celestial navigation is based on right angle triangles. You make a triangle between 3 points. You, with your angle measuring device known as a sextant, the star up in the sky, and the GP of the star on the surface of the Earth. 3 points, you, the star, GP of the star. So to measure an angle, you require all of those two lines at least to be straight, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if the surface of the Earth was curved, you wouldn't be able to measure angles now, would you?
I can't say for sure one way or the other right now.
Okay, but you
if you want to give your point, I understand the premise. I do. If you want to, if that's what you want to say now, go for it. And I'm looking it up for my own research for later.
No, that's absolutely fine. Celestial navigation is based on the right angle triangle. The premise is a right angle triangle. You can't have a right angle triangle on a curved surface because if you have a curved surface, you're not going to be able to measure two of those angles. The two angles in question are your elevation angle up to the star in question, and the other angle is the GP of that star in question. The GP of the star is always 90 degrees. Now, it's impossible to get 190-degree angle on a curved surface, but you must remember that every single star up in the sky has got a ground position of the Earth, and that ground position is 90 degrees to you, a flat horizontal baseline towards you with the sextant. To use celestial navigation with angle measuring devices requires the Earth to be flat. If the Earth was a curved surface, we wouldn't be able to use the sextant, which was designed to be working on flat horizontal baselines. So that's my point. The Earth is practically navigated across and required to be flat when using angle measuring devices to stars.
What is great about that is I know that there is a counterpoint to that, and I can't bring it up right now, but I know that I can come back and contest that.
That's fine. I'll do it for you. You'll say tangent. I'll say what is your dip correction or your altitude correction and why do you even have it in the first place. What I'll do is I'll put the section on the floor so you don't even have to correct for anything. Your altitude or the dip correction to the horizon. So we'll remove the tangent line that you think that you got. My next question will be how far away is the GP of the star? We'll talk about Polaris. It's over 3,000 miles away because that's how you got your latitude lines. That's 3,000 miles of a straight horizontal baseline. I can take your tangent away because I know why you're correct. your dip correction or your altitude correction takes you down to the surface of the Earth. That's all it does. So you can draw your tangent if you want from altitude, of course. You've got to get a relative position down towards the horizon. But your dip correction or your altitude correction will take you down to the surface of the Earth, 0 feet above the surface of the Earth, so you've got a straight horizontal baseline. You can go away and find that, but we've already had the conversation.
But what was the last bit?
You're just going to come back with tangent line, mate. That's the only thing that anybody ever said.
You actually said, you brought that up, and you're probably correct. So I already put that down and to research a counterpoint for that one as well. I'm not going to come back here looking like a dipshit for a second time.
No problem.
You would need a curve for that counterpoint.
Anybody have any more flat Earth proofs that I can jot down?
Direct measurement.
Direct measurements of the curvature of the Earth. I take it.
It's the
or vice versa.
It's just the laser test. The laser test.
Okay.
Have you heard of like F.E. Core, John whatever, Dr. John D or whatever? Have you heard of those?
I'm not sure. No, I'm gonna say no. I may have, but I don't remember the name.
I'll post it here. Let me 1 sec. We have it. I'll just post it. You see this channel. I just posted it in the live stream voice text. This channel #LaserTest. It's basically the same concept as it's slightly more intense than that long distance mission. It's basically, think of like the Michigan picture, or sorry, the Chicago skyline picture that we talked about, but instead of using the skyline as a target, you're using like a very specific you're using light like a laser. And instead of like a whole skyline, it's like a very specific series of targets, or like one target, basically. So, yeah, that's basically.
Good to know. I have also copied that over that video too. Thank you.
Yeah.
What about gas pressure without a container?
Oh yeah, you got that one. That's the big one. You ever?
I wrote that down separately before we even started talking about this. Yeah.
Oh yeah. So let's get into, or do you want to get into that, or do you have to go?
Yeah, I wanted to get a couple more points. For talking points later, and it's on or 2:30 here. I'm way up later past.
Real quick, last night we were talking to a girl who told us that she was aware of a paper where it's been documented that somebody has used gravity as a container for air, but she couldn't find it. Could you maybe in your searches Google that one up for us and try to bring it back? That'd be awesome. Thanks.
I have a feeling I'm not going to be able to find that specifically. I have a feeling that what's going to happen is I'm going to find something else separate.
Yeah, we couldn't find it. She promised. Yep. She swore up and down that she knew it was out there.
People say a lot of things.
She was going to lay it at her feet, but we didn't have it.
Yeah,
didn't get it. So.
The difference. I have tried my best not to peddle false information. It might not have been the whole truth or the entire thing sprawled out, but I haven't tried to peddle bullshit either. That sounds like
I won't hold you to it. Just putting it out there. Just really want that paper.
I'm not even sure what experiment
any information.
I have offered base level information. The difference here, though, is that I haven't looked at this in a while, and you guys are obviously very well versed. So I have to do more research in order to figure it out.
Oh.
Hey, into the break, my guy, chill.
Just sometimes you gotta
on me in the comments.
Sometimes you got to ignore the text chat, but
he's not saying anything bad. He's just doing he's just been going off. I'm not sure what. I've said here plenty that I came into the self-prepared.
I'm sure he's got a point.
He's just parroting what you guys are saying, just in a more condescending way. I mean, it's cool. It's just it's what he's done the entire time from what it looks like.
The thing with Discord is like I wouldn't take anything personally. Yeah,
I don't.
Yeah.
On top of that, that's not fair. That's not fair to say. But yeah, no, I don't take very much personal to begin with. I'm not gonna get my feelings hurt being in here or having you talk to me.
once you hang up, like you don't know anyone in here, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Like,
No,
like,
genuinely, you guys. At the whole end of the day, I don't matter to y'all. Y'all don't matter to me. So it doesn't matter what you think.
the conversation matters.
The conversation does matter, and which is why it should also be given in a respectful manner.
A flat earther.
That's not gonna happen.
It's gonna be. It's gonna matter really.
What is your profession?
The old friend. I brought more soldiers.
Like use your resources for something better than looking at a pixel in the sky. If you're that clever, fucking hell.
Yeah. We got some new people that just joined our server right now. Go ahead, fellas. If you come in here brand new, looks like you got VC verified. Heretic, are these new people that they're coming in here?
Yeah, they're new. Damn Sam, he just showed up. Who's the other one? Let's see.
It's me, Washbosh.
Washbosh. Yeah, I just checked in Washbosh. He's a globe skeptic, heliocentric skeptic,
geocentric. But yes.
Yeah.
Geocentric. Okay.
Who's speaking right now?
Damn Sam.
Hey, what's going on?
Washbosh. Fellas, appreciate you guys coming in here. Thank you. We love to be here. Let me just get all the people that are brand new to this server, so maybe they want to speak up. We got, I don't know what this guy's name, Appreciator. I'm just gonna unmute you before you guys speak. Oh, he dipped. Okay, so Depreciator didn't want to talk. We got Funk in here as well. Funk, I'm gonna mute you. Funk, are you there? Hello, Funk. All right, I'm gonna mute you if you don't talk up. Funk, if you're not there, I'm gonna mute you. Go ahead and respond if you're there. I'll leave you unmuted, but if not, I'll have to mute you. Okay, he don't want to say anything. That's cool. Would you like me to mute myself or? No, you don't. Yeah, if you're unmuted or you're able to speak in here, we want you guys to contribute. So basically, just go ahead and. So we're on the topic of the shape of the Earth in this forum, and you guys are free to contribute as far as any questions you want to talk about some topics about that, or we can ask you questions and figure out like what you think about the topic. So, but I do want to give you the floor, Washbosh and Damn Sam. So go ahead and let us know, maybe your journey into this or what you think if you're thinking that the Earth's a globe or whatever. Go ahead, guys. Would you like to go first, Damn Sam?
Yeah, I'd love to go first. All right, so at A-level I took geology, and it kind of just didn't really make any sense, a lot of the history towards it. A lot of the models are still very old, still all theories. They couldn't prove properly anything. And I started looking into it online. Started with NASA and whatnot with the moon landing, and I just wasn't really buying it. It didn't really make any sense. There was no way they could have achieved it, in my personal opinion, anyway. But I'm still kind of on the fence. I've been looking into it a little bit. Wanted to kind of get my foot in a little bit more, learn a little bit from people that know a little bit more than me. So that's basically why I'm here.
I mean, personally, I wouldn't say I'm an expert myself. I'm very new to this area, but I have a question for you since you are a trainee geologist. But my question was for say stalagmites and stalactites. How are they growing straight up if the planet is round? Surely gravity would bend them around one way or the other.
Gravity actually, it should bend it down. There's no way they could have physically evolved the material to be able to withstand gravity. If you look at it, they tell you it can, but when you actually looking into it yourself, there's just no physical way. The I forget the name, but the outer part, which usually preserves in fossils, there's no way that material is strong enough to get some what's it called, fossilized through sedimentation. But it's not very likely to actually be able to hold up the structure itself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so
I'm not sure what that has to do with the shape of the Earth. Or hang on.
Okay.
Yeah, we actually have a moderated forum, so I let you go ahead and ask that question because I don't know if you guys know each other or whatever. But I'll tell you how this works here in this forum. There's people in here who run the forum, so you can ask us questions. I don't know about any outsiders answering any questions. We are 24/7 moderated and live streamed, so we have a live stream running right now currently. For all you guys who are brand new to the server, and we're documenting everything that we're saying in here. So we want there to be information that's from this forum to you guys, and from to you guys to us, asking us questions, and we respond to those questions. So,
sorry, I didn't mean to. break the
no,
rule.
it's fine. That's fine. You're not breaking a rule, but I'm giving you a heads up as to how things are run here. So if you do want to ask questions, you ask us questions, and then we'll respond to those questions. But if somebody new comes in, well, you guys can have a banter in that, but we just got to get to know who you are first, and that way we'll kind of be like, because we give things like Earth determining roles and all kinds of stuff like that. So since you guys are VC verified, just click on the text channel right above this voice channel, and we're all typing in live stream voice text. So there's relevant information that's put into that channel, and somebody might drop the link to the live stream, so you know that you can watch us on YouTube, because all of this is being live streamed and documented. So if anybody says anything, we can go right back into the live stream. And it's like, let's just say you said something and we're like, hey, you said this thing, and you're like, I didn't say that. We're like, yeah, let's rewind the live stream. We'll play it back for you. So
was there a problem with what we said?
No. I'm just saying, like, we're always keeping a record of what we do here on the voice call 24/7. So it's just information for you to know. But if there's anybody, is there anybody else that came in with you guys? Because I see some new people that came with you. Is Snef with you?
I've been in here since like 2021.
Okay. But nobody new has come in with you guys, or Wash Bosh, or
no. So I actually did come in with Snef. He's the one who actually found this chat for me, because both of us have actually been quite skeptical of the globe Earth, but we haven't been able to find a reliable place to find new information. You know, the stuff you find online is quite heavily censored around finding any information that goes against the globe Earth. So we've been trying to find somewhere that we can get some reliable information, and somewhere we can talk to other like-minded people about this topic.
Yeah, no worries, gentlemen. This is a premier forum for this type of conversation. So we want to make sure that everybody's questions are answered. Like I said, I want to let you guys ask us a question, which is the forum and the people that run this forum, and we can respond to those questions, or actually ask you guys some questions that would be leading us to a better dialogue for the Shape of the Earth conversation. So I'm just gonna, because he hasn't spoken yet. Snef, I just unmuted you. If you'd like to say, hey, what's up, or whatever. But your boy Wash Bosh was saying that you came with him.
Yeah. I came in with him. Pretty much what he said. How we're skeptical of what we're taught, and how that's not actually matching up with what we're seeing. So we decided to come here.
All right. Some people, well, because of the subject matter, think that this subject is a troll, right? I'm just going to give you a heads up on that. Like this place here has been curated to know that if somebody's coming in with that kind of attitude, we have swift ways that we deal with that. So if you guys are inquisitive, we're going to answer those questions. Okay. So make sure that if you do have something in your mind of how you think the Earth is working, as if it's not a globe and that, just ask us. We'll tell you. And there's a lot of great minds in here.
Sorry.
Whoever has a question, whoever has you, Wash Bosh, or Damn Sam, if you have a question, you can ask that question. Let the forum respond to you. Okay.
So my main question was, you the speaker, what is your personal belief about the shape of the planet, or where the planet is placed in the universe or the solar system?
The cosmology aspect, right? So what is this? What is this whole thing? Well, we would describe it as the floor of everything that there is. So imagine a cosmology that you have right now. It's built upon this preconceived notion that you're in a ever expanding cosmos, right? With planets and black holes and all kinds of stuff, items like erase that from your mind just for a moment, right? I'm going to start from a clean slate. So think about the Earth being the ground level of everything that there is. So the floor, right? It's the floor of the universe. So everything that's above us, that's all that there is. We can't travel to those places because we live in an enclosed system. I'm going to give you an idea of what this looks like in your mind, okay? As far as the shape of that enclosure, we don't know. This forum doesn't claim that. But there has been speculations as it being a dome or some sort of like firmament or covering, but we don't speculate in this forum. We go directly on what can be measured, tested, and proven. So this forum is built on people who are, for all intents and purposes, empiricists. So you have to test, repeat the test, and falsify the information. You can verify the things that we tell you. So everything that we're going to talk about here in this forum is going to give you great information to verify what we're saying. So there's a lot. I'm going to just make a quick distinction because, like I said, we're the floor of everything that there is. Like right now, we're standing on Earth. Earth is the foundation, right? So all that there is above us, the stars, the lights in the sky, we're just going to tell you that we don't know what they are. We can't ever travel there. Are the other planets flat? We're going to say we don't know what they are. If they're physical, metaphysical, we don't know. What we do know is what can be discovered from the place that you're on, which is tangible Earth, which, where you're walking upon, and you can go places here on Earth. These places that are known to us, we can examine those places. Mm-hmm. So there isn't an ever expanding universe. We don't know what's outside of this enclosed system. We just know what's here where we're at. As far as like going to other places outside of this system, it's not possible if you're in an enclosed system because you can't go outside of the thing that you're in. And if there's an edge, like if you go walking to like a flat surface and then you reach the end point where there's like you fall off into whatever, we don't claim that thing because nobody can discover that thing. What we will say is that if you're in an enclosed system, if you're inside of something, you have to go outside of the thing in order to find out what's outside. But we can't go outside because we're inside. It's enclosed. So, and the reason why it's enclosed is because we have gas pressure. So the only way to have gas pressure is to be inside of something that has pressure. And the only way to have pressure is to be inside of an enclosed system. Mm-hmm. So hopefully I kind of ran through some of the basic ideas, but our specific way we look at the Earth as the floor of everything, and the lights in the sky are, we don't say that the distance to them are known. We don't say what they are. We just know that we can visually see, like if I go outside with you, I can see everything that you see. So to us, that's what we see. The representation of what reality is to you and us and me would be the same thing that I would see the same thing you see. So it's like I'm not seeing flat planets or whatever. We're just seeing what you see through a telescope and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So, okay. So as long as you know, like this is kind of like where we're coming from. If you have any other questions about that, like I don't know where you want to go with that stuff, but
so the metaphor I was kind of thinking of is we're kind of like a baby, and we're trying to crawl our way out of I'm not sure if these words are allowed, so I'm gonna use a bit of a slang, but we're trying to crawl our way out of the vajayjay or the foofy as you might say, and try to discover like a new world or a new way of looking at things.
Right. So basically with the glow paradigm, you've been fed stories, explanations, assumptions.
Sorry.
And so if I was to tell you if you were to ask any question about the lore, because just like any good fantasy story, you need lore. So the globe Earth is in a cosmic experience, like the idea of it would be filled with lore. So the fantasy of the globe Earth has all the trappings of any, good fantasy would have, like all the lore. You got dark matter, dark energy, black holes, galaxies, you got exoplanets, you got, you could land on these rocks that are floating around in space. You got space time, it's just filled with all kinds of lore that can never be understood or attained as far as like human knowledge can achieve. These conceptualizations are something that people have been showing other people, thinking that they're waxing themselves intelligent by talking about these things. But it's like one of those guys who really loves Harry Potter talk about all the things of Hogwarts. And so to us, it's like, how do you know that's true? Have you verified any of that stuff? And people are usually like, no, it's just, it's space time, or it's black holes, it's dark matter. It's like, okay, that's great. That's great that somebody told you this information, but have you checked into it? Have you looked into any of that stuff? So that's the crux of the issue, is that you've been fed a story, a narrative that you can't verify. So anything, talk about like, well, what is the moon? How do you know? Well, we got humans that actually landed on it with a rocket. But then you go back to like, well, how can they leave this enclosed system? Because in order to go to that place that they say they go to, you'd have to leave the system, go to land on the moon. Well, we were breathing the air that we're breathing. How is it possible to have gas pressure without a container? Because if that was the case, then all the air that we have here would disperse into the void. Because the natural state would be high pressure always moves to low pressure, and the low pressure of the vacuum of space would then let the air that we have here kind of rush off into it. So it's not possible to have that concept that you could leave a system if the system itself needs to be has pressurized, and so you need to have a container that holds that system. It's a dynamic system, but yeah, you need a container.
Yeah, no, you'd have to have a physical wall around the world in order to keep the air or anything within.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't call it a wall, but it definitely is a container of some sort. So I don't want to give it physicality, or not physicality. Excuse me. I don't want to give it a specific connotation, because giving it a connotation would mean that you have to follow up by. If you said wall, then people would think, well, I know what a wall looks like, and I don't think there's a wall up there. So you have to be very specific with your words in this forum, because things like that can. So, but go ahead, if you guys, now that you know, I'm giving you kind of the rundown of the system that we're looking at. So, and it differs. Okay. It differs from the one where people are looking at this disc floating in space. It's not that, gentlemen.
How do you believe the Earth formed, and when did you believe? Do you believe the Earth formed?
Okay,
interesting question.
So we're always okay. So finding out that the information that we're saying verifies the place that we live to be a created place. So all this is going to tie in once I tell you. So void of religious discussion. This gets into the antecedent of creation. So for the antecedent for creation, all of the things that we see here on Earth, right? Like the trees, the animals, the people, would need a creator, because you have to look at it in a way that if information is given by someone who's informing the things that are here, you have to have someone who gives the information and one who receives it. So it's just the idea to say that, okay, so the necessary antecedent for creation would be a creator, right? And we're going to start from the point where if we're examining the Earth in that and through that lens, we're not going to say that it all just happened by nature itself. Nature doesn't spontaneously do things like that, because of the fact that everything that we see has volumes of information inside of it. So definitely a creator. If you're going to burp, please mute your mic. That's pretty disgusting. That's pretty disgusting for all of us to listen to you belch over the mic. So please mute your mic.
Fucking pig.
So anyways, just going to that idea there that we're talking about, the necessary antecedent for creation is a creator. Then we're going to talk about, like, if you're asking us, we would say that would be the answer to the creation of all things that we see. So from the beginning, the creator put forth all of these things that we see in creation. That would be the answer that I would give you to the question that you just asked.
So do you believe that it was formed in the biblical time period?
Like I said, void of religion, because there's a lot of narratives, right, with religion.
So you're just like agnostic, like believing in a higher power?
No. I have my own personal stance on this, but I'm telling you from from a standpoint of not involving religious text, right? We would say that in any way that you would look at this, it would be a necessary antecedent for creation. You'd need a creator. There's no, you can't get around this. So,
but if you did create it, then are there any processes that continue formation today? Because otherwise, it would just be all eroded away. So you must believe in some sort of like system that keeps the planet in its shape, and here.
I disagree. Actually, I would say
you're talking about the laws that govern the reality of our existence. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm asking, how would the flat Earth continue to stay as a planet if systems like rain and frost and, well, mainly water that freeze, thaws, and waves that erode, so rock gets eroded over time. So how do you explain the formation of the planet? Because it's got to continue to form to stay alive, or it'd be eroded away.
I would say the way you're formulating that question is not conducive to the way we were talking about the things that are made here now. The processes that we would talk about, the ecosystem, the way it runs, and the laws that govern it. So you have in your mind still this notion that we're talking about some sort of like entity in the vacuum of space. So you refer to like the flat Earth as a planet. Like, still, how is that held together in the void, like in the vacuum of space? So we're saying that's the wrong thinking already.
That's not what I'm thinking.
You said
I'm
planet,
saying,
didn't you?
but not planet. But I just mean.
What do you mean?
What would you call it? Because that's the only term I would know to describe it.
I don't know the extent, length, breadth, and width of the entire place that we're living on, so I couldn't tell you what it all is in an all-encompassing like idea. What I can
but you're kind of just avoiding the actual main question. The main question is
no. The thing is like that. When I'll say it this way, we can only speak on the things that are known, right? The things that are unknown.
I'm saying something known is that you can visually see erosion in the Earth. So how does the Earth continue to form without being eroded away completely or weathered away?
I don't understand how what are you conceptualizing? I don't understand what that question formulating itself into like how does that eroding, like, what do you mean? What's eroding?
You don't know what eroding or weathering is? It's the breakdown of rock.
I'm trying to tell you. Right. So what are you saying is happening? So you're saying there's constant erosion, and we're
I'm just asking, did the creator put in systems to keep it running? Because there must be formation processes still going on today.
It's a dynamic system which continuously operates on a death life cycle. There is, so entropy, let's say.
What do you mean by that?
You don't know about entropy?
No.
Okay, so what is your knowledge as far as like the laws that govern our reality? I just have to put it out there because there might be some misconceptions, because even with erosion, I think you have this idea that maybe the Earth being a globe explains that well. And
no, it's not. It's not being a globe. That's not the argument. I'm just asking.
Yeah, but what I'm telling you is because you have this conception about erosion, and then you're using that as
that's not a conception. That's an actual thing.
I'm talking about like as a globe.
That's not. It's not
the way erosion works. Okay, so why would that be a question then? If it's not something that's
because I'm asking how does the flat Earth work?
It doesn't. What do you mean? How does it work?
Well, how does it continue to function as a planet? How does it continue to function?
So erosion works on a planet on the same as it works on a flat Earth. I don't understand what you're talking about, mate.
Yeah, I mean,
erosion is erosion.
No. I'm asking how does it continue to form? You got volcanoes. You got is that still all in place?
We still have volcanoes on a flat Earth, you doofus.
Everything's still the same, dude. Like nothing changes. Like it's just your mind of like I even told you this is why I was saying what I was saying. Your mind is still set.
How do volcanoes
hang on, dude. Hang on 1 second, Mr. Guy. Hold on. What I'm saying is your conceptualization of the idea is wrapped around a globe, thinking, okay, so if it's not a globe and it's a flat Earth, how is everything still working? Like that's kind of what you're asking right now.
Yeah,
But
because
we're telling
are
you.
there now layers to the
I
flat Earth?
know, Sam. I know. But the reason why I'm saying this to you is because you're thinking one way of like, okay, it works on the globe. Now let's look at flat Earth. How does it work on flat Earth? And so your idea of how you're conceptualizing this question is wrong because we've always been existing on this Earth, right? There's no dichotomy. So let's just erase that. There's no flat or globe. It's just Earth is what it is, right? So as it demonstrates itself to us, we're going to tell you it's always been this way. So we don't have to explain because that's just its natural process. Like what the one you described with erosion, that's always been happening on Earth. But you just thought of it as a planet floating around in the void. So I'm telling you, that was the story that was put in your mind. So now you're trying to build up like this false dichotomy of globe and flat, and there isn't one. There's just only Earth, we've always known it to be. And the processes that happen on the Earth have always been happening on the Earth. And the one you mentioned with erosion has always been taking place. So it's just your conceptualization.
But I'm asking then how? No, I'm asking how then does the formation of Earth continue? Because you need volcanoes to continue to renew the crust, and you still need systems like tectonic plates. How is that forming on a?
Do volcanoes still happen regardless of your? Yeah, Timbo just chimed in.
But how are you moving this amount of molten rock?
I think you're thinking about it wrong, man. I'll just be 1 minute. Yeah. So. Just because now it becomes a flat Earth doesn't mean that anything in reality changes. You still have everything that we have here.
I understand.
It just works differently than what you think it works.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. How do they work on a flat Earth?
Well, do you know that all these tectonic plates and everything are true? How have you proven?
I haven't seen them. I haven't seen them myself.
That's true. I haven't seen them.
Yeah, we're making a distinction.
You just got to think of it in a different kind of way. Like it's not.
Right.
Yeah. Let's just make a quick distinction because you said erosion. Now you moved into tectonic plates, and you're lumping. 1 second, Sam. You're lumping everything into the certain things we can discover as like we can work with certain things that you just mentioned. Other things that you just said are things we can't discover. These are other theories and ideas and conceptualizations that people have come up with. So there has to be a dividing line between the things we can know about and the things that are just thought of as these ideas for, like, let's say, living on a globe. So you're lumping everything into one category, as in all of everything, plate tectonics, erosion. You're saying all of these things, and we're saying, wait a minute. On certain topics you're going to bring up, we have to divide the things that we can know and then the things that are not known, as far as like, have we discovered that going down into the Earth, that the Earth has like a core or mantle or any of the other things they talk about with the Earth being a globe? Like that stuff right there is brought to you by the educational system, and then now your mind's thinking of the Earth in that way. So you're lumping it all together with like erosion and processes that we can observe, right? Mm-hmm. So what I'm telling you is that you have to make a distinction between you go on, because you're trying to say these processes, if there's no means by which way they continue, then it's wrong to say the Earth is flat. So I kind of get where you're going with that, but you have to really make sure, go one by one. If you're going to ask one thing, say, okay, let's talk about erosion, or let's talk about plate tectonics or whatever, then we can examine and expose why that information is not correct or it is, right? Like we can do it that way.
So how would volcanoes work on a flat Earth?
The question is just, I'm sorry, but it sounds crazy, but go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
You're just repeating the same question like several times. And we've explained it several times.
I think AI wants to come in here. It's usually when he gets on his mic. Go ahead.
Oh man. So the general idea about volcanoes is that there's deep underground rock, which is highly pressurized by the weight of the Earth above it, right? And then it comes out when it reaches too much critical pressure. Okay. Now notice how nothing what I said has anything to do with the shape of the Earth. As long as the high pressure is below the surface, that's sufficient. So the explanation on a globe Earth or a flat Earth is identical.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. Thank you.
Yeah, so now you know the answer.
Yeah, thank you.
You'll find that a lot of the answers to these questions are the same. So, for example, the seasons. What's the cause of the seasons in the globe model? The relative position of the Earth and the Sun. What's the cause of the seasons in reality? The relative position of the Earth and the Sun.
Yep.
See? They just take it one step further and try to segue that somehow a globe is needed when it really isn't.
Is there measurements on the idea of a flat Earth?
Yes.
Like theorized?
In actual fact, it's required to navigate across the Earth, that the Earth is flat. So, do you know what an angle is? Like 45 degrees, 90 degrees. You know what an angle is, don't you? Yeah. So you understand what celestial navigation is? It's measuring angles above the horizons to stars, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you understand that to measure an angle, you require both of those lines to be straight, don't you? You couldn't measure 90 degrees, for example, if one of those lines was curved, could you?
Very true.
So if the Earth was a curved surface, we wouldn't be measuring angles to stars now, would we? So that's a direct measurement and utilage of the surface of the Earth, which is required to be level, horizontal, flat, so we can measure elevation angles to stars, not just one, but every single one of them, so we can navigate across the Earth. The Earth is required to be level in this instance. It's a direct measurement.
So, I have a quick question to inject here. So, I'm not trying to be critical of flat Earth or anything like that, but I was just wondering, how do you explain the fact that the stars move like throughout the years, like or throughout the seasons, like how do the stars move?
Very simply, so the floor isn't moving and the stars are moving. I couldn't give you the mechanism for why they move, but they most definitely move. Do you want the mechanism? Is that what you're asking for? Because you can understand a floor being... Yeah. So you can understand a floor being still, but things above it moving, like clouds, airplanes, in this instance, stars. Now, stars, as you said, are constellations. Constant, they return every year. They have cycles over 2, 5, 10 years. But I couldn't give you a mechanism. I couldn't even tell you what the stars are because I would have to go there and physically verify it for myself, right? But we can see the stars move. I guess the question would be, how has the Earth been measured to move itself? Well, the answer to that question is it hasn't.
Can I ask why it hasn't been measured? Pardon me. Sorry.
Because it's not moving. The Earth hasn't been measured to move because it's not moving, just akin to the Earth being a ball. It hasn't been measured to have curvature because it's not a ball.
I see. But how could you measure it as a flat Earth?
He already told you.
Flat Earth.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't listening. I
He already told you. Elevation angles.
I see.
Celestial navigation, and where do you get your latitude lines from?
I'm not quite sure, actually.
Elevation angles to Polaris. So the question then is again.
Sorry. What is Polaris?
The North Star?
It's a star.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. Yeah. Feels stupid
so what Quantum Arrays is talking about with latitude lines is to measure latitude lines. First instance, stand under the North Star, 90 degrees. Move away from that position. Look at the North Star behind you, 45 degrees. Keep going away from the North Star, 0 degrees above the horizon. That's where you get your equator from. Every divisional point between the equator and the North Pole, that's your latitude line. All requiring elevation angles to Polaris, all requiring the surface of the Earth to be level.
That's all right. So, yeah, the main thing for me was I was thinking about how wherever you stand on the Earth, everything seems to... Sorry, I have another sneeze coming. No matter where you stand on the Earth, everything seems to be looking at you straight on. You know, like no matter where you are on the planet, the Earth seems to be, or the sun seems to be pointing straight at you. Sorry, this sneeze is really getting to me. But yeah, the sun always seems to be pointing straight at you, no matter where you are on the planet.
Well, it's not a planet, and what's your point?
No, it just doesn't quite make sense. Like if the Earth was round, then surely if possibly the Earth was
Round and flat aren't mutually exclusive. You can have a penny that's round and flat. Peas are
okay. If the Earth was a sphere, then surely the sun or any of the stars wouldn't be looking at you straight on all the time. Or I mean, I'm looking at you is not the right word, but it wouldn't be pointing at you directly all the time. Like you would be looking at it from an angle.
Really? Show. Well, I don't even know why we're going on to this. Can you acquire an elevation angle off a sphere? No.
I'm sorry. I'm not disagreeing with you personally. I believe that the Earth is geocentric, but I'm just trying to understand.
To do with the argument. Listen. It's the end of the argument. Unless you can show how you can acquire an elevation angle from a curved baseline or a curved adjacent, it's over. No more questions. There's no more buts and let's go how things point at me. No, it's over.
No, I think you're misunderstanding. I'm not saying that the Earth is a globe, and I'm not saying the sun is a globe particularly. I'm just trying to understand how, from wherever you look at it, no matter what the angle you look at the sun at, or the stars or the planets you look at it at, it always seems to be pointing directly at you.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. It's the conclusion.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm trying to look for an explanation here.
An explanation for things pointing at us, right? I'm sorry, third grade's out. It doesn't. The question is,
I'm not quite enjoying the aggressiveness. I'm trying to understand.
Well, fucking shore up your questions as to be somewhat coherent.
I'm sorry, I'm maybe not articulating my point properly, so I'll just leave this one alone.
Your point is the same reason why Globers make a lot of their follies, which is perspective. Things as they recede away from you into the distance tend to occupy the center of your vision, right? That's just the way it is.
That's
so the further something is away, the more it's going to visually move towards the center of your vision. I mean, that's just the way it is. Now, the Globers see that happen out there, or something fall down in the center of towards the center of their vision, and they say, "Oh, that's physically moving," when they have no way of being able to tell that. But yeah, you're correct. There is this odd phenomenon that things, as they go away from you, like right now I'm on a road, got the same problem. It's like the further part of the road, it's in the center of my vision. It's there. If I look in that direction, it looks like it's directly pointed, straight line to the center of my vision. But that's just what happens with perspective. So there's your answer. That's why it's a weird phenomenon like that. Each person...
Is he asking about... Is this convergence?
Yes, essentially. So it is true that each person from their vantage point sees the world from a distinct point of view that's focused on them in a perspective-based effect. And that's why, like, and it also happens with reflections too, like when you're at a beach and the line of the sun goes straight to your feet, right? How would that happen if the surface was curved?
It can't.
Exactly. But the point is that we all experience the visual world uniquely from our distinct point of observation. And that's why it seems like everything's focused on you, because you're the only one that can observe it from that point, because you're the only one looking through your eyeballs.
That's deep.
Yeah, no, I would like to add on to that point. So I would think that maybe the reason we see everything as a perspective we look at it as, I'm sorry, I'm struggling to articulate here, but the reason we see it like we see maybe possibly things going over the horizon is just because of the shape of our eyes and not because the Earth is actually flat, because our eyes are obviously circular, so we can't see.
Right, that's a problem though, because cameras have the same effects. Okay, cameras have flat sensors, right? Sometimes they even have relatively flat lenses. So yes, trust me that your eye does have a curved sensor, but the primary point of how we see is because we have an angular field of view. We don't see things one for one. We see them through angles. Right, and all these angles appear to converge on us because that's the only light that we can perceive is the light that enters through the angles that we're able to resolve. All other angles are disregarded. It just so happens that when you approach 0 degrees and you fall below the angular resolution of the optic that you're using, that all the information will be lost. Which, by the way, if you math that out and draw it out, you'll find that for approximately 6 foot tall guy, that distance where that starts to happen is about 3 miles or 3.5 miles, roughly where they claim that the horizon starts to quote unquote block things. So you lose the same amount of resolution in your field of view that they claim the horizon does at almost the exact same distance. Isn't that peculiar?
Yeah, no. So I would, because obviously I'm 6'3", 6'4", and really the antithesis to my point is that it really discombobulates me that everything past the horizon, sometimes you just can't really see it. Like I feel like as a taller person, I'd be able to see it going further than someone who is, say, 5'3", but that just doesn't really work.
But you do.
Mm-hmm.
Look, even in the alleged globe mathematics, right? They're alleged mathematics, by the way. The distance to the horizon is based on your observer height, right? And the available propagation angles, if you follow the law of triangles, right? The taller you are, you'll have more available angles before you reach an acute angle. That's just the law of triangles. That's just pure geometry. So you would expect to see slightly more, but if you're 5 foot tall versus 6 foot tall, is it really going to be that significant? No, it'll probably be indiscernible.
Yeah, no. So I'm 6'8", but yeah, no. It's obviously the law of triangles. So I would see this as a 6'8" person. I would see the same as someone who is, say, 5'3", 5'4".
No, you'd see further. He just told you your observer height. It's all governed. The geometry is governed by the observer height. So you're taller than somebody 5 foot. You're going to see further.
Didn't he just say he was 6'3"?
No, 6'8".
6'3", 6'4", now 6'8".
That's what I heard. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I must have been confused before.
Yeah, I always get confused with how tall I am.
Got to impress the ladies.
How tall are you? How tall are you in meters?
6'8". Jesus.
I think about 6 meters tall.
6 meters?
Holy shit! You're a giant.
That's too tall for a 5 foot tall person like me.
Dude, in your country, what units of measurement do they use?
Centimeters.
Okay, so how many centimeters tall are you?
193.
All right, there you go.
Good. What's your favorite color?
Light purple.
Oh, good grief. Don't answer that question. Why?
Oh, shit. I'm sorry. Was I not meant to answer that one? It's actually dark green. And I actually really like pink.
Mind your P's and Q's, because Kiwis.
That's not a bad question. That's not a bad question. So, if you had an iPhone, just check this out, brother. If you had an iPhone, let's just say you had an iPhone -5. So it was like going backwards in technology.
Yeah.
Where it only had 4 pixels on the screen rather than 2 million pixels that they have
light purple.
Right. So just imagine your screen had that many 4 pixels.
Mm-hmm.
Could you ever make out a face with 4 pixels?
Of course not. No.
Perfect. Now you understand. There's not enough visual information at lower angles to be able to resolve anything.
The propagation angles and the angles of receptions are too small that you cannot see any of that data. And since we see in an angular field of view, all the compressed data on the axes Y and Z are on the same axes when you see. So Z is the distance away from you, right? And obviously Y is up and down.
Yeah.
All that data is compressed, right? So you can't see everything. And it just so happens that the closer you get to zero, the less and less you're going to see.
Sorry, pardon me.
So not only would things disappear at the bottom at distance, simply by the law of perspective alone, it's necessary. No matter what the world is, that will happen.
I see.
You don't need a globe to explain it.
Sorry, I don't mean to sound stupid, but what do propagation angles, or what are propagation angles?
Well, light comes from a distant object, right? And it's going outwards from that object. But the only light you can see is the light that comes in through your aperture or your eye. Right? So your eye has a certain types of angles it can resolve, and the object's light is coming out it at certain angles as well. So for example, if an object is at too narrow of an angle at a far enough distance, none of its light that's reflecting off of it will ever reach your eye. So you wouldn't see it anyway.
I see. So, if what you're saying is, say, if I look further up into the sky, then I'll be able to see further into the distance.
No, that doesn't change the propagation angles.
I'm sorry. I'm not sure if I quite understood your definition of propagation angles.
Okay, if light is coming from a distant object straight at you, right? Is changing the orientation of your eye going to change the fact that light is coming straight at you? Of course not.
Oh, no, of course not. Yeah, it'd be stupid.
Well, there's your answer.
I'm sorry, I'm being stupid, yeah. I'm sorry, I wear glasses.
How tall are your glasses?
What has
that's a hard question. Hard question.
I'm not a knuckle dragon glober.
Window licker.
Window licker.
Wait.
All right. Any more questions?
Yeah, while you're thinking of your more questions, let's sum this up with, so far we haven't heard anything that requires a globe to exist for the phenomena that we see in the world.
Very true. Well, I would have thought my consolation question would have contributed to that a little bit.
What was it?
Well, just my question about how the stars or the supposed planets move throughout the seasons.
Move? How do they move?
Well, you know how the constellations change throughout the seasons.
And then they start over again the next year.
Yeah.
There you go.
I'm not sure if that's quite an answer. Just saying they go in a cycle.
It is an answer. No, it's a perfect answer. Let me explain. Previously, somebody asked about volcanoes. Might have been you. I don't remember.
No,
and
it was this damn Sam guy.
Okay, fine. But I told you that the explanation, it just is what it is. It's the same. Okay? The reason why the stars are in different positions throughout the year is because of the relative location of the Earth and the stars. That's what we know. No need for a globe.
I'm not saying there's a need for a globe. I'm just asking for why it does happen.
Yeah, simple. The stars move. There's your answer.
So, but how do the stars move?
How? Who knows?
I see.
Exactly. We can't even be sure whether they are moving or the interpretive media between us and them is moving, causing us to experience them as if they're moving.
No, so I think I would agree with that one more, honestly, because I'm geocentric, so I would think everything is moving around the planet, but I'm just asking how it happens in a cycle.
You mean the plane? The plane?
No, the planet.
No, it's not a planet because we already went over elevation angles.
Yes. No, I'm sorry. No, the plane. Yes.
Thank you.
Plus, a planet would be a wandering star.
The planet is a wandering star.
Right. Let's just call it the Earth. How about that?
Yeah. That would make
then
it
there's
easier.
no confusion what we're talking about, because the Earth is what we're standing on, and the things in the sky are not the Earth.
How are you sure that the Earth is what we're standing on?
Because I am standing on it. That's how I know.
Oh yeah, like, are you a 99%er?
Can we bring it back to plate tectonics? Did you say they don't exist?
I haven't heard this from you, damn Sam. This is a ridiculous argument. We've been over this before.
It's non sequitur.
Would ask you to plate tectonics. Number one, you have to show their existence, and number two, you're going to have to show cause and effect relationship. That would be an experiment. Can you do that?
But what evidence do you want exactly? Do you want like a measurable thing you can see real life?
I want you to show me. I want you to support your claim of tectonic plates.
All right.
And then second,
This is what I'll do.
not done yet. Then I want you to demonstrate via. Obviously, this is going to be a cause and effect relationship, a natural one. Well, we have something we call the scientific method that's used to adjudicate natural cause and effect relationship. So, after you show us these tectonic plates, we want to hear your claim, and then to support your claim, we want the scientific experiment. You don't have to do it. You just have to show us where it is so we can go get it to validate what you said. How about that?
Okay. So, do you want some evidence then for why they exist, or would you not accept the evidence?
No, I didn't. I don't know if you've been keeping up on current events. Do you want me to repeat this over again?
So you don't want evidence?
No, I didn't say I didn't want. I want evidence after you demonstrate tectonic plates, then provide scientific evidence of an experiment.
What do you want to demonstrate?
Then I experiment.
You don't know. Okay, so
I don't know. It's your fucking claim.
You can visually see it in Iceland, and you can see it. If I measured the distance between Britain and America every year, you would see a distance of 2 centimeters per year.
Let's see it.
What do you mean? Let's see it.
Let's fucking. You just made a claim. You said I could show you. Show.
Well, I could pull up
the pictures. Pull up the pictures.
Well, I can't pull up the pictures. I'm not allowed to send pictures and stuff.
Oh, you can't pull up the Of course, you can't pull up the pictures.
No, I've got the pictures right now. If you want them,
send it. Then.
That's fine. That's fine. But I could disregard that out of hand by simply stating that space and time itself is stretching, and your tectonic plates is false. And by the way, I could provide a mathematical theorem. Well, it's relevant because I'm giving you a plausible different answer.
About what? Sorry. How they work? Or their existence?
Look, if your claim is that they're different distance apart, therefore tectonic plates. So far, that's all we have.
It's not. It's not just that. You can for one, if you look at the mid-ocean ridge where it's spreading in the mid-Atlantic Ocean, between
what the fuck is the mid-ocean ridge?
Mid-ocean ridge is where a divergent plate is moving apart. You can see it. There's like so much stuff on it.
I can see it. I'm looking at the computer screen. All I see is R472 funk channel.
What do you want me to send? Some pictures?
Send some evidence.
I'll fucking shut you up. Because I don't think you're following this. You make a claim, then you provide support for that claim. You follow that? You. Not me, you.
Yeah, mate.
Yeah.
Jeez,
so, show us the fucking mid-Atlantic ridge, and then go on.
What do you... Okay, the middle... Like, what do you want? It's a high point in the ocean.
Oh, bro doesn't even know what he's talking about anymore.
Why are you asking us what we want? Give us the evidence which supports the claim.
I'm asking,
what are you confused about? What are you confused about?
Do you want a picture of it? Do you want the elevation of it? Or what do you want? Do you want the
whatever you think demonstrates the
ridge? Do you want the magmatic data and the
why are you asking me what I want? It's your argument.
I'm asking what you want.
What do you think demonstrates
do you want scientific papers? Do you want scientific journals?
Hold on. Dude, calm down. What do you think demonstrates the mid-Atlantic ridge being evidence of a tectonic plate?
I want that evidence.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever you think that is, because it's your claim. I'm not going to go find your evidence for you. You go find your evidence for your claim.
Damn right.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Yeah, I know it's tough, man.
You got him there.
So do you want like?
He has nothing. Yeah, he has nothing to say now.
I guess I needed to translate QE into like I don't know, whatever. Gaga Google.
Dude, it's a fetch quest. Go get it.
All right, I'll go get it.
Get it.
You can see tectonic plates. That's craziness. The thinnest tectonic plate area, according to the gold model, is 150 kilometers thick. Okay, so stop with your dumbness, dude.
Yes, but
what does that have anything to do with it not working?
It doesn't matter, dude. You're supposed to be going to find the evidence.
Go get some evidence.
What works?
Go back up your claim, bruv.
You guys are forgetting. You guys are forgetting the rule number 6 in the 10 Flat Commandments. That goddamn citation, get it. You think a Globe be backing up their claim, man? Forget it, dude. They don't back up their claims anyway. This is rule number.
Yeah, but in the meantime.
Yeah.
Right, hold on. While he's doing that, in the meantime, okay, let's just think about it. Can you have a table that's flat, then put some stuff on top of that table, and then put some other things on top of that table that are not connected to each other, and the table still be flat? Well, the answer, of course, is yes. So tectonic plates are non sequitur to the globe flat Earth argument, except to prove that people don't know how to argue for the globe. Once again, we haven't heard anything presented that necessitates a globe existing for it to exist.
I want to see you eat off a tectonic plate, bro. Something that's shaped like a tectonic plate. Plates are flat, dude.
They came in here saying that they wanted to talk about the processes that happen on the Earth to how does it work on a flat Earth, basically. That's what they were saying. How does this work on a flat Earth? And he went into like erosion and started talking about tectonic plates and all that. So that's kind of what they're trying to figure out. If the Earth is flat, how does this work? And it's like...
So erosions can't happen on a flat Earth. Jesus Christ, dude. This is where we're at.
Yep.
You guys ever been to a kid's science fair? No, check this out, friends. This is so hilarious. You ever been to a kid's science fair and seen tectonic plate demonstration or a volcano demonstration? Let me tell you about it. They set up a volcano on a flat table, and then they put some pressurized chemical in there, which erupts on a flat table. And for the tectonic plates, they put some floating things in a flat bucket of water, and then they float around. The base of what they're presenting it on is always flat.
Therefore, globe.
I just don't understand how the argument would eliminate a flat Earth. That's what I'm not understanding. The existence or non-existence of tectonic plates somehow curves the surface of the Earth. How does that work?
It doesn't.
I know that.
I mean, the only way that I've seen over the years is they imagine that the tectonic plates and the volcanic lava is coming from a hot ball of lava at the center of a floating space ball.
Wrong.
Even though that's not what the heliocentric model purports anyway. Like, lava flow doesn't come from the core. I don't know if they forgot to get that memo.
Wrong.
What's wrong?
Lava doesn't come from the core.
Exactly, it's wrong. You're right.
The lava just doesn't come from the core anyway. Why are you saying that?
Well, let me tell you why. Because we've been doing this for 7 years now, and people come in here every month purporting that lava comes from the magmatic core.
It doesn't come from the magmatic core. It's not magma.
No, duh, dude. That's what we're saying, dude. We're saying that people come in here
and magma, Sam.
You're saying other people or scientists?
So, Sam, what's the difference between magma and lava?
Lava is extruded magma.
Oh, cool. So you actually know. Cool. Yeah, lava's on the surface. Magma is under the surface.
Yeah,
By the way, we have Danny 57 that's sitting in the chat right now, just announcing that. I don't know if he wants to come off mute.
Nah, he probably don't. It's a little feisty in here for him. He's got a calm demeanor.
Probably DMs in the back chats for everyone, huh?
That's no worries, but there is an open invitation every time he shows up where I'm here for him to have the room cleared with no one speaking over him, for him to apologize for castigating the character and integrity of an entire group of people. Anytime. Or you could do that as a preface for your next book. By the way, I apologize to all the people I've offended in the past.
Oh yeah, and on top of that, AI, he could apologize for sending all that information to keep people on the mindset that the Earth is a globe when it really isn't. To all the people who are of the biblical mindset, but you know,
to all the people I've slandered before. I don't think we're gonna get that apology. Anyway, moving on. So, I just want somebody to walk me through the logic of tectonic plates, therefore globe. Like,
no, I just asked if you believe they exist on a flat Earth.
Why should I believe in anything?
You just switch accents, bro?
Why should I believe in anything? I have no evidence one way or another whether they exist. That's what I asked the other guy to do.
That's what...
I like the mask gliding off.
Well, I mean, seriously, so, like, there's a proposition. There's tectonic plates on the surface of the Earth floating around in a thing of magma.
It's not a thing of magma. And you know how buoyancy works as well?
Yeah, well, where?
Okay, so why is it a strange thing that slightly elastic rock moves very slowly over hundreds and millions of years?
My claim was not incredulity. My claim was there's no evidence.
There is plenty of evidence. I don't understand what you mean.
Okay, let's have that.
How about just
I
start
can
with
find
one?
it. I'm literally finding it right now.
Okay. There's plenty. There's so much you can't find it. God damn. This is like when you're looking for something.
Look, if you're going to find scientific papers, I got to find some proper scientific papers.
Oh, where did we go wrong? There's volumes of data, figures, numbers, fossil records.
Figures.
There are fossil records. What do you mean? There's fossil records. There's literal visual evidence for one. There is
volumes of proven data.
Seismic earthquakes,
which are done in a hyperbolic geometry. So does that mean we live in a hyperboloid?
Wait. Say that again.
Really?
Seismic wave equation is a hyperbolic equation.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Continue. Okay. Continue.
Is it not?
No. Continue. Your point.
Do we live on a hyperboloid?
What are you on about? Continue your point.
That is my point.
That is your point.
You don't get it.
So you're just discrediting everything.
You haven't
because
presented
of that
anything.
amazing point. Where is your evidence for that?
What's my evidence for what? Seismic wave.
Do you know what hyperbole is? Can you give me the definition of hyperbole?
I didn't say hyperbole.
Holy crap, dude!
You did.
Holy crap,
okay.
bro!
A hyperboloid, a hyperbolic geometry is a geometry that has
But you said hyperbole the second time. That's what I heard.
Negative. Listen, stop. An intrinsic Gaussian curvature of -1.
Sorry, I'm looking at my old. I'm trying to find some evidence for you, bro.
So why are you asking me the question if you don't even know the answer? How are you quizzing me?
What are you quizzing me on? What you're just discrediting seismic waves with whatever.
No,
the fuck you
seismic
said.
waves exist, but their behavior and where they started at and where they end up and all that stuff is inferred from a hyperbolic geometry, not a globe. So if you familiar yourself with what's called a Poincare disk, so they take the Earth as if it was a cross section of a Poincare disk, and take seismographs and enter them into the equation to find the locus where it started at. It's completely speculative.
No, it's just wrong. That's just wrong for one.
Oh, okay, so
all you're doing is you're measuring the earthquake from one location to another location and measuring the speed of which it traveled, which shows you the distance. It's not even that hard of physics.
So it doesn't depend on the medium the wave travels through, right? Or refraction, or reflection.
If you're speaking about, are you speaking?
Or whether it travels through water or anything like that. None of that matters. That's your.
Well, not really. If it's going through the fucking Earth, bro.
The Earth is made of different material, right?
Look, even if you were like I don't know, a second or two off because it went through a tiny bit of water, but we can calculate the speed of fucking waves. What are you about that? Yeah, no shit, it's transparent. Yeah, because it's a liquid. But that's not going to affect it. It's not going through any water. It's going straight through the crust of the Earth.
Dude, you need to slow down and listen to what Injo's saying, because you're starting to sound like a foolish idiot, mate. Slow down, that man.
He has an idea of how it works, but no actual knowledge of how they actually do it in practice. See, he's seen a diagram somewhere one time.
A diagram, a seismogram.
A diagram, dude. A diagram. You saw a diagram
of,
and you. Never mind, dude. It's like talking to a fucking monkey.
Yeah, he's not being racist. He's just being hyperbolic.
Ah, did it?
Where's the shish?
So I can find you a little citation for the seismic wave equation being hyperbolic. Okay, here it is. So is the University of California, San Diego a good source? Or are they just like a shitty flat earther college?
That's why I said you're not going to take into account any actual geological evidence.
Bruh.
What evidence? You haven't presented
some evidence first, bro.
Do you know the constituent parts of the Earth through the middle and out the other side? Well, of course you fucking don't, do you?
What? Do I know what? Do I know the layers of the Earth, or what? What did you say?
You know what the constituent parts of the Earth are made up of? You know, when you go into the ground, what's under there?
Yeah, what the layers of the Earth go.
Yeah. So when you pass your PNS,
so the crust, the lithosphere, the asthenosphere, the upper
this is why I interrupted
the lower
you earlier, mate.
the
you keep talking
and the inner core.
and it's fucking annoying.
If you filibuster somehow, like you're not going to expose him as a pretender clown. No, you're going to be exposed. Doesn't matter how much you talk.
Just stop talking through people's answers, mate. It's really annoying. How do you expect to learn our point of view if you keep talking through the point of view? Dumb fuck. I'm done. I only jumped in for 5 seconds. Bloody hell. Don't know what the Earth is made up of. It's all assumption. Then you recalculate and you put it on a ball. You haven't got a clue what's 500 miles beneath your feet, have you? If you were to confirm it, you'd have to drill down 500 miles to confirm your PNS weight, wouldn't you? Yeah.
Well, just 2 years ago, they maybe it was last year, maybe. Yeah, now there's an ocean 3 times the size of the surface water under the ground now.
And I've only just discovered that, which... Sorry, so they've only just discovered that. So all of their PNS wave data for 10, 15, 20 years ago is fucking ruined because they don't have a clue what's underneath their feet. Now, do they, my friend? Have you got that point yet?
Yeah.
No.
Good. On to the next subject, then.
Yeah, so the moral of that story is if you make a lot of claims on your penis waves, you just look like a dick.
Ba-dum-dum tish.
Oh my.
No. Considering the largest hole that's ever been dug is about 8 miles deep. That's the Koala Super borehole. The Arianas Trench is about 12 miles deep. We haven't got a clue what is beyond that point, so sending signals beyond the crust of the Earth, we couldn't confirm what they were going through. Now, could we?
You just confirm the density of what they are, and then you use meteorites that have landed.
Meteorites? What?
Yeah, you do. What are you on about? You use meteorites that have landed because they haven't had to experience any geological processes such as weathering, erosion, metamorphism, being remelted and crystallized.
How do you date
what are you on about? So you use those.
How do you date the meteorite?
Huh? How do you get a meteorite?
Yeah, how do you date the meteorite?
Well, you believe that there's a sphere
asked
around
you.
there.
A
dome that blocks. No, I'm
He
just
asked you
saying.
for your claim, sir.
I asked you.
I'm just saying. What
How
is
do you
there?
how do you get to chronology?
I believe
for
there's
the
no
meteorite?
atmosphere.
Yeah, how do you get to chronology for the meteorite? Regardless of whether space exists or not, how do you get that?
The chronology, the age of it.
Yeah, the age, yeah.
You use radiometric dating.
So how do you compensate for the variability of radioactive decay that was discovered 30 years ago?
That was discovered 30 years ago?
Yeah, so it turns out that radioactive decay is not a constant decay, that it's actually variable.
It's pretty constant. Like it'll
No,
be,
not anymore,
like,
dude. That's old news, bro. That's old news.
What? No, it's not.
Yeah,
if it's
it
gonna be-
is. I'm going to
No,
show
it's
you.
not,
I'm
because-
going to show you.
No,
about
because if it was
30
variable,
peer-reviewed papers on MIT's website.
yeah, that doesn't
Yeah, don't show
variable.
it.
Yeah,
Don't prove it.
sure. I'm not saying that.
Don't prove it,
I'm
yeah.
saying the variability of it won't matter because it's over such a long geological time span. It's over 300. It's over.
That makes
billions
it
of
worse,
years.
dude. What are you talking about? That actually makes it worse.
No, it doesn't make it worse because it shows that the rock is really fucking old and was out there in space for that long.
You don't know how radioactive decay works, do you?
Oh my fucking god, bro!
You don't know how radioactive decay works, do
Okay,
you?
explain radioactive decay to me.
Okay, so typically you would so you make a prediction about how much half of the material transforms, right? So you either emit beta or alpha particles. So so you'll have a half-life. Say uranium is supposed to be 4.3 million years. So after 4.3 million years, half of the material will have spontaneously decayed into lead.
Into what?
Okay, but it turns out that is wrong. That the rate of decay is actually variable. And they've been trying to pinpoint what this variability is. Is it diurnal? Is it based upon the year? And they've come out with all sorts of crazy different results. Nobody knows. Okay. But
that doesn't matter because you can observe the variability and that's not going to matter over such a long time span.
You don't know what the variability is. You don't know what it like. The clock could run. Dude, you're basically telling me I can use something as a clock that can't keep time.
Bruh. Yeah, but you're using it over such a long time span. It doesn't matter. It just kind of because you're not going. It is exactly this time. It is between this hundreds of millions of years. Between this 100 million years. For that,
Hundreds of millions of years. You're going to need a ball for that. So we're all working on the premise that the Big Bang took place and we're still living on a fucking ball in a heliocentric model. Calm down, sunshine. You're going to need a ball for that. Whatever you're talking about from this point,
so there's a link.
You're going to need... Sorry, Leo.
No, I'm just saying there's the link, dude. There's probably like 20, 30 peer-reviewed papers. They've been trying to figure it out. Some non-periodic variations, periodic variations on the scale of days or years, periodic variations on the scale of seconds. So, yeah. If a clock doesn't have a known rate of ticking, then it's not a clock. If that tick rate changes at some random variable that's unknown, you cannot use it to measure time. I think you know this. I mean, intrinsically, that if you had a pendulum clock and how the pendulum swings varied wildly, that it would not keep time.
I need to add another point since we're talking about science, and science is based on philosophical assumptions and conclusions and logic.
Oh, this is as far away from science as you can get. I was just sitting back. But
Sure. So, retroactive uniformitarianism is a philosophical assertion. Can't be proven. So, your idea about what happened millions of years ago is conjecture at best.
All theory.
It also violates the laws of quantum mechanics, by the way.
It wouldn't be theory.
Radioactive decay is a probability or probabilistic event. So where's the information and the knower 100 million years ago, please?
Oh dear.
Man, I just can't prove it. Maybe you're right.
Yeah, I know I'm right. And what's the scientific evidence of radioactive decay? Do you have an experiment to prove its validity? Do you not know what an experiment is, do you? What are the
no, I don't.
parts of a scientific experiment?
Well, you want the control, independent, and the dependent variable.
Correct. Those are the three constituent parts. So, for radioactive decay, observe natural phenomena, please.
I mean, you can use something with a lower half-life than...
I'm not. Observe natural phenomena, please.
Observe. You can see the fucking atomic particles coming off it.
You can see atomic particles, really? With your eyes?
With equipment, yeah. You can see with your eyes.
In nature. That's a concrete noun.
But you can't. You got to make the conditions to be able to see it.
Concrete noun. Crayon cruncher. So observe phenomenon, please.
Remember, a phenomena is something happening, not a concrete noun.
So you want me to see it with my bare eyes, just in the natural world?
We want something happening. Not a concrete noun. I'm not going to point at the floor. I want something happening. A phenomenon.
Years ago, by the way.
Yeah. Something we can assert the cause of something happening. We're fucking doing science, mate. Come on. So you said dependent variable.
No.
Yeah. Come on.
So what do you want? What did you say? I don't understand the question.
The dependent variable. What's the dependent variable? You know, the thing happening. The dependent variable
of
whatever your fucking claim is right now.
He said of what?
Yeah, but no, because you've changed the subject like 100 times. We were speaking about your evidence for radiometric dating. Yeah.
Yeah. So, observe natural phenomena, please.
You would measure if there was a change in the atomic weight.
Measure?
Observe?
Observe a natural phenomena. You'd measure?
Of course you would measure.
Really?
You're not taking measurements
of shit? What to measure?
Oh, so we want to observe the atomic weight of the fucking thing, of the, the fucking element changing.
You want to observe the atomic weight of the fucking thing.
Of the element changing.
Are you a clown?
He is, but you don't know.
Clown, dude.
Am I?
Yeah.
Yeah, I told you he is. He don't know it. It's interesting. It's one of those clowns.
I just don't know it.
I know. Yeah. We all know that because it's a non sequitur category error that you're.
But you can't explain to me how any geological features actually.
Explain to me. Geology is not science.
Fucking. Why you want a computer right now? Why you want a computer right now?
You don't fucking ask me any questions. You're the dumbest person in here. We're going to ask you more questions. You said geology. Is geology a natural science?
It's a geoscience, yeah.
No, so it's a natural science.
It's a study of the earth.
Okay, it's a study of the earth. That's amazing. Can natural science be conducted without experiment?
Yes, you can visually observe.
Yes.
Lots of stuff.
Done for. It's all over for you. You would fail 5th grade.
No, without experiments. Sorry, I thought you said without. I thought you were going to say without, like observable evidence.
No, I said experiment. Yeah, you're a clown. We're just going to shut you down.
Okay.
Yeah. Bye. Next.
Join discord.gg/flatearth and enter a check-in room. Someone will come along and verify you to get involved in the conversation about our Earth.
Nico Adahu and his infinite radius celestial sphere.
Nico Dahut. Dahut.
Come on, don't be shy now.
What's going? Oh, you guys have lobby. He was in the lobby. Nico, were you in the lobby?
BC check-in. Text.
Can I speak now?
Yeah, you can
Here
speak
we go.
now. Go ahead.
Okay. I was not allowed before.
All right, so real quick, because I already heard that you were talking before, but can you just tell us how you found us, right? A link or whatever, and then tell us what your position is on the topic of the server.
Alors, how do I find you? I found you months ago by following an invite on another server. I come here. I come to discuss, telling I'm a Glober, presenting the fact I present, and I tend to cock this here, so I left.
All right, so I gave you the globe earth roll, so there you go. And Nico, so what evidence can you present that the earth is a globe, Nico?
What evidence? Observation of a ship, building, island disappearing behind the curve. I can give you celestial navigation, or it's done with a globe. I can do it traditionally Cartesian type, mathematically explain.
Well, pick one. I would say pick one, Nico, and let's just talk about that one first, because you got a bunch of them coming out. Just pick one and let's talk about that one. How about that? You can choose any one you want.
Celestial navigation.
All right, that sounds like Chris's wheelhouse. Chris, you want to come in here? Oh, just one moment. I want to see if Chris is here. Chris, can you hear me?
I'm gonna keep calling him Jedi.
I know, me too. I don't know why did you take Jedi off, bro? All right, well,
you're always cool to me.
You can continue. Go ahead and present your evidence, and you can talk about it a little bit, and then we'll.
So we'll start by the basic of celestial navigation: the celestial sphere. The celestial sphere is a sphere all around us, and the main particularity of this sphere is it has an infinite radius. It is not specified anywhere how far are the stars. And that is not a problem for the globe, because it just means that the star angle with Earth is the same all over Earth. And that was the main point that allow globe to make celestial navigation. So, I'm curious, how do you deal with this definition of the celestial sphere to having an infinite radius? So that means the star distance from anywhere on Earth is not known. How can that make the celestial navigation work on flat Earth?
All right, so I'll take the panel. I'm gonna leave you guys. Whoever wants to go first, and anything he just said, and see if Nico.
Oh man, I want. Please.
I don't.
Everyone wants in.
I think everybody wants in, but Kiwi, I'll let you go. I don't know, flying between you and him. You guys decide who's gonna go first between you and flying high. Like I don't.
Well, please, my friend, go ahead. Celestial navigation is my jam, especially based on mathematics. Please go ahead.
I won't take away what the question you might want to ask, Kiwi. So I'll let Flying and you. Flying, if you want to go first.
Good, if he's onto it, let him go. Oh, good.
All right, he's yielding the floor to you, Kiwi.
All right, perfect. So here's my question. Celestial navigation, what mathematic principle is that based on?
What
mathematic principle is celestial navigation based on?
You can make it on a non-Euclidean spherical geometry.
So geometry, you agree?
Oh yes.
Perfect. So trigonometry, you agree? Trigonometry would be the aspect of mathematics for that?
Okay, if you want to go Cartesian type, we can do with trigonometry.
Okay, fine. So the aspect of trigonometry is the study of three sides to an object. Is that correct?
No, it's just angle.
Okay, but trigonometry, last time I checked, three sides of an object, that would make it a three-sided object. What's a three-sided object?
It's a triangle.
Three angles, perfect. So those three angles have to add up to what in order for it to be a three-sided three-sided object?
On a flat plane, it will be 180 degrees.
Well, we haven't even brought in the aspect of the flat plane as of yet. I'm just trying to understand that if we're dealing with three-sided objects, you get three angles. Those angles would add up to what?
Yeah, 180 degree on a flat plane.
Perfect. So again, my question to you is, if it's a tangential relationship, how can the celestial body be based on a sphere when you're dealing with a flat baseline?
We don't deal with flat baseline at all. You deal with the...
How does celestial navigation work without the study of three sides? How do you introduce a spherical object into a trigonometry based calculation?
Because you will get only one angle out of your reading. You don't get any distance. Only after, when you apply it to a circle, you will have this angle that you will need to apply to get the distance from the GP.
So this is the idea of spherical excess, then?
No.
Well, again, if we're trying to observe a celestial body and we're using angles to calculate it, using like a sextant to observe the horizon, figure out your angles. Again, my question to you is, how do you introduce a sphere in using celestial navigation to observe these things and make these calculations? These are questions to you again.
Okay. So you will measure an angle from the horizon to the star. That is using just an angle. No.
But how do you measure that angle? That's my question.
With a sextant.
Okay.
A sextant has different mirror, well placed, that you will be able to misalign these two mirrors to have in one half of the mirror you will have the horizon, and the other half you will have the star. And by moving the limb of the sextant, you will be able to get them aligned and read an angle.
Can you define what an angle is? Can you define what an angle is?
An angle is defined by two lines. So one line is a two point. Two line you need a minimum 3 points. So you'd have 3 points. The point on the horizon, the observer, and the star. Here is your angle.
So are they straight lines or are they curved?
Okay.
Well, you can't laugh at that, though, my friend, because this is a question, again, because you on a globe model, you have to bring in a curve in order to start observing these things. And with trigonometry, we need three straight lines to create these angles.
No, you don't need to have a curve to measure an angle. You just need 3 points to measure an angle.
Right. And those connections, what you're measuring, are straight segments. That's what's defined in a three-sided object. Straight lines.
Yes.
So again, how do you introduce a curve into that observation? Because the curve would throw off your angles.
Yeah, the curve is used with the deep correction. So you can check like with the 176 root of h.
Yeah, just real quick. Hang on, Nico, 1 second. Nico, 1 second before you continue. I just wanted to add a point before King's Clown Kiwi. Before you forget, I do want to play a clip of just when you came in here, Nico, just to remind everybody where we're at with this. Okay, it's only like 23 seconds, so just allow the clip to play. You can talk about it a little bit, and then we'll.
So we'll start by the basic of celestial navigation, the celestial sphere. The celestial sphere is a sphere all around us, and the main particularity of this sphere is it has an infinite radius.
Infinite radius. So I'll kick it back to.
Thank you.
And that's
thank you to bring back my questions that have not been answered.
Well, I'm waiting for Kiwi and Flying High to.
Yeah, so I'll withdraw after this, but it's just the idea of the celestial sphere, right? I agree with you that there is the azimuthal grid of observability if you'd like to go there. But we're not at a place where we're going to use the sky, the stuff that occurs up in the sky, to prove what we're standing upon. This is the point. And the suggestion of an infinite radius is a very, very questionable claim on your part. Sorry, Flying High, if you want to go ahead, please.
Yeah, again, I was just going to ask, when he's standing on the Earth, where is he measuring this angle from? Is he standing in the center of the Earth on this celestial plane that he requires?
That is
or are you standing on a curved surface on the surface?
No, that's why I start by the celestial sphere of an infinite radius, because with this simplification, because you can make the calculation for it with a star with light years away. Light years away, it will make a difference because it's given by the second the position of the star. It will make no difference. No difference to consider.
Mate, what's the GP angle underneath the star?
The GP angle?
Yeah. What is it?
Where is it? The GP angle?
So underneath it, hold on, because obviously English isn't your first language. The GP, ground position of the star. So under every star, yes. What's the GP?
What the GP? It will be given to depend which reference you take by the era and the declination, or it will be given by the GHA plus the SHA and the declination. So the GP is a position where the star will be at 90 degrees over the surface of Earth. To be at the zenith of this position. The GP, the star is at the zenith of this position on the ground. So the GP angle, perhaps you are talking about the other sign formula to get the distance. That is what I will continue with. Otherwise, you will have the deep correction. Applying the deep correction with function to the 8, and it's based on a curve, on a sphere. You will be able to have where is your astronomical horizon. After that, you will apply the refraction correction and some small stuff like that, and you will get your altitude. And from this altitude, you will remove it from 90 degrees, and you will have your co-altitude. And the co-altitude angle is equal to the angle there is between the observer, the center of Earth, and the GP. And that is possible using the celestial sphere of infinite radius.
Well, I'd put it to you that the dip correction is just the eye height correction to sea level, where the observer is standing.
Yes, 1.76 square root of h. And if you apply the trigonometry of the sphere to get this same deep angle, you will see that it's equivalent to less than a second. It's derivated. You can find easily on Google how this 1.76 root of h is derivated from the sphere for the deep correction.
Well, I think the point of this is that seeing the stars that we see do not prove whether the Earth is a globe or not, but measuring elevation angles from sea level would definitely be evidence of a flat plane.
No, because we don't measure it from sea level. We measure it from 8 above sea level to the horizon.
And then we do eye correction to sea level.
No, you make eye correction to get your astronomical horizon at the 8 of the observer.
Okay, and just to confirm, so if I'm using the sextant and I'm, say, 6 feet tall and I'm observing, i.e. I'm lining up the base of my sextant with the horizon, right? Therefore, I can negate. That means I don't have to pay attention to anything underneath my eyesight line. Therefore, I don't need to pay any attention to, quote, dip correction, or this dip correction that you're referring to. Because, again, I'm observing the horizon line. Hold on a second here. Well, I'm observing the horizon line, and the horizon is defined as where the floor meets the ceiling. That's the extent of where I can see to. So if I'm measuring to that point, there's no dip correction that I have to use. Now, if I'm viewing the horizon from an elevated plane, let's say from the mast of a ship, the way that they would have observed it using navigation of these waters back in the day, that would require a bubble sextant, which is where this height would be accounted for. So I'm again observing the horizon line. It's a straight shot from my eyesight line to that horizon line. Please go ahead.
No, no, I would disagree. From 6 feet ahead, you don't know which angle you will have to remove from a vertical. If you use a vertical, a bubble sextant, yes, you can bypass the dip correction because you will have directly your angle from your astronomical horizon. And I don't see what. I don't see from 6 feet. You apply also the dip correction. So it will be.
So wait a minute. You're telling me that you mean to tell me, and based on what you're referencing, that the observer has nothing to do with the horizon that they're viewing. Is that correct?
No, it's not correct. I said the astronomical horizon. Astronomical horizon is horizontal at the observer, c'est-à-dire perpendicular to its vertical, and it has a dip to the visual horizon. The visual horizon is all time lower than the astronomical horizon.
So you're saying there's two different horizons then?
Yeah. No, I said there is only one. Visual horizon. After I talk about the astronomical horizon. This one is not visible. It's from your.
Can you see the mainstream
horizontal? Huh?
Can you see the mainstream text chat? Because I've just clipped something out of a instruction manual on this that clears up the dip correction that you're referring to.
No, VC voice text. No, which chat is it? Live stream voice text.
Yeah.
And no. Who I should look for?
1140 flying high.
1140 flying high. Oh, okay, data is coming. Allez, come on.
Yeah. Well done.
I cannot hear you right now because it's downloading the picture. I'm walking in the street, so I cannot hear you.
The live stream voice text at 11:40 p.m. posted by Flying High.
I'm on it. Just not downloading.
You're replying to it, dude, and tagging you too. You should be able to hit it. Clipcord just hit you up. It's an important point for you to understand.
Yes. Oh yes, this one from WikiHow.
So if you're an engineer, you say you're an engineer, right? And we're posting these tools showing you how they're used. What type of an engineer are you, my friend?
I'm a ship engineer. I'm building ship.
Ship engineer?
Yes.
What's the size? What's the biggest size of a level that you've used?
The biggest size of a level on a ship
that you've used? Yes, that's correct.
We use a level when we are in dry dock, and the biggest one will be 3 meters.
Okay, so quite sizable level then. So you're familiar with it. So you agree that if you want to measure something that you're working with, you have to sit a measuring device on that thing that you're measuring versus looking up in the sky and presupposing that that thing that you're measuring is level. Does that make sense?
Yes, okay. I will go with it.
Well, no, I mean, it's a valid point. You're an engineer. That means I can appeal to your your intelligence, right, about the things that you use in your everyday life to measure things. So you agree that if you're measuring something, you should be touching it. Is that correct?
No.
Bro.
We are using also theodolite and stuff like that, and we are the target is pretty far away. My arms is not around
This
50 meters
you're
long.
not going to obfuscate away from what I just asked you directly. Now, again, you work on a ship. You just admitted to using a 3-meter size level, which is pretty substantial. It's 9.84 feet. Now, again, the question being, you agree, yes or no, that if you're going to measure something, you should be touching it?
No, I disagree.
Okay, I'll withdraw at that point. Thanks, boys.
Yeah. With a sextant, with the right, with auto level, you are not touching the object.
Well, again, my friend, I'm sorry to be so, specific, but as an example, back in the day when I was measuring buildings, I would have to literally be touching the building. I wouldn't dare take a laser and just point at the 2 corners of the building and say, yeah, they're 150 feet in length. I would take a tape measure to it, or a site measure, survey measuring tape to it, and measure the building, i.e. touch it, right? So when you talk about working on a ship and you said that you've used a 3-meter length level, that to me tells me that if you say wanted to measure the ship's deck or the counter, let's say, that's sitting on the ship, you would put a level on top of it, and oh hey, the 2 mediums within that level would show you level, right? So I have a hard time understanding that you're going to point up at celestial bodies to say, hey, the surface that we're working upon is flat, when you can actually take an opportunity to view all the different structures that are built upon this realm, realizing that they all observe level, which speaks to your intellectual honesty because you're an engineer. So that's why I'm trying to just figure out what aspect of it that you appeal to.
Yes, and your question was, do you need to touch the things to measure? To measure? Did you measure? Come on, didn't you need to touch to measure? No, you don't have to touch. You will take a laser thermometer, you will measure the temperature, you will not be touching the piece. And luckily for you, because it's quite hot.
Okay. Thank you for your time, my friend. Anybody else wants to?
Hey, you don't have to be touching to measure.
Quick question. How would our friend measure the Earth?
Oh.
Yeah, how would you measure the terrestrial, not the celestial up above? How would you measure the terrestrial on the Earth? How would you measure the Earth?
Oh, will I measure the Earth? Or perhaps I will go easy and Eratosthenes style.
Say it again. I'm sorry. I think our language or our accent is getting in the way.
Oh, I know. My accent is very sharp. So I will go easy and I will go Eratosthenes style.
Would you ever try to prove 8 inches per mile squared of the ball or sphere of 59 miles? Would you ever try to go prove that you have an 8 inches per mile squared drop of any distance? Would you go do that?
I already did it. That with
when did you do it? When did you do it?
No. I already did it by observing the ship's visible part compared to its distance.
You determined 8 inches per mile squared by, again, our accents are getting in the way. You determined the 8 inches per mile squared by looking at boats on the water.
Yes.
You actually did. Now let me ask you this: looking left, right, and over 20, 30, 40 miles, have you ever seen Earth curvature looking left, right?
No, you cannot. It's too feeble. it's only if you take a picture like that on this distance, it will be only less than 1 pixel for a 1000 pixel wide picture.
Are you into pixels now? Are you into pixels now?
Yes, because
Okay, all right.
it's just a ratio, because I will not look my eyes. I will not use my eyes. My eyes are not a good measuring tool.
Here, okay. I want to get this right, and then I'm going to I'm going to excuse myself from this conversation. You said that you can't use your eyes. Is that correct? Or you can't trust your eyes?
You can't trust your eyes. Did you ever see an optical illusion?
So you're saying, looking straight out, that you can see boats going over the horizon at, if you're 6 feet observation height, they will start to disappear at 3 miles, and that there is nothing else that can be going on as far as atmospheric conditions above the water. So you're assuming that it is going over the horizon. Now, have you gone back the next day and looked at it exactly the same way, at looking at something on the horizon the next day? Well, you can see that the atmospheric conditions above the water can change day to day, if not hour to hour.
Yes.
Okay. So do you actually take a concerted effort, like I do, to look through some magnification like my P1000, and to see that there are atmospheric conditions going on every day that we can't assume, and that when we look at a boat leaving us, that the next day it may not be leaving us? Can you predict the atmosphere?
Can I predict? You can roughly predict it, if you know, because it's very difficult to what is the name in English? To foresee what will be the refraction if you don't know what the weather will be the next day.
Okay, well, last question, and then I'll leave, or I'll stop. You can predict atmospheric conditions from day to day. Is that correct?
You can measure it on the instant.
Okay, then I'm done, guys. Thank you. You answered my question. Thank you.
But someone will tell me how it works on a flat Earth celestial navigation.
What Kiwi just did. Why is it so important to you that you live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space?
Not at all. Not at all.
Why is it so important for you to come on a Flat Earth Discord 24/7 and try to convince us that we live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space? You're taking time out of your day, maybe your work day. Why is it so important to you that you live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space?
I'm just come to the argument.
Okay. All right. Thanks for listening.
So the last thing I'll say, or since Jim mentioned it and you asked the question, how does celestial navigation work on a flat plane? So number one, celestial navigation has been done since the 1700s, before this topic even came into existence. Again, the perversion started in 1960. Sextants have been around since the 1700s. The idea is everything is based. Hold on. No. You asked, and I'm going to make these points, and I'm going to withdraw because you asked the question. I don't have to prove anything to you. I'm making these statements. There's nothing to be confused about.
Okay. No.
Sextants, everything is based on trigonometry, which is the study of three-sided objects. Three sides make an object. That's called a triangle. Those internal angles all add up to 180 degrees. That matches the horizon. These are facts. These are points. Everything is used based on a tangential relationship. Sine, cosine, tangent, SOHCAHTOA, which gives you the angles and the height relationships between all of those line segments, which all have to be straight and all equal up to 180 degrees. Thank you for listening.
Okay. So I'm using one angle, and for your triangle, you need to know at least.
Hang on, Nico.
At least once.
Nico,
okay.
1 second. I would just like to make a statement to the panel. It's okay. You guys don't have to say this is the last thing I'm going to say and then not speak, because we want you guys to keep speaking. So I want to encourage you guys to know that you can keep continuing to speak. You don't have to say this is the last thing I'm going to say and I won't speak again, because obviously we got somebody in here that we want you to speak to. So just be inclined to open your mic and talk to these guys again, because they're not going to leave until they go. That's it. But yeah, don't say this will be the last thing, because we want you guys to continue to speak to these guys. You guys that are new to the server, anyway. I'm just saying that so you guys can know. Please talk to him some more.
Thanks, Mayhem.
Yeah, I don't want you guys to stop talking to him, because he doesn't know. Nico is coming from the camp of the anti-flat Earth movement, which is, against what we're doing. So I would just ask the panel: is there anybody else other than Kiwi and Jim that would like to chime in and talk to Nico? Now that we got somebody from that camp, I'm eating right now. It'd be too easy for me right now. I don't want to.
I think I got
interact with him. Go ahead, Crit.
Yeah. So, do you actually think that flat Earth is some sort of plague on the mindset of humanity, or is that just being provocative to start conversation or something like that?
If you read well, I write flat Earth is a plague to knowledge, not to humanity. To human knowledge, not to humanity. And it's deliberately provocative to make Effie react.
Yeah, can you parse that out? What do you think that means? Do you know what you know and what human knowledge? What would it mean? So you know the Earth is a globe. What does that mean? Okay, so you've got knowledge, right?
It changed nothing to be a globe or a flat Earth for my everyday life.
So how can it be a plague to nothing?
It's a plague to have all people telling wrong stuff, like we hear from the flat Earth.
All right, from the side of.
Okay, go.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say, from the side of the panel. Let's not divine a guy who's anti-flat Earth. We already know his position, so we don't have to divine his thoughts in that. Let's just go into the arguments. That would keep it concise to how he doesn't have an answer to that. So we don't have to keep continuing to go to the character. I know this guy, so his character is an anti-flat Earther. We don't have to divine his thoughts any longer. We just go into the arguments and debunk those. So let's go to the arguments, guys.
Well, I'd like to say that the way that you stated that you measured the Earth by watching boats go over a horizon is not a measurement at all. You've made an observation, and that horizon moves daily. It is apparent, and we can clearly see that has to do with angular resolution. Secondly, your sextant argument, we clearly know that we need two straight lines to form an angle, and we're doing that at sea level. You have no argument there. Who has directly measured the Earth? How have you ever, or whoever has directly measured the Earth?
I will answer. So, what I did for the 8-inch, I just not only observe the boat, I observe how much of the boat was out, because I knew this boat a bit, this boat. And I knew how deep it was. I knew the draft and everything. I knew how much of the ship was out of the water. I knew also by illustration how much of the ship was out of the water. I knew also how far the ship was away from me. And with this number,
Just quickly, how did you know that?
I did that because I can see where the horizon was cutting the ship. I can see it was just at the upper deck of the ship.
So is this with a device or is this with your eyes?
Yeah.
Was this with your eyes, or what were you using to see this ship out on the horizon to see it was going
with
up,
binocular?
down?
With binoculars.
So how did you make a direct measurement?
By looking where the horizon
So
was.
how did you make a direct measurement? You're not answering the question. Looking is not a measurement.
See, I was looking where the horizon was on the ship. I knew the ship was my
So
scale.
how did you make a direct measurement? You have
the
not
ship
answered the
was my
question. How is observing with your eyes, with your binoculars, what the ship is doing on the horizon that moves every day due to atmospheric conditions? How have you made a direct measurement?
I have the ships is my scale. It was the horizon was cutting the ship at the upper deck. I knew the ship was at 26 meter and 5 centimeter from the baseline. I knew the draft was at a little bit less than 7 meter. So I knew which part of the ship was out of the water, and I was not seeing all these parts. These 19 meters were missing, and I knew my position, and I knew the position of the ship also. So I knew the distance with it.
But
with
you
that
just
also,
sorry,
I knew
Nico. You just keep saying I know the distance. What flying is asking you is how. With the Black Swan, we know the distances because they're at set distances from the shore. If you're just looking out over the water, you don't know the distance.
I have my GPS position and I have the GPS position of the ship.
Yeah, he's
All right, that's what he was asking you.
All he's done is try to calculate the distance.
And regardless of that, looking through a pair of binoculars at a ship at a distance that appears to be compressing into the horizon is not measuring curvature. So, who has directly measured the surface of the Earth? You haven't answered the question.
Because after applying, because I knew also the temperature of water and the temperature gradient and the atmospheric pressure and all, you can have, because people have been doing this calculation, this measurement to define what will be the refraction coefficient, and I was able to make the radius of to calculate the radius of Earth from this measurement and arriving to the radius of Earth.
And what is the radius of Earth?
Around 6,370 kilometers. And my result was 410 kilometers.
Anyone in here tell me if I'm wrong, but if I ask you to take a direct measurement of something, do you go and look at some distances and have a look at it with your binoculars?
Hell no. You would measure the thing directly.
You will measure the thing directly.
And that was my point when asking him earlier. Do you touch the thing that you're measuring? He stated that you just not touch it. But again, hard surfaces, not mediums that we're measuring. We need to check these things. So based on your dimension, then, 1,000 kilometers, my friend, the question being, what is the expected drop over distance then, if we're dealing with a sphere on our feet?
What is the expected
drop over distance if we're dealing with a sphere at our feet?
At a sphere. So the drop will be from below your feet. Below your feet, you will be looking at 8 inches per square mile to around 1,000 kilometer distance. It's 1,000 kilometers, 700 miles.
Okay, here's the thing. I need you to cut straight to the brass tacks. I need you to cut
Can I finish my answer?
Well, no, because you presented the dimension, and I'd like you to know, for the audience's perspective, if I'm standing in one spot and then I travel, let's say, 100 miles, 130, I think, kilometers, something like that, what would be the expected DOD, drop over that distance traveled, if I'm dealing with sphere at my feet?
So you will have at your feet. So you mean looking your eyes in the ground, half in the ground. you don't take into consideration the height of the observer.
No, I take into account I'm standing in one spot as the observer. Now, that same observer is going to go travel 100 miles, get in a car, whatever. Now, when he moves, there's going to be a drop over that distance that he travels. Because, again, you're stating that we're dealing with a round surface. So you presented the mathematics, and I'm asking you specifically, what is the expected drop over distance? Because I can tell you what it is. I want to know if you know what it is.
So, first, you will have to calculate how far is the horizon from you. So you will get it from the height of your observer. So you can reverse the 8 inch per square mile to get that, to get an approximation of it. And you remove this distance horizon to the distance of your target. And you apply also again the 8 inch per square mile, the normal way, to get what will be the hidden distance.
What is the drop over distance over 100 miles on your 3959 mile fairy tale?
I will not do it the calculation above my head. But if you want to apply with standard refraction, you will not use 8. You will not use 8 inch per square mile, but you will use around 6.7 inch per square mile.
So what?
Can I just cut straight? Hold on a second, Jim. If I can just cut straight to it to show you the fact that this doesn't seem to show up. It's 100 miles that we travel on that sample size, and based on 100-mile travel distance, there would be a 1.25 mile drop over distance. So again, the question to you is, where does that show up? Because we can't seem to find it.
So, did you see 800 meter mountain at 100 miles?
My friend, we're not going to bring into observing mountains in the distance. Again, my question to you specifically on its face is, if we travel 100 miles in distance, there should be a 1.25 mile drop over that distance traveled. We don't seem to see that when we interact with the surface. So again, question to you is that what they dress up in this explanation of refraction? Where a temperature-based phenomenon can actually change the surface that we're walking upon? Is that really the story that you're believing?
No. So now you are telling that you are walking the distance. Mark said you are walking the distance. So you tell me you can feel that the ground is not straight, that is dropping 8 inch over a mile. Is what you are telling me? Your feet are very sensitive.
You're the one making the claim that there is a curve that shows up. But what I'm going to say to you is that the higher we go, whether it's in a helicopter, maybe things like the CN Tower in Canada, our horizon line is always straight. I'll withdraw. Sorry, somebody's going in. Please.
Lexa, mute up. You're hot micing.
Sorry, I was angry.
You're right, Kiwi. Go ahead.
Thanks, dude. So the last point I'll be making, I got to jump into a work meeting, but the one thing I want to say is that whenever we gain altitude, we go up higher and higher, we just seem to see that the floor continues to meet the ceiling the further out we go, whether that's over land, water, whatever. And that tells you that we're dealing with a structure that has a flat baseline. Because if we were dealing with something that had a set dimension, 3959 claimed radius, then as I go up, that horizon line would start to curve, and the curve would start to show itself, i.e. the skirt would start to lift, but we don't see that. So again, my question to you is, where does your curve start to show up? 1.25 mile drop over 100 miles. Please, go ahead.
Where it will start to show, so you will need to define your angle of view, how much side to side you will have, and you will calculate. And you will see that you will need to go pretty high, higher than any mountain on Earth, to be starting to be able to detect a curve left to right. But you don't need that. You just need to go to sea level and to see that you will compress all that and stuff get hide behind the horizon.
Okay, so you are willing to entertain compression over distance, or you're not willing to entertain compression over distance?
Compression. I don't think you get how I use compression. Yeah.
I don't think you get how no, it's not how you use it, it's how it actually works in real life, i.e. the boat sails away from you in the horizon, it gets compressed into the horizon line as it sails off into the distance. Somebody seeing that boat on the opposite side of things, i.e. the opposite end of where you are, sees the boat coming towards them, and the boat starts to decompress, i.e. get bigger. So these are two perspective-related things that show up. So again, the question to you is, if somebody's seeing it, let's say, come back over the curve towards them, that seems to be visual compression displaying itself. Just like when I'm in the hallway, I stand up and I notice that the lights on the ceiling of that hallway get closer together.
Yes.
Visual compression, perspective again. So my question to you is, where is the curve, man?
And me, I will ask you, where is the compression when it's why the ship is at the same distance? Why only the bottom of the ship will be compressed and not the top? Why
because the bottom is the closest thing to the bottom, the closest thing to the floor, i.e. the floor meeting the ceiling. If you had a plane at the ceiling sailing off into the horizon, the reverse would happen. Don't try to answer my question with a question.
So, yes. So, I should be able to find mathematics about this compression that works better than the globe to tell me how much will be hidden.
If you would like to introduce a poisoning the well like mathematics, sure, but let's try to observe things for what they are before we try to introduce a language that came after the fact. The Earth is the Earth before all languages existed.
Yeah, and
so why do I need to learn a language in order to understand the surface I'm walking on?
Why do I see the ship disappearing without compression? Just the bottom do not get compressed. I don't see any gradual distortion. It's a neat cut on the ship.
Yeah,
it's
that's
not
how
a
flat Earth
compression.
works, my man. That's how flat Earth works.
Yes. Yeah, but I have difficulty to wrap my head around how you can make any use of that.
Well, you guys are the ones saying that the boat's going over a hill of water. We're not saying that.
Yes. No, it's not a hill of water. It's just a dropping continuously from your point.
Yeah, that would be a hill of water, man.
No, you're all time at the top of the hill.
Yeah, of water. That's what I'm saying. Water doesn't do that.
Nico,
Anywhere.
Why did you say that, bro?
Yeah, because
why did you say that?
Tell me, you are not from your point on your vertical. You are not at the highest point on the sphere.
Are you on top of the hill? Are you on top of the hill of water, Nico?
No, I'm not. I'm on the ground right now. I'm not on the ship.
No, when you're on a ship, bro. When you're on a ship, are you on top of the hill of water?
Huh? You're on top of water. Yes, you're on top of the hill. Yeah.
Clipcord, where you at, brother? We need this clip.
Only one short thing. There is no such thing like a hill of water in reality. That doesn't exist.
Well, Nico said it does.
Only naturally cannot exist. I can agree it can exist somehow, but naturally cannot exist.
Yeah, I think I might be able to help you out, dude, if you allow me. And 1 second, Jim. If you look, you know how the train lines appear to converge. When you're looking down train lines, they seem to come together off in the distance. That's what happens. They're not actually coming together, though, are they? If we went down there, if we walked down there, they wouldn't be together. They'd be still at the same place. It's just that they appear. So it's perspective, isn't it? It's just perspective, that's all.
Yeah, and perspective, as you well mentioned it with the rail, they are gradually coming together. They don't cut at what moment and disappear. They're just gradually, and when your angular resolution get too thin, you see only one point and you don't see it anymore.
Right, and then you pull out a telescope or some binoculars, and then you can see it again. Why is that?
Yes.
Why is that? Why can you see the boat again?
Why you can see? Because the boat is hidden. The rail. If it's
hidden by the sphere edge. That's what you're saying. It's hidden by the sphere edge, the physical sphere edge.
Yes.
How can I pull out a pair of binoculars and see it again then?
No, you don't see the ship anymore.
Oh, well, you can if you get some optics.
Yes, we do. Do you want to see? Yes, we do.
Yeah, a real ship. Don't show me a little plastic boat.
Okay, I will.
Show me.
Can I show you small ship, not big one? Small is better because small, bigger you can see better. The small one you cannot see better. The small one you can see less. Is that true?
Yeah, but why you don't want to show big ship? Because you know
because
you will not whatever.
Isn't small one better? Example.
No, because small one can be easily in a refraction area just over water.
No, because if I see the big boat, that means the small one. I don't. It's not possibility to see the small one.
See, because it's angular resolution.
Yeah, does angular resolution working for small boats or for the big boats?
For both, they are working.
For both. That means that angular resolution is doing something that things going bottom up. That is disappearing bottom up.
No.
No. Can we demonstrate that angular resolution in every 3-time case doing that? You can do. I can do that. We can stand on some road, and I will go away from you. You know what will happen with my foot and legs?
If I go over a hill, you will not see me anymore. Whatever angular resolution you have.
Oh, is it that because of curve or because of angular resolution?
Because I will be behind the hill. You cannot see me through the hill.
We are on the road, straight road, and if I'm going away from you, should I disappear because of curvature or because of angular resolution?
If you a very small object, no, you will disappear first due to angular resolution before to be behind the curve.
Oh, really? That's the answer.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, and every object, big, small, will disappear on some distance, bottom up, every of them.
Yes, and that's the problem with flatters. Why only the bottom? What not all the buildings with the same distance?
I'm repeating you. Every object will disappear bottom up if you go away from it. Every big, small, whatever.
Yeah.
Did you get that?
Right, let's take a minute, Shasta. Let's take a minute. We got some errors and misunderstandings on the table. The perspective drop-off in the real world is not linear as an ideal perspective in art. It's actually hyperbolic as it proceeds into the distance and as it approaches zero in your field of view. So something high in your field of view is going to have more propagation angles than something lower in your field of view. Because it's not just a pure geometry relationship. You have the angular size of the object at that distance, and you have the place in which it is in your field of view, and the difference between the reception angles and the propagation angles, and how that interferes with each other as it approaches zero. Now, if you want to know more in depth about this, you can go watch free lectures from MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, world-renowned university. You can watch lectures from their professors. I'm speaking, not you. Thank you. You can watch and learn about it. Okay, great, dude. I don't need you to say yeah in the middle of my sentence. Thanks.
Yeah, bon.
Dude,
I will send the link to your to the text message to the MIT.
Anyway, the point is it's well established in the physics of optics that as you approach 0 degrees, not a linear relationship. Dude, don't be saying yes every 5 seconds. It's fucking annoying. For goodness sakes, restrain yourself. Show some composure. Dude, you can't even stop for 1 second, bro. Just shut your mouth for like 5 seconds. How about that?
Interrupt me, Mr. Vega, man. Hold on.
Okay, so now that we know that, okay, anything that recedes towards 0 degrees in your field of view and goes away at distance, the bottom portion of it is going to have an increased loss over distance in the available resolution. So the bottom will be less resolvable than the top. And that's a fact. All right, you guys can continue.
Yes.
Yeah, hang on, Nico. We had somebody that's a Glober that chimed in here. Chong in the text chat says that sounds like an appeal to authority. Tisk tisk to you, AI.
How about using him as a hostile witness?
Oh no, I didn't say because they said it, it's true. I said you can go there to learn about it. Therefore, it's not a fallacy.
Yeah.
If I say Walter Lewin says this, and therefore because he said it and he's an authority, it's true. That's a fallacy. But if I say he has lectures where you can learn about it and he will explain it and then you'll know about it, that's not, I'm not using that as the conclusion of my argument. So whoever chimed in is wrong.
That was Chong.
Oh,
yeah, but
okay.
Look, I don't even need. Look, check this out, friends. I don't even need a professor. It's obvious. You know triangles. You know the law of triangles. You know the amount of space that can fit in a certain amount of area is limited. So you can't fit everything into a small space. That's obvious. And the same goes for light. You can't fit all light into a small space. So the smaller available space you have in the differentiation between the propagation angles and the reception angles and your available angular resolution compared to your sensor, that should be enough to know that you're going to lose information as the angle approaches 0. If I need to send you to MIT for this, for you to figure it out, then you really need to retire from this argument and just sit back and listen instead of chiming in about this fallacy or that fallacy.
All right, so we got the panel right now. I just want to get everybody acclimated with where we're at. So far in this chat, we have 3 Globers in the chat, or anti-flat earthers, and however you want to look at that. We got on the anti-flat earth side, Nico de Hoot. He's the one currently speaking right now. Yeah, thank you. We also have Chong, who's in here, but he hasn't spoken up yet. He was recently in cognitive dissonance. I just got him out. So he's out of cognitive dissonance, and after a while, possibly he's going to chime in. And we also have Kosho, who's in the panel right now, who's of the Globert side. So we do have 3 people here that are proponents of the globe. After Nico has said what he said, maybe perhaps anybody else in here that wants to chime in. But currently, right now, I think Nico is on a point with the panel. So if the panel's responding to Nico, I guess finish that point up, and then maybe we can ask if somebody else wants to speak.
Hey,
so currently,
Nico.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Hey, Nico. Thanks, Mayhem.
Yeah.
Nico, what makes a hill of water a hill of water? What is the science that makes it so?
A word you don't like, gravity.
Okay. That's one thing that Kosho and I might talk about on Saturday is gravity. So I'm not going to give Kosho my giveaway points on that one. Okay, Nico, is the horizon apparent or physical to you?
Mm-hmm.
Which one is it? Is it apparent or physical?
You see the visual horizon. It's apparent.
Okay, I want to get this right.
You don't touch it. You don't touch it.
Nico, you said you can see the physical horizon. It's apparent. Now, unfortunately, you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't have cake and pie. You got to choose between cake and pie, okay? Is the horizon apparent or is it physical?
Everything is apparent with what you see. Can I finish?
Please.
Well, it's an A or B. It's A or B, Nico. I know what you guys are trying to say. Well, it's physically there, and I'm also seeing it. I know you guys are trying to lump them into 2. He's telling you it's either a physical location or it's an optical phenomenon. You have to pick one. It can't be both.
Okay. So I will say that it's a physical one. You can have the object on the horizon, and you will know this distance. You know physically where it is. So I will say physical.
So it's physical, but it can change every day according to atmospheric conditions above the water. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that makes it apparent it cannot be physical, because something physical you should be able to measure day to day, correct?
Yes, and physically you can measure the refraction and know and verify that what you see is according to what the physics and the physical world tells you.
We're not measuring physical refraction. You're supposed to be measuring the physical geometric Earth curve.
Can you measure refraction, Nico? Can you actually measure refraction over water? Yes or no?
You can measure refraction. You have it in also in celestial navigation. It will give you the formula to ponder your refraction due to the atmospheric condition.
Do you measure 7/6R, or do you measure something else?
7/6R, yeah, more 119, not 116.
Hold on a second.
116 is more for the standard refraction at 1,1000 millibar and 10 degrees Celsius air.
Go ahead, AI. I'm sorry. I heard you. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I had to retap my mic. I'm speaking to Jim for Jim's benefit. He said that you can measure out to the horizon and know the distance to it by the object. Right? If that's the case, the black horizon is supposed to be at 1.22 miles from the observer height, yet it's seen greater than 10 miles. That would mean that the oil rigs are actually only half a mile offshore.
Oh.
That's just for your ammo box there, Jim.
Thank you.
MIT.
See, the thing that gets me about globe earthers, whether they're anti-flat earthers, globers, or ballers, the thing that gets me. Is Nico still there? I think Nico left.
Yeah, he was punching into his ATM, but he forgot he was like his mic was open, so he left.
Okay.
Spartans! What is your profession?
Old friend, I brought more soldiers.
Welcome, Flat Earth Debate. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button to keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. I'll be shortly joining Patrick Gunnels, who has invited me on to have a debate with a couple of people on his network that he operates on Rumble. So I'm going to be joining him shortly, and yeah, that's about it. Hopefully we'll get the skinny on who these people are from him when he joins me, and yeah, I'll transition across once I've got him in the phone call.
Episode 7, either way. It's a newer show, but Josh is going to be in a bit. We host it together, and we have our own platforms, our own shows as well.
Okay. David and Josh, and this is on what's the
just on Rumble. It's on Badlands Media on Rumble. They're like number 3 on Rumble right now.
Badlands Media.
Yeah. It was started by John Harold. He goes by Patel Patriot, and then his channel started taking off, and it got so big. He said, "I want to have people that have different perspectives come in and like build a network." And so now he's got all kinds of hosts in there and stuff like that. So he invited us over. We're like, okay, cool. It's been going pretty well. We've gotten pretty decent exposure on the channel. So we'll get a lot of people in here for this today.
Cool. And do you have much interaction with Patrick? I know he's on the same network, but obviously has a different show.
I've actually never met Patrick. I've just spoken to him on like Telegram chats and stuff like that. I've seen him on John's show. That's about all I know.
Okay, you've seen him before, though. Okay.
Yeah. He's an excellent reader. He reads very well.
Is that so? I don't know Patrick
he
that
does
well.
all that. Like when John pulls up articles and like really detailed government documents and stuff, it's usually Patrick doing the reading out. And
I see.
It's very pleasant.
He's just contacted me, actually. I'll just tell him I'm in the stream.
Okay. How about yourself? You have your own show and everything, I'm assuming?
But that's how I got to know Patrick. He's one of my Patreons. So he contacted me and said, a couple of guys on my network want to debate Flat Earth. Will you come and help me debate Flat Earth? And I was like, yeah, no worries.
Sweet. That's awesome. Oh, and there's Patrick there.
Should see Nathan too.
Patrick.
I'm here, but you can't see me.
How's
My
it going,
camera
man?
can't get working,
Can
I'm
you hear
afraid,
me?
Patrick.
Yeah, his webcam's having an issue connecting for some reason, but you can hear him?
Check. 1 2 1 2.
Nathan. Wait a minute. Nathan says he's in the show.
You should be able to hear him.
You not hear me?
I hear Nathan. I just don't see him.
Yeah, I can't get my camera
that's the
working.
issue.
I did try. I just couldn't get the thing working. I'm really sorry.
It's okay.
You should still, if you want, Nathan, if you do want to need to share screen, it'll share. Just maybe do a test, and I'll show Patrick too. It's real simple, man. It's just you see the mic and the camera icon? It's right below there. Share screen. If you got to pull audio in, you just got to remember to hit the little check mark on the bottom left.
We should have done a test before we did this.
Yeah, see, so if I have this, you can see that, Nathan?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's easy enough. I'll keep that loaded so you don't have to keep pulling it in. And then Patrick, if you want to give it a shot.
What am I looking for? Add extra camera, presentations, local video, share a video file from your computer? Or just share what if I just want to share my screen?
Yeah, share screen. So I don't know where you went. If you go to the...
Got it. I'm down. I got it.
Okay, sweet.
So
you can either do entire screen or share tabs. Like I just do my entire screen and have everything ready to go. But
I've got a whole bunch of videos that I can share. Let me see if I can share a local video just for grins.
Sure.
So like, let's see if this works.
Okay, I heard a little bloop. That's probably it. There we go. Oh, okay. Hold on. So that
December
would be
12th, 1901,
It
Guglielmo
So restart it. So what for this one? Oh, I see. Because it's like a local video. You know, what would be better. Are you able to screen share that video? Like just have the video play on your. Like if you just share your entire screen, I'll show you the difference.
Why don't I try? Okay.
Otherwise, it pulls it in like as if it's pulling in.
Share my screen, share a Brave tab, but I can't. I want to share a window.
Yeah, so share. Just do screen one. Share screen one.
Okay.
So entire screen.
Yep. Entire screen and share system audio.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I'll do. And wait, it won't let me share it. Now it will. But now look, it's going to create this ridiculous effect.
Only if you have Restream up. So now click over on your, see, look, now we go here.
Okay, so if I want to go to, and now it'll play it, it's playing it?
Yeah, Can you see?
The Antarctic Treaty is an important proof of the flat Earth.
Well, I won't be able to see because
and multinational effort to prevent people from determining what's beyond the 60th South Parallel and Antarctica. In short, independent travel is not allowed or outside of the 60th.
Okay, so that's how it'll do it then, is I'll be able to see, because I can see on the left-hand side when you've got the video up. As soon as you have it selected, just say go ahead. I pull it on, you mute, press the video, and then there's going to be I'll mute as well, and then it's going to be simple like that.
Can you think why Nathan wouldn't be able to display his webcam?
I can't because I don't have access to any additional settings for each guest. In Restream, I was telling him if, like he says it's selected because it's in the settings wheel, right? You go to video, it shows video input. You can select your webcam, and he's saying it's selected, but there it is.
There what is?
Nathan.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Except Nathan is muted, I think. So now we got the video, Nathan. Now we got to swap the audio.
No, you don't have to do anything with the audio. I'm just locally muted.
We're good.
Hot damn. All right.
The miracle of technology.
Oh, yes. And I'm assuming that Josh will be joining us a bit in 19 minutes.
Yeah, we still got 20 minutes, so he'll pop in. I've sent him the link here. I'll text him.
There we go.
And David, what exactly was the reason why you didn't want me just to share an individual video? Because that way I'd be able to keep Restream open at the same time.
Oh, to watch it on Restream? The only reason is if you do that, I have to go on the sidebar and turn everybody's webcam off every time and then put everybody back in, because it's going to pull it in as if it's another person joining the call. So it'll keep it in a smaller window. We won't see the whole video.
Okay.
That's the only.
I'm going to keep my use of these things to a minimum then, because that sounds kind of like a cumbersome process. So,
well, how about this? Let's test it. Why don't you try just real quick, pull that video back as the video input, and I'll just
source.
Yeah,
local video, Antarctic Treaty.
Yeah. Okay. So then if I go like this, so see, it's going to play. Oh, it could kind of.
Couldn't you just make it the big thing?
The Antarctic Treaty is an important proof of the flat Earth.
Then I have to do this.
Is an intentional and multinational effort to prevent people from determining what's beyond the 60th South Parallel.
See what I mean? Here, I'll bring you back.
In Antarctica.
That's the only pain in the ass, is it's not like a smooth transition, which I don't mind if you want to do that for like maybe if there's like some main videos you want to do, we can do that. And then that's not a problem. I don't mind if you prefer that.
I don't feel like any of these videos are essential. It would be nice if we could seamlessly do it like StreamYard. StreamYard makes it so that we just get arrayed off on the side and then the video becomes the main event. It's quite nice.
Right.
So anyway, I'm not going to, I don't really want to make a big deal about it though. I've got a bunch of videos queued up that I can use if needed, but there's always the possibility that this will just be a discussion.
Right.
So I don't
actually, something we could do, if you had, say you pick like your top 3 videos, if you send them over to me now, the files, I have another option where I have video clips. Like I'll show you an example. If I just put a video clip, I literally just push like this. Oh. and then it pulls back real smooth. So if I load
you
them
can do it, but I can't. Okay, so I'm going to send
just
you.
say pull in that hopefully they're titled.
They are.
Then you can say
they're titled well.
Pull up our Antarctic Treaty video or whatever. So maybe if you throw me like a Dropbox link or something, in the chat.
Perfect. I think I'm just going to do. Yeah, I got it. I'm going to do. Where do I send it?
You can just drop a link right in the chat here. I'll go hey like this.
Oh, okay. You mean a link in chat? What do you mean link in chat? You mean
like a Dropbox?
Well, why don't I just send it via Telegram?
Oh yeah.
I don't know how to do. I don't know how to do Dropbox.
Telegram. I got Telegram right here. Go ahead. Do it on Telegram.
Okay, so I'm going to do Felix Baumgartner. I'm going to do no photos of Earth from space. And I'm going to do, we'll do curvature test 1 and curvature test 2 and the curvature formula. And I'm opening all of these, and I'm sorry for the size. I think it should be fine. And if it turns out that we can't use these, I can speak to them, and Nathan can obviously speak to them too. So
this one came as a, what the hell is this?
If one of them came as a JPEG, then I'm sorry.
No, it's a zip. I just want to see stretch zip file.
You know what I can do, David? I have every ability to share my screen, and that's exactly what I'm going to do if needed.
Okay. Yeah, if you feel like it.
Just to let you know, though, StreamYard completely short circuits these problems.
Does it now? Okay.
It does. But it's good to have both, in my opinion, because sometimes one or the other will have server issues, as we discovered during a Twitter debate. A Twitter Files episode. So.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's good. I know I've been using Restream just because I was used to it, and I just need to learn the StreamYard.
Okay. So did we didn't kick Nathan out, did we?
No, he's here.
Oh, okay, sweet. I'm good to go. I bet you probably need to start the music.
We usually start it right at, so we're not starting it for 15.
Oh, okay. Well then.
Yeah, we usually start right at time.
Rock and roll. Do you think I can have like an opening statement?
Absolutely. Yeah. So I figured what we would do, and Nathan, if you're there, you let me know what you think. I'm just going to say hello to everybody, talk about how we're going to have a nice friendly debate about this subject, kind of a thing. I'll do my quick little intro. My intro is just going to be about who I am and my position. And then I'll pass it to you, Patrick, and then over to Nathan, and then around to Josh. Once we've done our little intro, and you let me know what you prefer to put in that intro, if you want to do like an opening statement or something like that, maybe we'll just try to keep it to like 2 or 3 minutes max per person. And then after that's done, nobody's going to interrupt each other. Also, we'll do our very best to be not running over each other. And then we'll just have a free flow at that point. Does that sound good?
Sounds good to me.
Perfect.
And Nathan, I didn't really hear you. Was that good for you?
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Okay. And then if you're like, oh, I want to share a video on that or whatever, because I have some stuff as well, we'll just keep batting the ball, and I'll try to make sure it's fair. And if I make a mistake, call me out, okay?
Perfect. I'm going to change myself to high definition. Okay.
And by the way, pleased to meet you, Patrick. I'm glad you're
pleased
doing
to meet you too.
I've been watching you read beautifully on John's podcast for so long. So
thank you.
Good to have you here.
Appreciate it. So hopefully I can get plenty of people in.
Oh, sorry.
And I'm going
there's
to start
lots of people coming.
I will promote this event, and I will see you presently.
Sounds good, man.
So, David, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, buddy.
How did this come about?
It was a demand from people in the chat of our previous shows, because Josh and I take a different position. And so they were like, you guys got to have someone on. We want to hear the debate. We want to hear the discussion. So I said, okay, fine, let's do it. So I just put a chat. I put like a message in the Badlands Media back chat. And I said, hey, is there any guys in our community that are into flat earth that want to come on and debate us about it? And Patrick's like, I'm your Huckleberry. I was like, all right, that's literally it.
So why why you though? I mean, have you got a vested interest in the subject or something?
Well, I've had an immense curiosity. I've been following the subject very closely since 2014. I'm sort of I've gotten quite addicted to listening to flat Earth debates for the last few years and making my own observations and doing this research. So my vested interest is to